Hello, hello. If you can hear us and see us and the usual stuff, if you could let us know, that would be very, very appreciated. Hello. Hope you're all having a lovely Wednesday.
Yeah, me too. I was having a delightful time. Oh, shit, sound. Let's get rid of that. Boom, as it comes out my speakers. I was having an absolutely delightful evening sorting out bits and pieces for a book that we're just finishing off over in the Rookery. And it's nice to have a little break, because I've been doing that pretty much all day. This is, for those of you who didn't know already, our curse stream. The stream that never seemed to happen. No matter what we did, something always came up and tried to stop it from occurring. Whether it was Nurgle, or Nurgle, regardless of what it may have been, there was an awful lot of COVID going around at these parts. And indeed, this is the big Colleges of Magic plus other schools of magery stream, where we're going to discuss all of the various big schools of magic that you find inside the Warhammer world, and we're going to then let you have a good go at rating them, determining whether you think they are good, bad, or indifferent. And it is worth noting right from the outset, we're not discussing the winds and the spells. This isn't about your favorite wind. Oh, I love the bright wind, or oh, I think the amber wind is great. It's about the colleges themselves, the teaching institutions, and this is what you're going to be rating. Now, of course, if you fancy your end going, well, I really like the bright wind anyway, so it's going at the top, that's entirely up to you. But the core of this is supposed to be rating the actual colleges themselves. There are some of them which are very collegey, others which are really not. And as we go through the course of describing them, I think you'll see what we mean.
Yeah, so this should be a really, really fun time because we're not just doing the Empire's colleges of institutions of magical learning, but we're also going to be kicking around to some other nations and places that also have what could more vaguely be described as an institution of learning, though that's a bit of a stretch for some of these.
Yeah, some of these are certainly an interesting choice.
Yeah, but we wanted to, it gives us an excuse to talk about a couple fun things that we might not get to otherwise, and yeah, so there's that.
And just to bring up this little comment, yes, it is kind of, it's sitting right in front of you. If I just do that, look, get rid of it, and it's back.
Oh, I'm over here.
And it's back.
I'm over here, it's fine.
You're not, it rotates you. So you'll look like you're right on your screen, but as far as I know, you probably are not right. You're currently hiding beside your thing with your face obscured.
Oh, well, my face isn't that great anyway, so if anything, we're doing you a favor. Just, I don't know, deal with it. But should be fun. It's just nice to be getting back into the groove of stuff, really. So should be a very good stuff. There is no Zinch College. There's a part.
Yeah, I probably could.
To be fair, one. Yeah. To be fair, Zinch kind of is more like a poacher that gets people right after they graduate. He's that guy that shows up to graduation ceremonies. He's like, "Hey, you want a job? Hey, you want a job?"
Whoa! Sound again.
We're all having a lovely Wednesday.
Where's it coming from?
I'm not sure. It's just literally appeared from somewhere. Okay, I've got rid of it. Whew, sorry about that.
I like how there's just like ghost voices showing up.
Screens all around me.
Oh my good lord.
So should we jump into a few little super chats we have at the beginning, and then dive into a quick intro, and then start colleging, man?
Yes, and yes. All right, so getting started with these things here. Nils, are halflings accepted into colleges? If so, how are they met?
So this is a really fascinating one, because once the answer to this was yes. We have a variety of different versions for the Colleges of Magic. And if we go all the way back to Warhammer First Edition, so that's Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay First Edition, the Colleges of Magic, as they're defined inside the, what was it? It was the Realms of Sorcery book that they had then, not only accepted humans, they accepted anyone that wanted to learn magic in the Empire, and that included halflings. Indeed, not only did it include halflings, one of the Supreme Patriarchs, pardon me, not Supreme Patriarchs, one of the Patriarchs was, in fact, a matriarch of the Great College and a halfling. So back in the day, halflings absolutely were. However, over the course of time, halflings changed. And halflings in the Warhammer world were no longer capable of doing magic and no longer had any real interest in magic. So over the course of time, what used to be a standard, which was, yes, halflings could, turned into, why would they? They can't even do it. And then eventually, just no, they don't. So the answer is they're not. But there's nothing saying that they couldn't visit, perhaps study alongside them if they're scholars, but they're never actually going to be magisters of the Empire or wizards of the Empire, depending on which version of the background you go with. So the answer to this is historically, yes, but no longer is that the case.
Yeah,
I think her name was Martha Candlefoot. If
that's a very good halfling name.
I think I was saying, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Martha Candlefoot. She was the old High Grey of the Grey College. That's running off the top of my head here.
Yeah, nowadays, halflings kind of left behind any real. I don't think halflings can use magic at all in the modern setting. But we do have gnomes.
It's never expressly said that they can't.
Yeah.
Ever. It's generally always, you can't take that career if it's in the rules, or you can't do that thing. But that doesn't mean that there wouldn't be at a later date a special little halfling gastromancer or some similar nonsense. But as it currently stands, halflings can't do magic in the Warhammer world.
Yeah, we do have gnomes though, which are close.
We do. And in many respects, they probably take up the old slots that halflings used to take when it comes to magic and halfling-like creatures.
Tyrant 25, do vampire counts have the most unjustified confidence in Warhammer? I tried to think of a war they've won the other day, and I couldn't think of one. That's actually quite funny. So vampires have vampires have a bit of a distinct disadvantage in that particular topic because they don't really have a nation. They're parasites, more accurately, of that they tend to rise up and try to almost cause rebellions that then attempt to take over the parent nation. Whether it's Lamia being a thorn in the side of Nehakara, or Sylvania being a thorn in the side of Sylvania, or Blood Dragon shenanigans in Bretonnia, or Lamia not Lamia, the Silver Pinnacle up there. Vampires don't tend to do super well in the really big wars because they tend to be like grossly outnumbered. And those numbers do matter when you're in like a grand war. But vampires are, you're not wrong, but they're a more sinister force that I don't think that works as well for evaluating them. The only one I could think of that is like definitively won her war is Neferata. Neferata took the Silver Pinnacle, she wiped out the dwarfs, and she's held on to it for many years. I can't really think of anyone else that's like definitively conquered something and held on to it.
Yeah, it's a toughie. Vampires are one of those things where the initial answer for this would be unjustified confidence, vampire, justifiable confidence, because vampires are proper impressive in Warhammer, and they are not just physically more capable, they're almost everything more capable, alongside a couple of really big downsides, which we are all broadly aware of. And it's really easy to judge the vampires by the way the background is written. The background is almost always written from the perspective of the Empire, which means that all vampires are ultimately something to eventually be conquered. And when we look at, say, the Vampire Wars, it's very easy to see them as a great failure, although you could say that it was 300 years worth of vampires winning every war except for maybe 1 or 2 battles at the end, because they did do extraordinarily well through most of it. So I don't think that they've got an unjustified confidence. I think that the focus of the narratives that we've had is all about beating the bad guy, because that's what many narratives in Warhammer are about. So it's very easy for us to fall into yeah, but they're rubbish, ha ha ha. They're a little bit like Worf in Star Trek. Whenever they wanted to show that someone was tough in Star Trek, they had him turn up and punch Worf in the face, and Worf go, they were so powerful, and to the point that Worf was getting kicked in every 3rd episode. So the vampires are somewhat similar. To show how good their good guys are, they kick in the vampires, even though vampires are, if we look at them stat on stat, significantly better than them on most counts. So I don't think it's an unjustified confidence. I think there's many tales where they've done particularly well. I think that the overall big vampire wars, which is what most people focus on, don't turn out particularly well for them.
Yeah.
And individual special characters don't necessarily do particularly well, barring Neferata. But I think in general, they're extraordinary.
Yeah, though to be fair to the vampire counts, both Vlad and Conrad lost because they had betrayal problems, not because the good guys actually beat them fair and square.
Yeah, quite. Quite. Yeah.
Yeah. Who defeated Vlad? Another vampire. Conrad was abandoned by his necromancers, and that's what led to his defeat, not the good guys actually beating him. So, it's what I would probably actually counter with.
That's fair.
Platcat Quinn, how does an obsidian amulet work, especially if suffused with a wind? What does it do to you in that instance? Suffused player found one has been a debate.
Okay, Platcat Quinn. This is one of those instances where you can basically make it up using the general idea at hand. The general idea is that obsidian in the Warhammer world is deeply anti-magical, ranging from, say, somewhere we're going to be discussing today inside the Bright College, the Great Hall of Jewels, which is lined with obsidian so that when the wizards are casting spells at each other, many of which would be lethal, the amount of magic that actually interacts with them is significantly dimmed because of the amount of obsidian that's around them. Obsidian amulets, obsidian blades, obsidian things of all kinds have been in Warhammer since around about the 3rd, 4th edition of Warhammer Fantasy Battle, and since almost the 1st edition of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. And loosely speaking, they stop magic, or they stop magic items working. That includes things like dwarven runic items. They just power down when they're completely surrounded by obsidian. So if you had an obsidian amulet and you were suffused by something, you no longer would be suffused by that wind. That wind would no longer gather inside you. The obsidian is anti-magical. The wind would be repulsed. It's almost enough that if you're a magical creature and this was placed upon you, it would almost certainly cause problems. You wouldn't be able to cast spells. If you relied on magic to keep yourself going, say, for example, a Necron vampire or something similar, you're going to be getting ill. It's going to be bad. It's going to cause issues. It's up to you, though, to figure out how exactly you want to use it inside your game. Loosely speaking, all of the things that say magic stop working, and that's kind of fun. Then figure out what rules work best for your game.
Yeah, and I would say, especially from a roleplay sense, probably the best way to play around with it is you could have a fun time exploring, like, how much someone that utilizes magic or is keenly aware of the magic that they use, how unpleasant life for them is when they're suddenly cut off from it. It's not a good time. It's not a position you want to be in.
I would strongly recommend it comes hand in hand with headaches, stomach churning, yuck. You just feel sick because a lot of your etheric flows are being disrupted. So, for example, the gyron in your body, that's the jade wind of magic, is being properly disrupted, which means your body no longer functions in the way that it used to. So for people who are completely dead to magic, dwarfs, for example, that's going to make very little difference at all. But for, say, species like elves, where magic is a core component of how their systems work, it could make them really quite ill, and that's fun.
Sean Schultz, is Andy the bigger Nurgle follower than Nurgle's other demons? And is there a gnome wizard college?
No. The gnomes have got, so far written in the actual book, a single example of a college. It's a bunch of wizards that help protect Glimdwaro, the Dwaro Guard. And they are associated directly with one of the gods. And I suppose they have a school per se. It's they work together and they learn there, but it was never detailed. I was going to be writing in a book that's now called Archives 1. There was going to be a discussion about Glimdwaro as a whole, and how they handled their magic was going to be discussed in there. It wasn't going to be very much, a couple of paragraphs, and that was about it. But it never got done. So the answer to this is, as it currently stands, nope, there's nothing in canon at all. But that doesn't mean that you couldn't create something that would work well for your own game.
Yep. The Tebow, sorry about the off-topic question, but I need your take on this. Are there gay Skaven? Probably.
Almost certainly, yeah. There's no probably. I mean, the answer to this is almost certainly yes. Purely because just take a look at real-world equivalent with rats, and the answer is yes there. So the answer is going to be yes. And
Yep.
there's nothing
Yeah,
saying
that makes
that
it
they
super
wouldn't.
easy.
Yeah, super easy. If we were in a world where we said, "Oh no, gay never happens anywhere. It's an entirely human thing." No, but it's not that. This is almost a moot question. The answer to this is very broadly and easily yes.
Yes, yeah, I have seen y'all's Queek Head Taker X whatever his, I can't remember his lieutenant's name, art on Twitter. So go crazy, y'all. Go crazy.
And yes, if you want to call him
Gavin?
Gavin, feel free to do so.
That's so stupid. That's so dumb, but I love it. Dylan, Ice Court immediately S tier, baby. The Ice Court will appear on the list. Fear
Yeah,
not.
we'll be discussing them. They're going to be a super fun one. And as to whether you think they're S tier or not, that's entirely up to you as we discuss through the differences between each of the colleges.
Ricky Chapman did a school anime style Wolf Rip campaign with every player enrolled in one of the colleges. Amber College for the win. It was amazing. Lots of fun. The colleges of Magic make for
done this.
Yeah, they make for a super easy campaign setting.
Yeah, they do. And yeah, I've also done this, Ricky, and it is an awful lot of fun. The one difference that I added on top of all of that, which you may not have done so, was that we added, inspired by Dungeon Bowl from Blood Bowl, we added Midden Bowl tournaments between the colleges as well. Where they all had their individual teams.
So awesome.
Okay, yeah. And it was super fun. We had different ways for the Midden Bowl games to be played in each one of the colleges. The Grey College had like a underneath the college inside a quite like literally like a Dungeon Bowl style one, where the Amber College had up in the Amber Hills out in the wild, but between a bunch of standing stones. If you got too close, they zapped armor magic out because we were playing Dungeon Bowl and we could. So that was super fun. I adapted the Blood Bowl rules to a special, unique set of Midden Bowl rules just so that we could do that. And we had all kinds of fun with that. And yes, it was a touch Harry Potter-esque in that, of course, instead of playing on wands and flying around on brooms, they were just zapping spells and running around trying to get themselves the equivalent of the snot ball. So good times.
Super Arlock, I will surely remain unbiased as the number 1 biggest Magic fan. Glad to see you guys. So yeah, very unbiased.
Good luck, Super Orlock, when we discuss the Amber College.
yeah, that word is doing a lot of heavy lifting.
It's doing a lot of heavy lifting.
David, so clearly this stream is brought to you by the Amethyst College. Spooky disembodied voices coming from Andy's side, yeah.
Yeah, it was entirely the Amethyst College around me that was bringing all the spooky disembodied voices. Apologies for that earlier.
Jake Weaver, first time super chat.
Thanks.
Oh, thank you very much. I just want to say I really enjoy watching you two and how genuine your friendship feels. It's truly heartwarming, makes your content so enjoyable. Well, thank you. We really appreciate that. It's very kind of you.
Thank you. And as much as it would be fun to say, nah, I hate him.
No, it's all fake.
He's great. He's great. I really do enjoy doing these streams. They're a highlight of my week, and they give me a good bit of downtime from the constant churn of other things that I'm doing. So yeah, it's great.
Yeah, these really are very good times for us. Awesome, yeah. Stars. I have work in 7 hours, so the stream's too late for me, but wish you all a great stream. Well, hey, you can always catch the VOD, so there's that. Thank you.
Indeed, do watch it later, and if you disagree, do drop a comment down into the comments saying, you're all stupid, this college should be on top.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be awesome.
Mr. Warren, having just finished the Gracier novel and enjoying the edgy pursuits of Jeremiah Scrivener, I am now firmly in the Grey College camp for this stream. The good old Grey Guardian. Guardians are fun.
Grey College. Yes, they are.
Let's see. Fred Slipknot. Hi, love you guys. Nice cat ears, Andy. What animal ears should Sotek have on his headphones? I actually have snake ears on my headphones. You just can't see them. That's the answer. Yep, there you go.
Now we know.
Mystery solved. Charles CK. For clarity, dwarves can't use magic without being stoned. Halflings can, but don't for some reason. Allegedly. Ogres can,
allegedly,
ogres can, but it's weird. It's not crazy weird, but they're shamans as opposed to like wizards, which there's a whole thing there, kinda. Yeah. But it's whatever. Gnomes can only use some winds, and can only humans, elves, and Slann use all 8 winds?
The answer to that is almost certainly no. The Warm World's a really big place. And you're correct in terms of the ones that you're calling out. But The answer to this is almost certainly no. Humans can't, truth be told, use all 8 winds. They can only use one at a time, maybe 2 or 3 if they're being naughty. Ogres don't really need or worry about the others, but I imagine if you had halfling wizards, they could probably use all 8, as could gnomes. It's just that they don't, because gnomes are so deeply aligned with Ulgu and working with dark magic as well. It's a complicated thing. In the roleplay world, you can get access to almost everything if you know what you're doing, and that would probably be the case as well for, say, gnomes. I very well, if I was, for example, writing more gnomes, would have included extra rules for different types of normie wizards who could have gained access to others under limited circumstances. So I think the answer is no. It's just we haven't necessarily had a great deal of detail about all those other species and what they do.
Yeah, and there's a lot to be said for the battle game influences a lot of like the broad discussions, and the battle game is like, oh well, they only use these lores to like add diversity and make things interesting and try and keep up certain themes. But like if you go back to like our Tehenowin stream, me and Andy have a big discussion about how it would be very, very likely if you were looking at the lore from a very lore accurate standpoint that the Lizardmen would probably be, or Skink Priest would probably use the lore of light in addition to the other lores that they use. But in the battle game, they didn't use the lore of light due to theming reasons. So there's and plus with the Warhammer world, it's a weird place. You're gonna find exceptions to rules. Like ogres traditionally wield, death, heavens, great maw, or beasts, but that doesn't mean they're or fire with the fire bellies. That doesn't mean there can't be an ogre that uses shadow magic. It's just that that's not the norm.
And thematically for ogres, it makes sense as well, because we all know ogres are bizarrely capable of fitting in almost anywhere and working with anything that they happen to have in front of them. So having ogres capable of doing things you don't expect is entirely correct for using your ogre book rules. So that in the roleplay game would fit very well too, but it would require a little bit of pushing and shoving to make it work as a good set of balanced rules.
Yeah. Now from the war game perspective, yes.
Totally.
Yes.
Yeah.
Nivel or Gnivel. Andy, when talking about miracles, you said it's almost a uniquely human thing. With this in mind, do you regret giving gnomes access to miracles?
I do not.
Fun. There you go. Hannibal, evening boys. Could you make a yin/yang style multi-wind out of any combination of the winds, or are they balanced that way specifically? Love ya. Oh, okay. Ooh boy. So yeah, you could. Wind combining it's a super fun topic, and a lot of people have really, really different perspectives on it. There's the whole thing of like, we've talked about this before about like other lores of magic, like when you're talking about like the lore of ice or the lore of vampires and all this other stuff. There's always the whole thing of like, well, is it something new in and of itself, or are you just basically playing with your chemistry set of the 8 winds? And a lot of people have very different opinions on it. And it's a fun thing, but you can mix them and you will get something out of it. So the answer is yeah.
Yep, the answer to this is yes.
Diamond, out of curiosity, which type of spellcaster of the main 8 winds do you think you would likely be? That's
freaking hard.
Yeah, it's
not bright, not amber. I can say which ones are. Maybe celestial, maybe light. Light's hard though, and I don't sing, so fuck light. Amethyst, I refuse to be bald, so screw that wind. In fact, I'm going bald, so I can be bald. I can do that. I'm getting old now.
What else do we have? You probably get sick less.
Yeah, you're right. Gold, fuck those guys. Altogether too much like hard work. No, I wouldn't like to be doing those because it's hard physical work. Probably celestial or light as it's currently standing.
Yeah, but God, I hate math.
Maybe
I hate math.
Yeah, a lot of math for celestial and light.
I think I'd see myself as either probably being
Gray would do.
Jade or Gray.
Jade. Jade. I mean, like, Jade is the nicest one.
Yeah, it does come with its complications, but they all do.
Of course it does. Yeah, I'm going to go with grey in the end. Maybe. I'll change my mind next week, though.
I think maybe before my life got flipped upside down, I would have been going towards light because music was like all I had and was all I was. But then, life happened and I got put on a very different path.
And we're all glad you were too, because you wouldn't be here otherwise.
True. Hendrik, Cabal College, best college, Rainbows, woo! The Rainbow College.
The good old Cabal, in many respects, a Zinch College, if you wish, or alternatively, what remains of what used to be the Rainbow College, which was definitely a college once in the dark past, as was the Dark College back in the past.
Firesteak, I'm off to Egram's Super Secret College. Wish me luck. Good luck. Watch out for the magic.
You're gonna need it.
Good luck. Watch out for the magic vomiting trolls. Dino Man on Charles C. K. Point. Yeah, we talked about this, and I saw you said disregard because we answered that. The College of the Big was the best.
I am here to learn me spells.
Yeah, you'll notice that there's not going to be much in the way of shamans on this list because shamans tend to be almost more akin to like the warlocks of D&D, where their magic. There's the sorcerers, sorry, not warlocks, where their magic is much more instinctual than taught. Current Shima, do you think there's a foreign exchange program at the college? What if a Shukengun studies at the colleges? Can they be in multiple colleges? So if you actually been watching LAWhammer, you'd actually see some notes of that. There are some individuals that very much like this idea, and there are others who do not.
And I think that that's a fair representation for what it would be like. The Empire is a deeply traditional society. And people who do things differently don't always fit in frightfully well, particularly when you've got to remember that the colleges of magic are overseen and have oversight by the Cult of Sigmar. And this is often forgotten because we don't like to think of those Sigmarites getting into our magic, but they have quite a lot of oversight over the colleges and gain access in places that many wizards wish they didn't. Having external wizards and having them not be elf wizards who are accepted for a variety of reasons, high elf wizards that is, come in and show that there are different ways of doing things that potentially work would not go down very well amongst many quarters. So there'd be an awful lot of pushback against it, while simultaneously the more academically interested definitely would be pushing for it. So the answer to this is conflict, and that's good because conflicts make great stories.
I just want to snipe this comment out real quick. Don't agree with this gay scary thing, the way they're written, they seem incapable of romantic feeling, only care about mating with female status symbols, such a way to proliferate. So I would argue that if you go by this logic, then almost everyone in the Warhammer world does not have romantic feelings, because that's not what the books are about. They're not romance novels. And the books don't focus on things like that. That does not mean that the Warhammer world exists outside of the stories that are told about it. And Skaven are mammals, and they're based on IRL rats. And they're crazy and hilarious and ridiculous, but they do have motivations that are more complex than just trying to be like the biggest, baddest, mustache-twirling villain. They are motivated by hunger, they're motivated by romance, they're motivated by status, they're motivated by greed. They're complex, sapient creatures.
I'm going to take this from a completely different angle because that's all a great point. But my angle is going to be: are you saying that rats have romance? Because but there's the equivalent of gay rats in the real world. It's a thing. And you wouldn't say, well, they're romantic rats. It's
That's
just
true.
that they have different sexual proclivities. And what we're discussing here is sexual proclivities, I suppose. And yes, there would be gay Skaven. They just would. In the same way that there's gay creatures of all sorts all over the world.
That's a much easier argument. That you're right.
To do at all with romance. It's not like they're sitting there going, hey, here's a flower, and a piece of cheese.
They're just running.
It's a bit more complicated. Yeah, quite.
So yeah, that's actually a much easier way to deal with it. Let's see. Nope, this one. Dark Covenant of Sorceresses, best college. Dami Marathi detention. We will be talking about the Dark Covenant because it's actually it's actually a lot cooler than some people may think it is, because there's like little details about it and like how it's broken up, and it's a pretty interesting place.
Yes.
Dino Man, if you had a small group of ogres without a butcher and an ogre with the ability to use magic was born, Would they just be a latent spellcaster? Probably. And could a hedge witch / wizard theoretically tech them to tap into their powers in a way? Oh, teach them in a way to tap into their powers that different from a standard ogre spellcaster.
The big issue here is that ogres aren't like other people, other species. They just aren't. And attempting to teach them is like trying to teach a rock how to skip. They are things that don't really quite work. Rocks don't skip. Ogres don't magic, except they do in their own way. And that's how magic works with them. In many respects, it'd be a little bit like trying to teach an orc how to do magic. That ain't happening because orcs have their own version of magic that manifests in its own ways. So, loosely speaking, probably not, but equally, ogres are this weird adaptable species where occasionally the answer is yes. So I would say that as a blanket rule, no, but with an individual, maybe yes. It'd make a great individual story, perhaps.
And with that, it's intro time.
Oh, right. Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
oh, wow. Okay, we're ready to go. Okay,
Sorry,
so
I didn't mean to interrupt the moment he was having.
Of magic. Yeah, I said there. Wait. In my own dream world, the colleges of magic. So we're going to have to take a small moment here to discuss what has happened to not just the colleges of magic, but to all the institutions of magic in the Warhammer world. The answer, which is perhaps appropriate enough, given that Tzeentch, the god of change, is so very closely tied to magic, is that they have changed. And sometimes they have changed a lot. Sometimes they have changed and been changed back. Sometimes they have changed and never looked back to what they once were. In particular, we look at the 8 colleges of magic in Altdorf, and indeed the college system as it spread across the entirety of the Empire. The colleges of magic originally were all in Altdorf and all wizards trained in Altdorf. But as it slowly but surely developed over time, those colleges also changed and how they manifested. Jade wizards no longer were taught inside the Jade College, and instead they were taught out in the forest. Amber wizards weren't taught in the Amber College, which at the very beginning of the Amber College was actually, truth be told, at the beginning, it was in the Amber Hills. Then it moved into Altdorf, into a great tower. And then that tower just went poof, and they returned back to the Amber Hills again. It just vanished, and they returned back to the Amber Hills again. And then it all got a little bit complicated afterwards when people forgot that the Amber Hills existed, even though it's been mentioned in relatively recent books. To cut a long story short with this, the colleges of magic have moved, changed, twisted, and been rewritten multiple times. But they have all been pretty much broadly the same thematically in their 8 areas. And that's what we're going to be discussing today. We're not necessarily going to discuss the most recent version, which has all of the colleges in one Hexer in the center of, the north of Altdorf.
Yes.
Every other previous edition of Warhammer, so that's all 8 editions, 7 through 5 of the 8 editions of Warhammer, and the previous 4 editions of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay, had the colleges spread across Altdorf, all appearing different. But in the most recent version of the Colleges of Magic, they all got moved up beside the university and had its own witch district, so to speak, where all the witches gathered in one area. And that massively contradicted tons of other books. And interestingly, when I was recently discussing it with someone at Games Workshop, they didn't know this existed, and they were trying to write, again, the Colleges of Magic. I just went off in a different direction again. Actually hilarious. So we are going to be taking each of the colleges, and we will accept that it could be all in one district, or they could be wherever. We'll discuss both. We'll discuss all the versions loosely without going into great detail, but we will go into detail as to what the individual colleges are. When we come to colleges outside of the 8 colleges of magic, we'll give them slightly shorter shrift, because we are, after all, dealing with the 8 colleges of magic here, but we will definitely dive in some of the ones that we like individually, because we won't be able to help ourselves. And you'll be then left to rate them all. Now, this is the bit that I want to give my little buzzy bee bonnet about. We're rating the colleges. We're rating the institutions of magic and how good they are at teaching. We're not rating your favorite wind. Now, you might vote otherwise regardless, but the plan here isn't to rate your favorite wind. It's to rate what you think are the best places to go, study, and learn magic at, and what you think is going to be the most likely to bring great wizards of magical power out at the end of it. And there are clear winners and losers here in some instances, but some you will have very differing opinions on depending upon what you think of our descriptions. So with that all said, is there anything else you'd like to add to that?
No,
Mr. Old One's favorite boy?
No, just the repeating like don't vote on your favorite win just cracks me up because it makes me think of like someone like talking to children judging art and being like, all right, you're looking at the overall piece, not just your favorite color. Don't pick just your favorite color. Knowing what the children are gonna do.
Winner.
Yeah. All right. And without further ado, let's get into it. So we're gonna go ahead and bring up the list. All right,
we got a list.
So thank you very much to Hawk for providing us with this lovely tier list that we're going to be playing around with today.
There's still a couple there that I'd like to see added.
Yeah. Yeah. And granted, we may talk about things that are not on this list because there are, when we get to a couple of them that we'll have shorter discussions, we'll mention some of their contemporaries. For instance, when we talk about Mindenheim's Guild of Wizards, we'll also probably going to have a brief discussion on what's going on down in Marienburg because there's stuff going on there and stuff like that. But we tried to basically grab like the 8 main colleges and then a selection of institutions from some of the other playable factions in the world to give us, the excuse to talk about the undead and the elves and a bunch of other silly nonsense.
Just to bring up Hawk's comment, then yeah, I did yell at Sotek.
He did. And I went, I was like, oh, I should probably do something about that, and then proceeded not to. So it's unfortunate, but it is the way it be. But we got most of them. That's the important thing. So first up, we have the Amber College.
All right, so the Amber College is a great place to begin because, well, you're about to find out. There are 8 colleges of magic in Altdorf, and these great colleges of magic teach magic to the new apprentices, those who have been magically gifted by dint of perhaps fortune, favor, or the gods themselves, and are capable of casting spells, and are taught how to by hoary old masters and mistresses who already know the magic. Now, most of the colleges have got big buildings where you can gather, learn what you need to learn from the masters of that particular magic, and then eventually graduate and move out as a war wizard or a magister, should you be allowed to take on your own apprentices later. So, loosely speaking, what do we have for the Amber College? So, if we wander into Altdorf and have a look around for the Amber College, you will not find it. Because there is no Amber College inside Altdorf. However, there is the Amber Hills to the south of Altdorf. And in the Amber Hills, which is a great rise of mountain land to the south of Altdorf, so past the flats and past all the marshes and past the split of the Talabuk River and the Reich River, past all of that, you've got the Amber Hills rising to the south of the city. And these hills are filled with ancient caves and a whole variety of old standing stones. And these old standing stones date right back to the time of the elves when they once ruled in this place. Indeed, the elves once lived in and around Altdorf. And these standing stones, many of which were placed all the way back then. And they were used as part of the great magical nexus that channels magic through to the great maelstrom over Althuin. Whee! All the magic is sucked out the world there. So, Amber Wizards don't have, strictly speaking, a college. They don't have a place that you go to learn magic. The Amber College doesn't exist. If you want to speak to an Amber Wizard, and you are, for example, let's say you're Karl Franz, you are indeed the Emperor. You want to get down with the local Amber Wizard, you've got a couple of choices. One, you go to the Jade College and you leave a message there, the little column that they've got. Hey, you can speak to Amber Wizards here, maybe. Or you hike out into the Amber Hills and hope that you meet one. In various editions of Warhammer, the Amber Hills, the greatest caves, generally always had one, maybe two or three of the most powerful Amber wizards in residence at any one time, ensuring that the amber flows that made their way around the Amber College, so to speak, or at least the Amber Hills, were being maintained, and also to ensure that there'd be someone that the city could talk to if they wanted to talk to one of the Amber Wizards, where they would then pass the message through various animals or some other form of communication. But loosely speaking, if you want to learn magic at the Amber College, what happens is the prospective Amber College entry is left in the Amber Hills, and that's it.
Yep.
Now, what typically happens is one of the shamans, one of the Amber Wizards, spots them and then tests them from afar, and often doesn't give them tutelage as you would understand tutelage. They don't turn up and say, today in Amber 101, we're going to be discussing animals, spirits, and how to influence their souls using Gur, the Amber Wind, that freezing wind. It'll be great.
Yeah.
They don't do that.
It's more of a, oh, look, there's a pack of wolves. Wonder how they're going to deal with it.
Yeah.
Good luck.
It's fair to say that a significant number of Amber Wizard apprentices, such as they are, die. And then should they survive, then often they will eventually be approached by, often in animal form, a wizard, who then slowly but surely unravels the mysteries of the Amber Wind to the prospective apprentice. Many Amber Wizards are the fucking worst as masters. They just are. They treat their apprentices like the animals that they are until eventually they graduate and can move past their apprenticeship. Others are really quite good, and they effectively walk hand in hand, or paw in paw, if you will, and teach them everything slowly but surely over the course of multiple nights. But broadly speaking, the Amber College does not exist. The Amber Order, that's all of the wizards that are comprised of it, does. And learning from the wizards of the Amber Order is like rolling a dice. You might roll well and get a good master who teaches you well. Alternatively, you might roll an absolute arsehole whose only real interest in you as an apprentice is that as a college wizard, he has to take you on and basically just leaves you in the wilds to fend for yourself, and you either sink or you swim.
Yeah,
Yay.
Being the Wind of Beasts, you're hoping that you get someone that's more about the side of it that's about survival, use it in a symbiotic system. Whether it's a family of wolves or creatures that depend on one another in order to thrive and survive, and you hopefully get less of the survival of the fittest. You're competing with me for my food source. Good luck.
Yeah, cut a long story short, it is survival of the fittest. You're tossed to the wolves. Do you survive or do you not? And those that do get their tutelage. And it often happens out in the Amber Hills. Having said that, though, if you become an Amber Wizard, there's no college that you sit and train from other wizards from. You just wander around with your master, who you hope turns up frequently to teach you stuff, and that's it. That is the college. There is no college. So in terms of rating it, this feels like it should be an easy one.
Yeah, and you may note that this does make a lot of sense because they are known as shamans. They are much closer. If you have that scale we kind of talked about earlier of like a wizard to a shaman, where you have a wizard being someone that's like very, very academic and has like an actual tutelage system in learning, and then hardcore shamans are people that have an innate understanding of magic and very rarely have teachers, or if they do, the teachers more teach on like vibes as opposed to like actual lessons. Amber is almost as far as you can go without being like a full-on beastman or ogre or greenskin shaman. Yeah. Like they're just on that edge.
Yeah, it's a fun one. So in terms of the vote, I suggest we go A, B, C, D because they're not S tier. I don't care what you think. Given we only have 4 options in a vote. Does that seem fair, Sotek?
Yeah, I'm down for that. I agree that they should not be able to compete for S tier because they
and I know that's going to upset some of you out there, but I don't care. I have control of the buttons. Or more realistically, A, B, C, or D. Now, it's up to you what you go for. In terms of the buildings, you have no building to rate. At best, you have caves in the Amber Hills and some standing stones that are ancient, dating back from an era when the Belfani tribe used to wander around the Empire long before the tribes of Sigmar ever arrived. So, yeah. Are you ready at your end?
Yeah. And
okay,
also for any mods on Twitch, don't worry about the polls. I'll take care of it on Twitch.
Sweet.
Just occurred to me that like Hawk's in there, so he might he might try to do it, but I got it. But yeah, and you know, ultimately, you may look at that and be like, well, I think that's a reasonable form of tutelage. That's how I went through academia because my professors were ruthless, bloodthirsty animals. And I turned out okay.
I bet they had an office.
True. Ricky Chapman, we had fun in the Amber College. We transformed into a manticore to fight a Doom Bull. The teacher was a piece of shit, but we did have fun. Yeah, that sounds about right.
That sounds about right. Yeah. My favorite parts for the Amber College when we were doing that was that we had the Amber College gathering at equinoxes in the Amber Hills. And that gave us an opportunity to have quite a lot of Amber Wizards in one place at one time, because if you can't use them, what's the point of having them as a storytelling tool? So we used the equinoxes to gather them together, and they were all in their various caves. And they brought their apprentices from far and wide, and they were all massively different. Some of them were effectively like pets. Others were really well treated by their masters. Others just arrived going, I don't even know how I got here, their masters being distant figures that they had literally never talked to, having been taught by various animals that they had been encountering over the course of the last few years. But it was a good way to examine all the different ways that the Amber College could teach people. But broadly speaking, there is no real college as we understand college buildings and college institutions, and indeed standard form for how these things are meant to be done.
Frankie, any stories of the fairies?
It's not D-rated. This is in D. I am surprised. I can think of one out of this list that might be better for a D, but holy moly.
Yeah. Any stories of nefarious beings posing as Amber Wizards for unwary apprentices? Written? Probably not, because we just don't have a lot of stories about the colleges of magic. Would this have happened? Yes.
Yeah, a hell of a lot too. And I think, Frankie, it makes for a really good story. So if you're playing the roleplay game, this is an obvious route to take, because the Amber College is by far the most open to being abused. For people opposing as them and others not understanding that the individual they're talking to doesn't come from the college, because they don't have any proper policing, any proper tracking for all their members. They're supposed to, as one of the official colleges, 8 colleges of magic, they're meant to track all of these things, but trying to track Amber Wizards is a little bit like trying to track fish in the sea. Yeah, they're out there, but at best, we know they wander around in that general area, but we don't know exactly how to get hold of them.
Do we know who
No.
Do we know who the modern patriarch or matriarch is? It's not Gregor Martark, is it?
No, it's not. He's the
comes up
end
later.
one that got added. Gosh, can I remember his name? I can't. I'm going to go quickly look it up just so that I can pretend that I remembered his name. I've used him Sesanta Lobos. He was the one who was the patriarch come the end times, and then he presumably dies and gets replaced by Gregor.
Yes, because Gregor takes over like right then. All right, and that's time, and then we'll get caught up on super chat and stuff.
Hilariously, over on this side, it's 45% on C.
Really? Wow.
It's 36% after that on D. I am massively amused.
So Twitch had 65% on D.
Oh, I'm happy to call that D.
And then 24% on C.
Yeah, I'm happy to call that D then when we take the aggregate of both. And again, it's worth noting that if you desperately want one of the colleges to go to a particular rating, you can vote on both sides. We're not going to stop you. So if you want to go vote over on Twitch and on YouTube, feel free to do so. And I think that makes a contender for D, because it was 35% on D over on this side. So Twitch was the balancer there. A far stronger vote for D over on that side. Might I say, Twitch, you are I think correct.
I think we both would agree with that.
Yeah, after we discuss what it is and you do your vote, we'll say what we would have voted as. I would clearly put Amber at a D. It is a terrible college that has completely changed from its initial attempts to create a proper college back during Teclis's era, where a proper college was attempted to be set up. And if you want to try and figure out how to make that work, take all of the additions and just say that that is what has happened over time. So to begin with, the Amber Hills were a core component where they all gathered, and many of the very first shamans were gathering their power as Amber Wizards there. And a tower was built in Altdorf. But over the course of time, that tower fell into dilapidation, then just collapsed because none of the Amber Wizards went there because it's a city place. Screw that. And the Amber Hills became their primary place where they gathered. And then as time progressed and all the various things that they were supposed to do turn into things that they could do, and then slowly but surely just turn into things that someone's responsible for. It's probably the patriarch, whoever that is. They just dissipated into the wilds where they taught their apprentices out in the wild, making it harder and harder to reach them. So I would suggest that 200 years has eroded this college significantly from its initial intentions.
Yeah. Do you want to call out this comment by the Chief Priest? Because A, it's interesting, and B, Chief Priest just became a subscriber over on the LAWhammer Twitch channel, and thank you for the support. Appreciate that.
Yeah, massively appreciated.
So what is the relationship between the Beastman and the Amber College? That's a great question, because it's complicated.
Yeah, loosely speaking, one of the core jobs of the Amber College is to hold back the threat of the Beastmen. If we go with the standard writing inside the army list, the children of chaos that are the Beastmen are the ultimate bad guys in the woods, unless, of course, we discuss all the other ultimate bad guys out in the woods. But
yeah.
Let's just not go there because we're only dealing with Beastmen. And the Amber College is tasked to follow the war herds, guide the war herds, and ultimately break the war herds up. The Amber College has a whole host of things that the wizards do, but we're not really discussing exactly what the wizards do in this one. We're just discussing how their apprentices work and how they learn their magic. But loosely speaking, the Amber College is partially responsible for ensuring that the Beastman threat is kept under control. And they're very uniquely capable of doing this because they can take on the forms of many of the animals of the forest, the Beastmen themselves, who are very capable of hunting down any humans that might be out in the wild. Find it much harder to hunt down that fox or that squirrel or that wolf, because how can you tell that it's not just another squirrel, fox, or wolf? So yes, the Amber College is responsible for trying to control all of that.
Yeah, and I would very much say that if you were to call certain aspects of the Amber College teachings curriculum, which is definitely a stretch, Beastmen would be one of the major subjects. It's like one of the major tasks that they are expected to learn about. All right, let's get caught up on these other ones real quick. We were here. Which college of magic would have the best parties? Well, depends on how you define
Jade.
Best. Probably Jade for sure.
Jade.
Because they get
it's
to,
a part of their canon background, so Jade.
Yeah. Unless you're like a pyromaniac, in which case, please write this way to blowing shit up college.
Yeah, but every Equinox, the Jade College gets together in big moots, and all of the great families, assuming you run with that piece of lore, gather, and they have basically the equivalent of a big, gigantic drink fest orgy related piece of fun. It's everything that you're, a big bacchanal that very much is everything that everyone used to fear in the 60s that hippies were, where in fact they are.
Yeah. Dylan, where's the College of Wah out, probably being destroyed by the very people you would hope to put in it.
It is indeed even less of a college than the Amber.
Yep. Donovan, my theory is that the 8 colleges may have central building in one area and that the separate campus for each college either in and around the building. Central buildings are used to teach the first couple of years, both simple, practical, and theoretical, where people can sample each lore before finding out which is their strength, then they go off to the main external campus.
I mean, it's a theory, but it's not the case.
Yeah, I would be more inclined to say that those 8 central buildings were maybe like the original concept, and now they function almost more as like the how you try and get a hold of them, like where you leave a letter or leave something to reach them, and like they're supposed to check in, but probably most of them don't. But that would be like as far as I would go with it personally.
Just to bring up this little question here, because it's nice to get an occasional LAWhammer question. They are babies. They are tiny little characters. They're not very powerful. So if you're asking how powerful the player characters are in LAWhammer, they're not. And how powerful will they become? Well, that's part of the story.
Yeah. If they survive long enough, maybe reasonably strong.
Yeah, they might one day, bless their little souls.
Firesnake, first lesson from Egrim, learning to enchant fire swords to take the kitchen back from the trolls. Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
Because he controls the country.
Angel Tupri, off topic. Sometimes the Amber Winds seem less spectacular, powerful than the others. Could you envision the peak of the power that this wind can do? So
summoning up the worst creatures you can imagine from the dawn of primordial time and riding that bastard into battle. That's going to be pretty nasty.
Unleashing Godzilla or turning into Godzilla is kind of
30 stories high. It'd be just brilliant.
Yeah, it is a very, very spooky lore. If you're wanting to get more like bizarre or ritualistic with it, then you turn into things like causing people to devolve into animals permanently, or
activism.
or losing themselves to like savagery, which are things an Amber Wizard could theoretically do to you. It would be they would get in big trouble for doing it, unless there was a very good reason. But they could do some pretty horrifying stuff. Hannibal, college ranking, not a college, C tier. What? Well, luckily Twitch came in clutch.
Yeah. Thanks, Twitch. You saved the day.
How do they call on the Amber War Wizards in force?
So there is no proper answer to this other than they post messages in the J College or they wander off into the Amber Hills and hope. And it's a bit of a mess. And the writers have varyingly handled this. Most of them just kind of don't care. They just say it doesn't work. That feels, however, as a proper functioning society, a bit silly. There would be established routes to communication and control, and that route is probably going to be, if it's necessary, through the Supreme Patriarch of the 8 Colleges of Magic, who will be able to access the Patriarchs and indeed the colleges at hand. There will be routes and methods of achieving, hopefully, communication. But broadly speaking, the vast majority of the Amber Wizards are lone figures, lone wolves prowling the various wildlands, possibly with an apprentice, doing their own thing. So most of them are not contactable. Most of them just are out there doing their job.
Yeah, what I would say is that Amber Wizards would be, there's kind of like a binary scale of like you seek out the wizard or the wizard seeks you out. Amber Wizards are much more on the second side, where if there's a problem happening in the wilds or there's a beastman issue that's building up a lot of stuff, they're much more likely to just appear in a camp and be like, I'm here to help you guys deal with this threat that you need to deal with. And those guys might not even be there for that, but the wizard's like, no, we're dealing with this.
Absolutely. Just like all of the colleges, they've got oaths that they swear. They've got the articles of magic that they have to follow, which means that they have to effectively do their job. And their job is a war wizard, which means that they have not just various day-to-day duties that they must enact, but they also, when trouble comes, come out of the woods, come out of the forest and present themselves for duty. But it's going to be more of them coming to you than you going to them.
My brain, here we go. Scallywag. Does Teclis still have a position in the 8 colleges? What would happen if he showed up at Altdorf and started giving orders? So he does do this in some novels. If you actually read the Blackheart trilogy, I won't give big spoilers, but Teclis appears in the 3rd book and plays a very big role. And generally speaking, you know, it's the celebrity founder showing up. And that's he's a celebrity.
Okay, it's a little to give you an equivalent so you can get some sort of analogy here. consider Bill Gates and Microsoft. Bill Gates no longer runs Microsoft, but if Bill Gates turns up, everyone goes, look, it's Bill Gates who made Microsoft when he arrives in Microsoft, because that's who Bill Gates is. And similarly, Teclis is the founder of the 8 Colleges of Magic, amongst a whole host of other people, obviously, as well, because he didn't just do it by himself, but he's the founder of the 8 Colleges of Magic. And when he turns up, he has an awful lot of sway because he was there at the beginning, and he also understands how far things have moved from what he considered to be the initial starting point. And all of the colleges are now very different to what they were when they were very first founded.
Hey, Andy, did you close the poll on YouTube yet?
No, I didn't. It's still a C, by the way. Let me just close that poll over
there. We go. Thank you, Chad.
Yeah. Oops.
Yeah. That being said, if Teclis started giving orders, more than it would depend on what exactly he was there to do. There would be some pushback, but he
has no official position. The emperor, the elector counts, can order the colleges of magic. How the colleges of magic respond to those orders differs according to the college and the Supreme Patriarch of the time. They are the ones who give the orders. It's that simple. They then become typically part of the army structure because they are ultimately war wizards. They have ranks in the army. Teclis does not have any of those, but he's a deeply influential figure. And if he turns up and he starts demanding things, people are going to have to justify not saying yes to him. And some will just go, fuck me, it's Teclis, I'll say yes.
Yeah, go read Black Arts if you want to see more about that. Yeah. Scathane, Hergig, College of Sorcery King, rise up. Yes, the Grand Institution of Hergig.
It's interesting because there was a bunch of minor schools, particularly during the first edition book, where the colleges of magic were just one of the schools. There was a college of elementalism elsewhere. There was a college over in Ostland. There's one down Hergig Way. There was one down in Marienburg. There's a whole bunch of other schools. The Guild of Magic over in Middenheim, for example. And most writers have just steered away from that without updating it. I fully intended to update that when I did the Realms of Sorcery book that were planned for 4th edition. First time around before I quit, but I didn't do that book, so all these older places never got updated.
Yeah, we actually see this kind of brought back in Total War if you play the Elspeth campaign. With you're able to create essentially like outposts or like distant branches of the Amethyst College. The colleges would very realistically have various little places in various cities or locations of interest. So like the Amber College obviously wouldn't want to set up an outpost inside of a city, but they'd set it up in other notable locations of like primeval magic. So would Hergig have like some little spot that's a representative of like the Jade College or the Amethyst College or somebody? Yeah, probably. I mean, it's not a tiny town, so there'd probably be something there, honestly. Amadeus, would the Necrarch Brotherhood fit this rating system? So we will talk about the Necrarchs when we get to the Gashazar, which is a bit of a very loose fit into this, which we'll discuss when we get there. Aaron, thank you very much for the generous super chat, my dude. No question. Oh, no question either.
Oh, thanks.
Just want to say I thoroughly enjoyed the streams. Love the way you take on things, even if I don't agree with some of them. But both of you have started what interest in the world that was. Thank you for your thank you, Venerable Longbeards. Well, we appreciate it, and that's the whole point of the show.
Enormously appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, Lorebeards is not about getting y'all to agree with all of our takes. It's to get you to think critically about what you want your takes to be. That's the goal.
I think that's fair. Agreed.
Kurishima, this is a general studying magic question. Do all humans have capacity to use / learn from all 8 magics, or is it region locked? As in, can an Ice Witch candidate defect from Kislev, goes to Altar, learn fire magic? Right. No.
Right.
No.
This is a complicated question that would take a long time to answer, but I'm going to keep it really, really simple. The spark of magic, the ability to do magic, is rare. Very few humans can do magic. It's not just like anyone can rock up to one of the colleges of magic and say, hey, teach me bright magic, and then suddenly, because they have learned how to do bright magic, they can cast fireballs. That's not the case. Indeed, it's not the case that humans can equally do all of the 8 winds. They might only be able to do one. That's it, just one, because that's all their spark allows. They can only do one. And if they don't go to the Bright College, they will never become a wizard because they just won't manifest. But they naturally channel the Bright Wind, causing fire to burst around them. They're going to be sent over to the Bright College pretty sharpish. Some humans have the ability to do more than one wind of magic. And that's problematic for the Empire because they only teach one. And if you try to do any more than one, you are a black magister. You're a bad guy. And just because you have the talent and capability to do more than one does not mean that you should do more than one wind. You should only learn one. So broadly speaking, the spark of magic's super rare. Very few can do it. And the few that can do it, to begin with, have no control over what they do. But what they do tends to be an obvious sign to one of the 8 winds, which is the college that they will get pushed towards. Some very, very rare humans, once in a generation, are naturally capable of doing a lot more than just 1 or 2 winds of magic. And in those very, very rare occasions, a decision is made by colleges, or whichever college gets them first, to channel them into a single one of the colleges. And that is where we would get probably one of the more powerful patriarchs of the orders at some point. But it is worth noting that just because you found a powerful person doesn't mean that they should be in your college. Say, for example, they were all rated from 1 to 10, and the Bright College was the one that found them first, and they were rated 7 out of 10 in Bright. He may have been a 10 out of 10 Light Wizard, but they never get that opportunity because it goes to the Bright College. Loosely speaking, it's complicated.
Yep.
One last thing worth noting, though, if you're playing the role-playing game, every single PC is assumed to be a latent wizard in the roleplay game because every single PC has fate points. They have the ability to influence luck around them in a variety of weird ways. And that effectively shows that they're latent wizards. So every single PC could, if you wish to do so, move on to one of the colleges of magic, which is why the wizard careers are never limited inside the role-playing game because PCs are assumed to be able to do it if you wish to do so.
Blasu, good day. Do the position of the 8 colors around the wheel mean anything? I'm thinking like Magic the Gathering's ally and enemy colors, light shadow often see positions across from each other, but not say life and death. That's a fun question because the answer should be yes.
The answer is 100% yes. The rules sometimes show it, they sometimes don't. They've sometimes had rules for it in the war game, they sometimes haven't. They've sometimes had rules for it in the role-playing game, and they sometimes haven't. But loosely speaking, each one of the wins in the circle is more powerful than the next one and less powerful than the one before it. That's a simple way of doing it.
Going clockwise.
Going clockwise. And it's that simple. So if you happen to be at the number 1 position, which is light, you are more powerful than the number 2 position, which is more powerful than number 3, but none of them are more powerful than each other. And that's just in terms of dispelling each other. So light can more easily dispel the next wind. The next one can more easily dispel the next, and so on. That has been a core component of the writing of the Winds of Magic for a long time. Equally, if they're sitting opposite each other on the Wheel of Magic, there is also some connections there. So the answer is yes, but different versions of the background have put more or less stress on it. And you'll find that in general nowadays, that has largely just been pushed aside because it's a complication that most of the games don't really want to think about.
Yeah, the last time I remember it being a major component was actually not that long ago, was in the Storm of Magic book, because they had like the interactable color wheel, and depending on which wind was stronger, it had effects on all the other winds.
Absolutely. And that was back in 8th edition Warhammer, so it's not exactly like it's old.
Yeah, it was relatively recent in the grand scheme.
Yeah, recent.
Yeah. Fun fact though, there is some very fun notes in universe about how much the colleges in particular bicker over the Wheel of Magic, because it's a relatively newish concept that was introduced by a guy, supposedly. And so so it's in universe, it's funny because wizards will argue that the wheel is wrong and that certain winds should be moved to different places. It's just funny, goofy stuff.
It's an interesting background because the Wheel of Magic, it's understood, has been around since the elves first categorized it. Way ago. It's a very odd thing to make as a modern invention.
Yeah, but I also wouldn't put it past humans to be that
absolutely.
goofy.
I think it's great. That's exactly what humans would do, because humans are going to human.
Yep. Do Imperial Wizards get paid well?
They get paid, and they get paid different amounts according to who they are, what positions they get, what they're doing. Although most of them are war wizards in the Empire, that does not necessarily mean that they will be working at war. If they are doing so, though, they get paid by the state army system. It's also worth noting that all of the colleges also charge, except for maybe possibly the Amber College. All of them have fees. All of them basically indebt you to the Empire, meaning that one of the quickest way to get rid of your fees is to work as a war wizard for the armies. That's what you're supposed to do. You are being created as a weapon of war, and they expect you to go into the army. So all of those fees need to be paid off. And just because you're a gold wizard doesn't mean that you're rich, because a lot of the gold that you create is fallacious. And we all know that that's not real gold. And the Gold College is fully aware of this and also charge more than any of the other colleges for their tutelage. So yes, is the answer.
Yep. Okay, this is the last one we're gonna do for a hot minute because we need to move on. But we'll come back to the ones that I missed. Aaron Streaver, if I'm an Amber Wizard and I tried to channel a massive Beastman Hearthstone, I don't know why you try and do that. That's a bad idea. And it backfired, which it almost assuredly would. What could happen to me when I'm flushed with the Amber Wind? You'll mutate, probably.
Yeah, most simply, you're going to become at one with the wind, and the wind is an atavistic wind. It is a bestial wind. You will revert to bestial traits. You will become an animal. You will respond like an animal, but it's also an angry, cold wind. So you're going to be like a cornered animal. You're going to frenzy. You're going to go out of control. Claws and teeth and blazing amber eyes. It's not going to be a good time.
Yeah, you might join the war herd, depending on how things go.
Let's hope that wasn't the case, because that would be nasty.
All right, next up is Shaish the Amethyst College.
The Amethyst College. So the Amethyst College is almost the diametric opposite to what we've just had. So the Amber College was just, there's a bunch of guys in the Empire somewhere, and you might find them if you pop down to a particular appointed place, but you probably won't. The Amethyst College, by comparison, is this great, enormous, sepulchral building that sits just off of the old graveyard, the Garden of Moor, inside Altdorf. And it is big. Think a gigantic Gothic cathedral with multiple wings and multiple additional buildings. And it wraps around the old graveyards, and the Temple of Moor sits opposite. And the doors are always open. It's the only college where the doors are always welcoming because, hey, death is out there for everybody.
Yeah, death's ready to embrace you at any moment. Come on in.
This college, unlike the Amber College, has many wizards within it. And these wizards are typically holding their own offices, each of which have got their own little names on them, and each of which are pretty much decorated according to the idiosyncrasies of the wizard at hand. This is a proper teaching building. There are wizards who stay in office all the time because they are perhaps not well enough to go to war anymore. They're perhaps too old and no longer can go to war. So they're pretty much always teaching in the college. Or alternatively, there are those who come in, stay in their offices for a few months, and then go back out on the road again. The Amethyst College, though, as a whole, doesn't have all of its apprentices in the Amethyst College. The Amethyst College allows its magisters to teach out in the field, so to speak, meaning that many of the Amethyst wizards to be, the apprentices, might never train in the college. They might never see the building until eventually they get taken there to graduate at some point or another. Loosely speaking, though, if you want to imagine this entire building, it's just a great, huge Gothic cathedral-like building. And it echoes with the shuffling footsteps of all the wizards, because most of them do not speak. They communicate entirely through telepathy, and most of them are also entirely bald. They have zero hair on their body for ritualistic reasons, although some of them will do it with magic. And this place is almost silent. Barely any words spoken. And that makes it particularly eerie and particularly spooky. That's about it. I mean, there's lots of other things we could say. Webs all over the place, but loosely speaking, we have got ourselves a college which does have quite a number of apprentices. Not many in the greater scheme of the colleges, but a good number here learning from the various magisters at hand. For example, if your magister went to war, you're an Amethyst magister, and he went, I don't want my apprentice there, he would leave you in the college to be taught there while the master went off, did the war things, and then came back perhaps in the winter.
Yeah, I think the the other thing that's worth discussing with the Amethyst College that's rather unique is they have such a strong alliance and interaction is with the Cult of Mor, where like the religious aspect of their cult of the college is so important, because not only for their image, but it's that ward against many of the darker temptations that Amethyst magic offers, which is functionally necromancy. Because that is a lot of people are very, very scared of Amethyst wizards. Understandably, people don't like death. It's a spooky thing, and someone that kind of, for all intents and purposes, looks like a necromancer. Like the average person, if you stuck an Amethyst wizard and a necromancer next to each other, would be like they're the same picture. So they rely very, very strongly on that alliance with the Morites, to the extent that the Morians, to the extent that the Morians have a significant impact on the system of their college, and you'd likely see their students having to go back and forth between the Temple of Mor and the college, as opposed to just being in the college, where we'll see with most of the other colleges.
Yeah, this is a wizard school. Let's be as blunt as we can be. This is a wizard school. And unlike some of the other colleges, it is there to train wizards. But it's mostly empty. Most of its big sepulchral halls don't have lots of wizards traipsing through it. And the reason for that is because most of their masters are out doing their own thing elsewhere, whether that's guarding Sylvania, sitting up a giant tower not far from Nuln with a big, huge dragon on her shoulder, or whatever else it might be. They have their own apprentices generally elsewhere. So it is not the central repository of all things Amethyst. That is a far more diffuse college, where there's lots of individual amethysts across the empire, all of whom take on their own apprentices elsewhere. So this is not a building that sees all amethysts pass through it, nor is this a building which is exceedingly busy. It is a dark, sepulchral set of halls that scare folk.
All right, I think we're
SABC for this one?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, sounds good. We'll put up SABC. Be aware that there are other colleges that might be better or worse than this one, so be aware of that as you do your vote. As I go, start poll over on YouTube.
All right.
That's our Amethyst College.
Cool. We can get caught up with Super Chat stuff. So we have rank every college as they appear in their fiction blurb in Battle Magic for Warhammer Fantasy Battle 4th Edition, and no other evidence, in my opinion. That I would have...
You know, I liked the fictional blurb in Warhammer Fantasy Battle 4th. The Battle Magic box set was genuinely great, and it set the template for what the Colleges of Magic would be. And I remember when the first edition Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay book came out, and it contradicted it in several places, and I was livid, because I very easily get livid when people start overwriting lore for no obvious reason. And then when another book came out later and just overwrote what came out from the first edition of Fantasy Roleplay, again, I was like, it's no one reading over stuff. But Benjamin is a good source, a great source.
Yeah, it is a foundational stone. Super Unlock, I will consult the birds, Andy. So says the Amber Wizards.
Right, yes.
Amadeus, just notice in the ranking, why does the Gold College have an eagle as its symbol? Is it Lord of Change shenanigans?
No, right at the very beginning, the claw of the eagle was a core component of what the Gold Order was presented as all the way back in Warhammer 3rd edition. So this was the Colleges of Magic for the 3rd edition of Warhammer. And yes, they go that far back. The Colleges of Magic are old in terms of the lore, but back then the Colleges of Magic weren't institutions of the Empire. The Colleges of Magic were almost universal institutions for teaching magic, and each of the winds were attached to one of the Chaos Gods, and all manner of weird shenanigans got attached. Gold, by the way, was not attached to Tzeentch. So it's a bit of a mess up, but it's because of the old original symbols that were used to represent each one of the colleges' magic. It was presented in a white dwarf written by Brian Ansell, as I recall that article was. It's a very old piece. Yeah.
There you go. Nerds are back. So the Empire has a reverse GI Bill. We will put you in debt for service. Thanks, sucker. Also love the work, guys. Well, thank you.
Yes.
And yes,
and yeah, you're right. Nerds are back, and it's exactly how they work. They're basically much of the institutions in the Empire are all about trying to manipulate and control, and the colleges of magic are 100% a prime example of that.
Next up, we've got Dynamite. For a good combination of buildings for the Amethyst College, I would recommend looking up the Cologne Cathedral and Clermont-Ferrand Cathedral.
Yep, sounds good. I know them both, and yeah, they're good examples.
Hey, Retriever, if I'm an Amethyst wizard and I was destroying a necromantic tome and it backfired, I feel like you're going to come back with these. What would happen when I'm flush with the Amethyst wind? Also, these wizards sound a lot like Lich Priests in terms of luck. Well, no. Lich Priests are like, that is, as far as you can tell, a moving corpse. Whereas an Amethyst wizard is far more likely to be a very smooth-skinned, pale individual that might be kind of skinny, might be not necessarily, but they're still human. Lich Priest, you would not mistake a Lich Priest for a normal human.
We got I did a picture of one of them for LAWhammer. I'll see if I can get the picture out while we're discussing things.
Yeah. As far as what would happen, so pretty much for all of these, whenever you're hit with a significant blast of magic and you have the ability to not just die instantly. So let's assume you just don't explode or just die on the spot. All of the winds of magic have what are known as arcane marks. And arcane marks are a very polite way of saying mutation of, without using the bad M word. Where if magic causes change, that's what it is. It is a force of chaos at its very fundamental nature. And so if you get hit with a whole bunch of it, you are going to change in some fashion based on what it is that's hitting you. So in the case of the Amethyst Wind, you're going to be affected by the various quote unquote arcane marks of the Amethyst Wind. So you might become deeply detached from emotions. You might have like a very skeletal appearance where like your skin is really, really thin and like clings to your bones and stuff, and your muscle withers away. You might have like weird ghostly after effects, so that when you move, people might see like a weird almost after image of like a spooky ghost. There might be the dead might not rest easy around you. You might hear the whisperings of spirits. And if people are close to you, they might hear things like that, which is going to be really creepy and no one's going to want to be around you. A lot of things can happen. Magic be spooky.
And on that, for people who want to know what an Amethyst Wizard might look like, I just quickly posted the one from LAWhammer over in our Discord in our Lorebeards discussion area. So if you want to go and have a look at what one example of an Amethyst Wizard could be, go dive into the Discord right now. The links for that, if you're on YouTube, are sitting down in the video description.
Yep. And
let me just add to this. Yes.
Yeah, Elspeth is almost certainly bald. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
A lot of people like depicting her with hair, which, like, hey, you do you, but she's almost assuredly bald.
Yeah. Absolutely, she's almost certainly bald.
She wears that thingamajigger.
Yeah. Absolutely.
That being said, time.
Let's check time. I haven't. I've got the 45% say A.
Yeah, Twitch was overwhelmingly A.
Yeah, 45%. That's a good result. 33% then said B, 17 all the way down for C. So do I think it's an A? That's a toughie. I actually agree with you, YouTube, and that's that it's definitely a B. It's not the best college in that it's not a great repository of all things Amethyst. It is not the center of the universe as far as Amethyst magic learning is concerned, but it has everything to hand. It's a very good place. It's well defended. It's big. It's got a fair number of wizards locally, not a tiny amount. So I'm hard pressed to put it a B, so I think A is where I would screech it into. It's a good college.
A B for bald. Why is everyone?
That's a good comment.
Why is everyone so obsessed with baldness? You're gonna make them sensitive about it. I very much agree. I think B plus A minus is the appropriate place for the Amethyst College. I mean, for a lot of the reasons Andy listed, and I also think that as far as like an institution of learning goes, how you evaluate their relationship with the Morian cult could be seen as a plus or a minus, which allows for some interesting interpretation there because they have a much stronger outside influence than a lot of the other colleges do.
Yeah.
Bren, hey, yay, caught you guys live. You guys rock. Well, thank you.
Thank you, Bren. Appreciated.
What is your favorite Wizard College symbol? Oh, now that's a fun question.
I don't really have a favorite. I like them all for their own individual reasons. As I say, they were all originally created a bajillion years ago, all the way back in about 19... Oh gosh, I can't remember what it was. In 91, I guess. A long time ago anyway, back for White Dwarf, the first article, and there was a lot of different symbology for all of the 8 Winds of Magic, and also for the Rainbow College and the Dark College, such as it was back then. And almost all of those symbols have survived through to the modern day in one fashion or another. I don't have a favorite. I like them all. But it is worth looking at those ancient White Dwarf articles if you want to have a good squint at where it all began.
Yeah, I will say that I personally have always that's tough. I think I've always really liked the arrow for the Amber Wind. There's something very like it feels good. Like that's a really nice good symbol for that. But my answer will probably be different tomorrow.
I like the bright key of magic. That'll do. There we go.
Hannibal, the claw references Andy plucking Gal's eyes out.
Correct.
There you go. S. Evans, Gur is for animals. Gyran is for plants, not necessarily. What wind is associated with fungi? So it's not quite that cut and dry. Though, if you actually read the Liber Chaotica as well as some other notes from like the roleplay game, there are in-universe debates amongst wizards and people that study magic about where exactly is the divide between Gur and Gyran. Because I mean, Gyran is light, not plants.
Yeah, life. Life is the important part, which means Gyran is all animals as well. So that also includes fungi. So if you want to drop it down to one, Gyran would be the obvious place because Gur is much more about an emotional state in many respects. It's about ferocity and wildness. And that's something that most certainly is not involved with your average mushroom.
Yeah, and like so there's the idea that fun fact, like if you had a very predatory plant, like the horrible man-eating plants over in Lustria or the blood sedges that you can find in Sylvania, the Gur flows through them because they're predators. Sean DeWolf, which wind of magic would be most likely to have the arcane mark of pink cat ears on your head? Amber, probably, funny enough.
That's it. I'm becoming an Amber Wizard.
There is something very funny to be said about an Amber Wizard appearing as a very cute, adorable animal, but being just the most terrifying, you know, like the rabbit from Monty Python, where it's adorable, but it's horrifying and deadly. Ricky Chapman, the Amethyst Wizard in our campaign was so cool, she was rumored to be related to Drakenfels. She actually wasn't. That's very cool.
So cool.
Yeah, I mean, that's more like hated and feared, but sure.
Yeah.
I think you're related to that awful demonologist that got Uberstrike wiped off the map once. Dynaman, if the Warhammer world continued, would there start to be 6th forms of magic? This is a very British joke.
6th form. Yes, you're right. It is a very British joke. And I also think it's quite likely that magic would be dissected further over the course of time. And what is currently viewed as varying forms of magic within each one of the winds would start to be separated in the same way that real world academic institutions started off with some very broad philosophies, and they turn into a whole branches of different forms of academic learning. And that would probably happen with magic as well, because humans are constantly adapting, updating, and moving. And in the 200 years since Teclis's time, the colleges have already shifted significantly from where their founding was. And I think that shift would continue. Although, having said that, though, if Games Workshop was in control, 1,000 years later, it would still be the 8 colleges of magic, because that's how they'd write. But yes.
Yes, yeah. Sparks of Magic is a stream suggestion sometime. Probably. That would be fun. Yep, we could do that.
That would be quite fun. Yeah.
New anti-Skaven bioweapon, hormone bomb that makes some of them stop fighting and start effing each other literally instead of just figuratively.
As horrendous as it is to say, various types of magic can indeed do that in the Warhammer world. So yeah.
Yeah, Gyran's got you covered, baby.
Yeah.
Would parasites be associated more with Gyran, or Shaiish? Not Shaiish, because they are not dead and they are not causing death. Most parasites actually try to keep their host alive, generally speaking, to feed on them as long as possible, or at least through their life cycle. So I would probably say but you could make an argument pretty strongly.
Depends on the parasite, because many parasites have absolutely zero brain, so Gur's right out of there. It's all about eating, consuming life. It's Gyran. Shaiish is purely to do with death. So unless the parasite's killing, then there's no real association there.
Yeah, so that would be your general guide. No ogre firemouth riot. It's not much of an institution. It's more of a shamanistic system. But
Indeed.
Yeah, we understand.
Right.
All right. Next up, we have the
Bright College.
The Bright College.
I love the Bright College. I love the Bright College because I've written a lot about the Bright College over time. So I'm ever so slightly biased against this one. So please take that into account as I'm about to describe it. The Bright College is a war college. It is the only college of magic out of the 8 colleges of magic that actually does what it was set up to do, which is create war wizards. That's what it does. The Bright College also, unlike almost every other college, is about the only one where almost every apprentice is trained in the college. And there's a reason for that, because pyromancy is fucking dangerous. And multiple times in the past, the Bright College has been responsible for great disasters, as have Bright Apprentices, where they just lost control of their power. So because of that, the Bright College pretty much mandated all apprentices are taught in the college. And this means that the master-apprentice relationship that you get in most of the colleges is very different amongst the Brights, because your master or your mistress, the one who teaches you, might never actually be met by you, because they are out in the field doing the Bright College thing, zapping wizards,
blowing stuff up.
Zapping people, blowing them up with their fireballs, while you're at home learning magic from the wizards that teach back at the college, who are normally the ones who are wounded or who have been called back to the college to teach. Now, the college itself is big. There's various descriptions of it, but generally speaking, this college is invisible. You will not see it. You will not find it. So dangerous is it that it's wrapped up with spells of effectively illusion to keep it from being easily accessed, or indeed for the pyromancers to get out. It's more about protecting you from them than it is about protecting them from you, because they're nastier, these apprentices. Most of them are shaved bald when they first arrive because all their hair is going to burn off. It's coming, whether they like it or not, until they master that bright wind, because a lot of them, as they sleep, fire just spills out of them because they can't control themselves as they're sleeping. The college itself is usually depicted as a great heptagram. It's number 7 in the Wheel of Magic, going around the Wheel of Magic, and it has 7 great walls. Each corner of these 7 has a giant tower at it, and there's 2 towers in the wall on the outside. It's basically one gigantic enclosure, high walls, and the main tower is where the Supreme Patriarch used to live, if you're with Dyrus Gorman, or the once always was more Bright Patriarchs than any other college, because they are the war wizards that everyone expects. Each one of these towers are topped with gouts of magical flame, and pouring from gargoyles are just long streams of actually. All of the windows are generally in keyhole shapes or some equivalent, because there's key-shaped iconography everywhere, because that's the core symbol of the college itself. Loosely speaking, what we have is 7 great walls bound together in a big circle, and you can't see that college unless you know the magical way in. On very hot days in Altdorf, you might see the shimmering of the highest towers as a mirage over the city, and it is one of the highest, most impressive towers that the city has outside of the Celestial College. The core pieces to know about the Bright College is, number 1, almost every Bright Wizard that the Empire has ever had is taught here. Very few bright wizards go out with their master and get taught alongside them. Most of them get taught in the college, meaning that everything that you need to be a bright wizard is here. But it's also worth noting that in terms of their tutelage, bright colleges turn out wizards quickly. They are not doing this long 10 to 15 years apprenticeships that you might get with the Celestial College. They're often through in 2 or 3 years and out the other side and spat out into the armies so that they can throw fireballs on the front line. Most wizards will never see their 30th year if they're in the Bright College because most of them die on the front line or are consumed by fires they can't control. It is a grim life. The vast majority of the building is made of red stone. There's all sorts of non-burnable substances found inside, including all manner of grimoires that are designed to hopefully not burn when the apprentice gets it all wrong.
Please,
So there's
please,
your
don't burn the
Bright
grimoires.
College. It's a proper big college that is actually teaching war wizardry as Teclis originally intended. But if you're looking for a broader institute of understanding magic, this is not your college. They are only interested in churning out the next weapon.
Yeah, they have their curriculum focuses very much on war. So like battle, being able to fight in close combat, being able to take a beating, are all like core concepts of the college, being able to power through pain, stuff like that. But it's less of an academic institution and it's almost more of a military program. Which is why most bright wizards fucking hate the College of Bright Magic. Most canonical bright wizard characters that we get to see in various adaptations of Warhammer hate the college. Like, you have Sienna Fuegonasis from Vermintide, who does not have good things to say about the College of Fire, or her teachers. The only one that she thinks favorably on is like Thyrus Gorman. And the rest of them, she's like, nope, they suck. I hated it there. It was a prison. It was awful. I will never go back. I would rather die.
And you're not allowed out. Unlike the other colleges where their apprentices are often allowed to just live their lives in the evenings or whatever as they're getting taught during the day. In the Bright College, you're stuck there because it's just not safe to let you out. Because if you accidentally fuck up with Bright Wizard, half the city might burn down. Bright Magic, pardon me. It's dangerous.
Altdorf has had several great fires caused by the Bright College.
It has.
There's the wonderful depiction of the Bright College if you play Warhammer Online, where it's in the slums because the buildings have burned down so many times.
The original depiction of the Bright College had over in the east end of Altdorf, which is the horrible slums where the worst brothels, the worst criminals can be found. It's a really nasty place. And the entire surrounding of it is all burnt out because of the various issues that they've had in the past. And no one moved back into the area where they all know the Bright College is, but no one goes there. It just looks like an ashen wasteland filled with skeletal remains of buildings. That got changed in the most recent book and moved up. And strangely, all of that was still transferred. So somehow it's in this big Witcher district with still all these great burnt out areas, but sort of not.
Which is why you should ignore the map of the new book because it doesn't make sense.
It's an interesting choice.
All right. So
SABC?
Yes. And we'll go ahead. What rank is Bright College? And while we're doing the votes, we'll get caught up in super chats and stuff. Just because looking at time, we are moving hilariously slow, so we'll try and keep the super chats and stuff.
We always go slow with these STEM streams.
Very true. Very true. Okay, so we left off with here. Cole Patterson, does death magic sterilize you or just lower your libido?
It can do both. There are some depictions where they will say that there is oaths of chastity, but that's not written anywhere clearly, so I wouldn't say that's the case. But death magic does not perform well with life, so you find the vast majority of the death wizards are chaste by nature, if not necessarily as individuals.
Charles CK, Warhammer usually operates on old equals better, but is it possible that humans via innovation surpass the elves' magic knowledge if the world continued?
Yes.
Yeah, because the elves are in decline. A lot of them are. And humanity is very, very good, though dangerously so. It's dangerously good. But it's the idea of, could humanity keep going before it blew itself up?
The big thing about humans is that, contrary to the general depiction of them as short-lived, when magic gets involved, many of them are actually very long-lived. Some of them living for centuries. And that being the case, they get all of the ability that the elves get to potentially study multiple forms of magic. But because it's illegal, it causes problems.
Yeah, almost.
If that illegality got removed, the answer is yes. But because it's illegal, the answer may be ultimately no, because the Empire is close to theocracy, even though it isn't.
Dumbass, we are the School of Hellfire. We bring you fire.
He'll teach you to burn, or I'll take you to learn, apparently.
Yep, there you go.
I actually, in my Bright Wizard career, referenced that in the quotations.
Very cool. Alexander, do Bright Wizards purposely fail their tests to stay in school?
Very rarely. Who'd want to stay there? It is a horror show of a place.
Yeah, so funny enough, that actually kind of works.
It's a really close vote over on YouTube, by the way.
Oh, that's good. That means Twitch will get to have an interesting impact.
Really close.
Next up, we have Blue Oyster Cultist. 2 years top, and Sienna dropped out before finishing. Maybe Saltspire has a point distrusting her. She's like a 4-year-old handling a Desert Eagle handgun.
Yes, and it's also fair to say that 2 years is not top. 2 years is a very good wizard who goes through the apprenticeship and gets out. Some of them might be in there for as long as 5, 6, or 7 years. It's much like studying anything at university.
Yeah, and it's also worth noting that Sienna has a bit of a unique background as well, because she's Estalian. She didn't grow up in the Empire. She eventually wandered up to the colleges, but she has a bit of a more complex life story. But you're right, Sienna has a severely dangerous relationship with Akshi. She is addicted to it, and that is not good. She has killed a lot of people on accident.
She is indeed like a 4-year-old handling a Desert Eagle.
Yeah. Dumman, possibly due to the nature of the Bright College, possibly due to the nature of the lore, it sees Bright Magic has the least info on non-warfare uses of the lore of fire. What are some potential uses you could think of apart from the obvious, making fire to keep warm? Bright Wizards are actually
quite a number.
They're actually quite good at a number of things that a lot of people don't think about. It's painful, but they're reasonably good healers compared to some of the other colleges. Obviously not as good as Jade, but better than you'd think, by being able to literally burn out corruption and purify wounds and stuff, though it sucks. It hurts. They are also, like I just kind of said, but didn't mean in that sense, they're very, very good at destroying corruption. Fire is quite good at burning away the taint of dark magic and burning away other forms of magic. They're also very good at crowd control under certain circumstances, because they can literally wield people's passions using magic. It's not easy to do. If you watch LAWhammer, quite early on in LAWhammer, you'll actually see an example of that, of the Bright Wizard character using his magic to try and calm a crowd down or redirect a riot to a different location. There is a lot, because it's not just the lore of fire, it's the lore of things that burn wildly. It's the lore of passion and anger and rage and fire. It's it's metaphorical fire as well as literal.
Absolutely. It's all about the fire of the spirit as well as the empirical fire of the world.
Ricky Chapman, the Bright Wizard Nar campaign, yes, we will be doing this for everyone in the colleges, was a man of boiling rage who couldn't stand idiots and would regularly threaten people for being idiotic. Yeah, that sounds right. Anger problems,
right?
Yeah, anger problems at Bright College go like very hand in hand. Angel Shoot Fry, advocation for S for the Bright College. If the wizards are the nukes of the Warhammer world, they make pretty good nukes.
They do.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking at what Teclis kind of intended and what arguably Magnus the Pious intended for the colleges,
what the accounts want.
Yeah, then they would be S tier in that case.
Yeah.
Donovan, do you think that the lore of fire and the cleansing flame would be an especially big thing in End, giving it's a big thing in Indian religions such as Hinduism? I don't know Hinduism well enough to.
I would like to say yes, but it depends on who writes it.
Yeah. All right.
Okay, I'm going to close off over this side. We eventually ended up as, it's really interesting. It's a Bear C, sort of. Okay, but so a B, pardon me. But it's really close to an A, and it's also really close to an S. It's an obvious A in balance. An A in balance.
Twitch chat, the poll ended when I happened to be looking away. It was
overwhelming A on Twitch.
Overwhelming A on Twitch.
There
Okay.
we go.
So
Cool.
now,
An A.
so now it falls to me and Andy to decide who gets to be further ahead. That's where we come in.
It seems pretty obvious to me, and this is my view. We have a college that's doing exactly what it's supposed to do. Its biggest failings is that it doesn't do any more. All it does is create weapons. It does exactly what you want if you are looking for create your nukes. It makes nukes, but they tend to be a bit short shrift with it. And a lot of people don't like the college as a whole because they are so militaristic, and that doesn't settle well with non-military types. It's definitely ahead of the Amethyst, I think.
I agree.
But I'm also going to then say, from my perspective, I think you hit the nail on the head. It's a very clear A.
Yeah, I would say it's like the best example of just A. If they did a better job of not traumatizing their children and also like actually teaching them about the full breadth of magic, then they'd be S. But because they don't do that and they only pump out soldiers, I would say A.
Yeah.
All right. Next up, the Celestial College.
I kind of love the Celestial College. I sort of love them all in their own way. Okay, so our Celestial Wizards. This is a college that's gone through quite a number of relatively heavy rewrites. But they have all maintained the same core ethos, which is that the Celestial College is, without compare, the tallest buildings in Altdorf. Long, thin towers, often of blue stone, depending upon which version we read, that end in big domes and telescopes pointing out into the heavens. This is a proper school of magic. And many of the towers here are held by Lord Magisters, the leaders of the college, jealously. They are their towers. But it's worth noting that if you can't get one of those towers, that other towers have popped up all over the empire. Tall, thin buildings with astronomy-laden gadgets at the top so they can peer into the heavens to use their magic and scry what their wind has done.
Those
to the
are
stars.
so prolific that Games Workshop actually made them like a full-on tabletop piece.
Yeah, they absolutely did. So what we have here is a gathering of many of the most powerful wizards that the Celestial College has, including the Patriarch, who is always pretty much in situ here. And unlike the, say, for example, very war-oriented Bright College, these wizards are far broader in application. They are constantly scrying the heavens to find the future, and they are often second tier when it comes to doing war wizardry, meaning that whilst the other colleges are throwing out to the front lines, the Celestial College tends to keep its numbers relatively high because they're still sitting at the back, often advising when they have graduated one of the noble lines of the empire, doing great scrying of the heavens to find out what the future might bring to them. Now, the college building themselves are a whole host of very tall towers that rise up above, depending on which version we go with, the center of Altdorf, where it is picked normally, or alternatively up by your witchery district. And these towers are tall. And yes, there is no easy way to get up them without walking. The building itself has a whole host of very deep libraries and a lot of teaching of mathematics, which is a core component of understanding the future, and philosophy, and broadly speaking, academia. It's quite an academic college, but it's not a war college in comparison to some. In fact, in comparison to any, this is not a college that teaches you how to do sword, unlike, say, the Brights. It is very much focused in a very different area of magic. And that means, in many respects, it's not as broad in its teaching. And this might sound ridiculous, but it's not as broad in its teaching as the Bright College, which teaches magic, it teaches fighting, it teaches leadership. It does what the colleges of magic are for, where this one teaches you, effectively, how to study magic. And the apprenticeships are often very long. Apprenticeships here can be up to 10, 14, 15 years. And there's a reason for that. They treat their apprenticeships like shit. Most of them are dogs' bodies. Most of the old wizards, okay, who are sitting up in their towers, have a bunch of apprentices sweeping, a occasionally looking over their shoulder to understand, because they're not, strictly speaking, a teaching college that's been properly set up to teach. They're just a bunch of masters who all do it their own way. They don't have centralized teaching like some of the other colleges do. The Bright College, which we've discussed already, has centralized teaching where great classes are held to teach you how to do magic, how to channel, how to fight. Here, it's individual masters teaching their individual apprentices. The master-apprentice relationship is core to how the Celestial College works. And each one of these masters teaches celestial magic in a different way that goes all the way back to the very first masters. It's almost like a tree of master to apprentice, from new master to apprentice, from new master to apprentice, that goes all the way back to the start of the college. This is, loosely speaking, quite an academic area, but it's not really a school. Don't think of it as a big school where everyone gathers and has big classes. Although there will be speeches by individuals who sometimes come to the colleges or wizards that pass through, most of this is master apprenticeship. So as a college goes, for all it's got all of the trappings of a great college, it doesn't really put it into practice because it relies on the master-apprentice relationship that is core to most of the guilds in the Empire. This is a very Empire institution that doesn't really do what it's supposed to do, which is create war wizards. It's an interesting place. I quite like it.
So it's like a grad school. Got it.
Yeah, I'll bet you're not wrong.
Yeah. One of the things that's really interesting is that when you're dealing with celestial wizards, the vast majority of them are very, very obsessive types that are super duper focused on trying to understand deeply complicated topics of, like, trying to unravel the future, for instance. And because of that, like Andy said, you fall into the situation of they're so busy trying to practice the things that they are obsessively attempting to unravel that they just don't make the time to actually be proper teachers. And a lot of their students have to learn by almost osmosis or observation as opposed to direct tutelage, which obviously can cause its fair share of issues.
Yeah, it's an interesting place. It's I can't remember. Is it 16 towers that it has?
Yeah,
the number.
16, I
think it's
correct.
16 primary towers with a whole bunch of smaller ones sitting off it, almost like fairy tale castles sitting off them. And it's also where the big, huge Grand Astrolabe is for the entirety of the Empire, for the big, huge predictions for all magic. It's a fun location with it looks super magical if you're looking for a high fantasy looking place. But the internal structure of it is incredibly political, with lots of individual wizards who all think that they do it the right way, which is the way that they were taught by their master in turn.
Yeah, it's a place that, interestingly enough, has dynasties almost established by who taught who. And you actually can see some of this in a fun way in the Gotrek and Felix Elfslayer novel, where you get to deal with a student of the Celestial College and some of the weird quirks that she has because she comes from the Celestial College and their form of teaching is odd.
It is worth noting, though, that it is a proper college in terms of its output. And by that, I mean, unlike some colleges, like, say, the Amber College, where you're just left to kind of go and you graduate when your master says so, there is fixed exams for the Celestial College where you have to pass a set number of fixed standardized tests. Indeed, to even get into the college, there's a host of standardized tests that not everybody does, but they're definitely there. So this is a college that tests you at the end of it, but some of the wizards are so hopeless at being teachers that many of the apprentices end up being apprentices for far longer than they ever should be.
Yeah, it's not unusual in the Celestial College to meet someone in like their 50s or 60s that's still an apprentice. And it's like, if the college was really doing its job, you could argue they should have done that a lot longer ago.
I mean, it's much like if you go to university in the real world, most of them will have the equivalent of 3 to 4 year courses, maybe 5 year or 6 year courses, depending on what you're doing.
Whoops.
Bye. The Celestial College similarly has a whole host of courses that are supposed to take so long, and their courses tend to be like 8 to 10 to 15 years. But the vast majority of the teaching that takes place in that is often secondary to what the master at hand thinks is important. And if they think teaching is important, great. If they happen to be summoned by a lord to go do something elsewhere, you might be in trouble, but you might be lucky because you might be seconded off towards another master who actually likes teaching. It's a bit of a hodgepodge mixture of piled books, old wizards, all of whom think they've got the right way of doing things. 1,000 Dumbledores in one place.
Yeah, and to be fair, celestial magic is really complicated. The mathematics,
maths.
Yeah, the calculate, like, it is like there's only one other, which we haven't gotten to yet. There's only one other college that could be argued to be as complex. As far as like how using the wind actually works. Like the simplest form of magic for heavens is like the weather stuff, and even that is not super simple. Because it does require a very good understanding of the scientific systems that you're interacting with. Otherwise, you can easily kill yourself. It's a very interesting lore.
Last bit that I do think is worth mentioning. I do think is worth mentioning is that the Celestial College is also, like the Bright College, surrounded by spells to protect it. But the Bright College basically makes it invisible. The Celestial College doesn't. The spells wrapped around the Celestial College make you look elsewhere. So it's a different view. So it's always there, and if you're at a distance, you can see it. So if you're at a distance, you can see those tall, slender towers piercing the sky up into the clouds. But when you get up close, you just don't look at it. And actually perceiving the Celestial College is very, very difficult unless you happen to be one of its members.
Yep. All right. And with that, it's poll time. SABC, I think, is fair for the Celestial College.
Do you think so? All right. Let's do that. Oh, wait a minute. I typed the wrong place. Let's just quickly go S, A, B, and C.
Also, I would like to just take a moment to thank you all for joining us. There's actually quite a few of y'all this evening. So welcome. And thanks for coming by. All right.
It's a super fun one.
And while we're doing that, we'll get caught up on messages. We left off. Was it nope? Was it nope? Was it nope? Was it nope? Here we go.
No.
You forgot the College of Winterhold. Yeah, I don't think they would be producing many wizards. Poor Winterhold. Poor that just setting in. Winterhold, listen, Winterhold has just some random asshole walk in and demonstrate a single spell, and he becomes the Grand Wizard in like a matter of days. It's a terrible college.
Not fair.
College of Pyrotechnics. It's a rogue army from Warhammer 2. Yes, yeah, there actually is. Yes, which it's a combination of goofball. Though I think it's mostly inspired by engineering school things, but there are some wizard aspects to it that are very fun. AC Maiden, or I would assume it's AC Maiden or Acmaiden or whatever, seeing similarities between white/gray Ajas and light shadow/shadow orders makes me wonder if novices could choose their Ajas/order or if they are forced into it.
Forced.
There's a whole political thing.
There's almost no choice at all. Indeed, the Light College is the one that takes the biggest number of apprentices in, and the Light College is the one who also transfers to other colleges when people don't show an aptitude for the exceedingly difficult wind to channel that is Hish. So it's not something you have any real option with, because it's not up to you what you are capable of doing. It's what you're born with.
Hey man, what do Reichlanders call Chaos Dwarfs? Alt Dwarfs. Oh god. Not a man. Would Lord of Heaven's life or fire be better at causing earthquakes? Fire for controlling volcanic heat from the earth. Life for So none of them.
It's light.
Yes. Yeah, light actually is the earthquake wind. Which may sound weird, but it's true. There is and like we have geomancy. As well, which is like an actual lore, but it's geomancy is very mysterious, but it tends to be much more heavily associated with the wind of light than any of the others.
Yeah, it's the light wind, the big diffuse wind that can go through all solid subjects and cause them to shake, because it's also a wind of harmonics. The light wind 100% this. High magic also has a variety of moving hills around type spells, because high magic is basically the combination of all the winds anyway. So it's going to be able to grab all manner of bits and bobs from the other winds and use it. So high magic has aspects of this, some of which are very powerful. But if you're looking for an individual wind, it is the wind of light.
Yes. Istian, how would the Celestial College go about investigating a chaos corrupted teacher asking for a PC? Good luck with that.
So, the first one is investigating chaos corrupted. Now, if it's just simply investigating their own members, the first step is usually a Magister Vigilant from the college. A Magister Vigilant being effectively a wizard who is the internal secret police of wizards. And each of the colleges have got their own Magister Vigilants. They're the ones who make sure that none of the members of their own college have gone bad. So that's generally the first step. If a Magister Vigilant believes there's something up, they often then go to the cult of Sigmar, and witch hunters are called in. And Magister Vigilants often work hand in hand with the witch hunters to track down those who are doing naughty things. Having said that, though, the step between going from internal college to going to the cult of Sigmar is huge. And bringing in the cult of Sigmar is not something the colleges ever want to do, and they would prefer generally to deal with it themselves.
Yes, and Master Vigilant for your PC person are not usually super easy to find, and they are terrifying. They are fucking terrifying because they're vigilant, as in the name implies, but they are powerful wizards that are basically trying to see your innermost self, and that could be deeply, profoundly uncomfortable, regardless of what wind you wield. Because they're very good at their job most of the time. But chaos corruption can also be very hard to suss out, depending on how, take fucking good old Egrim von Horseman. Egrim managed to climb all the way up to being patriarch.
It's an interesting split in the vote so far. A fair number of you over on YouTube have voted, but I would say that only maybe about a fifth of you have actually turned up and voted so far over on the YouTube side. So please do get your votes in, because we can really influence where it lands. It could land anywhere from S to B at the moment for Celestial.
Okay. And Twitch, y'all just, whenever those finish, feel free to post the percentages. Let's see.
Interesting.
Ricky Chapman, our Celestial Wizard started a wall when they misinterpreted an omen and threw a comment at a war boss. The orcs interpreted it to mean they should join a stronger clan, which started a minor war. Or
bummer.
That's a very unfortunate interpretation the orcs went with, but that's also very funny. Shit can happen like that. Unintended consequences are a major aspect of celestial magic.
The votes are shifting things over here on YouTube. Ooh, it's bouncing about a bit.
All right, we'll give y'all another minute or so.
Minute or two, yep.
Angel 2 Brian, how does a blue wizard go from being buried in books and equations to want to be a lightning god in battle? How do they implicate themselves in a war? Most of the time, because somebody summons them and they have to do their job.
Yeah, they've got to do their job. The Articles of Magic make it clear that when one of the Electric Counts calls, you have to answer. But the Celestial College as a whole tend to answer as a college rather than as individuals. But individuals work for individual Electric Counts all the time, and sometimes they just have to because they're told to. Doesn't mean they want to, but they have to. And those who have specialized in, for example, lightning rather than foretelling tend to be very good on the battlefield. They might not be very good when it comes to actual hand-to-hand combat, but they're damn fine at frying regiments.
Yeah, there's a whole thing where pretty much all the colleges have a notable portion of wizards that don't want to go to battle because they're more interested in the research they're doing, or they just don't like fighting, or they just have other things that they'd rather be dealing with, other than some Empire idiot calling them, being like, there's a little beastman herd that's causing my area problems. Come deal with it. And they're like, oh, Jesus. All right. And got to interrupt what they're doing and go over there. And it's a whole thing. They don't want to deal with it. Necromancer Cobalt. I don't know how future telling works in celestial magic, but how would these wizards be the worst nerds / know-it-alls who know everything you're going to say? Yeah, they're very annoying.
Second most know-it-all, though, but they are definitely know-it-alls. Particularly those who are telling the future. They often are those smug bastards who think they know everything that's about to occur.
Yeah. And if you do something to prove them wrong, they are often not necessarily the most emotionally stable about being told they're wrong. And I think there we can call time.
Yeah, I agree. So we have a bit of a split over on YouTube where the winner is B at 31%, but the next is S at 29%, almost the same, and A sits at 26%. So if we're looking at this as a split, I think A has to be the answer.
Twitch chat, did we catch any like specific percentages? Like, was it like just all B or was it a mix? Just curious. And while y'all are answering that, I'm going to grab another one of these real quick. Amadeus says, the apprentice of Felonial Pearls should feel lucky to receive Tar actually in the face by Elric. He actually got some. Yeah. Yeah, she was actually a reasonably good teacher.
Yeah, she is. And many of the Celestial Wizards are good teachers because of the nature of how their wind works, but many of them aren't. It's one of those things.
It's luck of the draw. Yeah.
For those of you who've watched LAWhammer and seen the Philonia Pearl, although it's spelled P-E-R-L for those who are interested, the Philonia Pearl episode, there was a really nice bit with a Celestial Wizard teaching a Bright Wizard about their wind.
Yep. All right. I think I agree with your sentiment. I think we can split the difference.
Yeah, it seems to be the best route there. The vote's so tied over in YouTube, and it was really close.
However, I am going to allow Twitch's very strong B to influence my decision a little bit.
Yeah.
Of that, I do think they should be on the lower end of the A scale.
Seems fair. It just seems fair. I make it an A- in terms of where it lands because it was so heavily split. B did win the one there. It seems to be the obvious place. So where would I put the Celestial College as a college of learning? And I would probably, out of that list, I might go B. I might actually slip down a little bit further than you did because the Celestial College is not functional. It's not fit for purpose. When it works, it is a clear S tier college. But when it doesn't, it's a clear D tier. It's just rubbish for some of the wizards that get taught by the Celestial College. So I would set in a fairly strong B+ area.
Yeah, they are very much a college that suffer from the people that are supposed to be teaching quite literally have their heads in the clouds. They're looking up there. They're not down here. And that has dramatic impact. They're like, it's not just that celestial magic is difficult that causes their apprentices to be there forever. It's that most of the teachers are really, really inefficient. Because their apprentices are useful to keep as apprentices, because they could do all the grunt work that the wizard doesn't want to do. And B, they're just focused on other things, which causes problems.
Yeah.
All right.
I agree.
Next up, we have the Gold College.
Before we do that, we're falling behind in super chats. Can we run through like 4 or 5 of them really quick? Just
yes.
So we don't fall behind.
Yes, only 4 or 5, but yes.
Yeah, exactly. Just run through a bunch of them quickly.
Charles DK, is celestial magic predicting the future inherent to the wind, or is it a part of a byproduct of the old ones ordering the cosmos?
It's the wind.
Yeah,
it's the wind, 100% the wind. So the cosmos lies up there, and the Azir rises up into the heavens, and it causes distortions. So when you look through the Azir, it makes the heavens look like they're in different positions to the positions they're actually in. Now you measure the difference between where the star should be, or the other celestial object, and where it appears to be because of the wind of Azir, and through calculation, you start to learn things about the future. So it has nothing to do with where the stars actually are. It has to do with where the stars have been moved by the wind.
Yeah, it's more about how Azir influences the perception. So the actual order of everything that's going on out there doesn't actually matter objectively. So Hannibal, wouldn't celestial wizards make electricity commonplace? Throwing lightning is not the same thing as generating electricity.
Yeah, it's not, and no, there is no core electricity running through the Celestial College. They don't have that form of control of it or understanding of how to potentially use electricity like that. It's more of a bolt from the blue rather than it is something that they're controlling at the moment.
Yeah, it's the sudden explosion of lightning and a thunderclap, not a cool little sphere where you put your hands on, your hair goes up all wild. It's far more of a detonating force. Dino Man makes you look elsewhere. Now imagining like a griffin flying towards it, suddenly looking away, then slamming into one of the towers.
Yeah.
You know,
it's that sort of detail that should be included in some of the write-ups because that is fun.
There should be notable notes of like there's somebody on the grounds who has to constantly sweep up dead birds because birds keep slamming into the Celestial College. That would be a
really nice detail for them, the shit life that the apprentices have as well.
Yeah. Lethal Cells. All those stairs must give them the best butts. Yeah, Celestial Wizards probably have strong glutes. You're probably correct. Funny enough. They're good at flight.
Put it this way: there's a lot of flight spells in the Celestial.
Yeah, true. They are very good at flying. Yeah, so they might cheat. Watchdog 3079. Have any idea on how a college of another unrecognized wind would look like? Oh, so like if Sleeve or Okra got made into winds very suddenly, what would their colleges appear as?
There is no answer to that because we don't have any official word for what they do. So it's all down to whatever you decide for your own personal games.
Yeah. That being said, we will be talking about some institutions that lie outside of the 8. So you might get some ideas from there. Amadeus, in my opinion, Celestial College should go D. Their potential is missed by the way they treat their generational apprentices. Good luck trying to learn advanced astromathematics by osmosis. What?
And yes and no, in that there is a responsibility to teach your apprentices. So even the most reluctant master is still doing some teaching. It's just that there's so much time for the apprenticeships that many of them just don't do it very well. They are individuals, and much like many a musty old academic, some of them have got opinions as to how things should be done. But there is pride as well to show that their apprentices have passed with flying colours or not. So even the most annoying, shall we say, master tends to get their arse in gear when they have to.
Yeah, and there are some good teachers in the Celestial College. Like, not all of them are bad. There are some that have a genuine passion for teaching. All right, let's take a pause there to do the Gold College.
Gold is an easy one. The Gold College is quite unlike many of the colleges we've discussed so far because it's there. It's palpable. It's real. You can spot it. You can look at it. You can point at it and say, that there is the Gold College. The Gold College is a great collection of foundries, laboratories, and long teaching rooms as well, because this is a college that actually teaches. Who'd have thought? And it teaches most aspects of wizardry, but not all. The only college there's 2 colleges that teach the complete spectrum of what they're supposed to. That is the Bright College and one other that we're going to get to. The Gold College is a practical college, and it tends to be a very hands-on, let's get the work done style of college. We've got potions to make. We've got artifacts to create. We've got various filters and lotions and creams and potions that need to be created. And all of the wizards that are there teaching are also using their apprentices to do this. The forges are worked by the apprentices. The various different versions of laboratories that you find there are all worked by the apprentices and some of the wizards. And they use this process to teach, but they kind of tend to forget to teach how to fight.
Yeah, technical college is a very accurate way to put it.
Very much a technical college. And it's, depending upon which version of the lore we speak to, it's almost always said to be on the periphery of the city because of all the gouting, horrible smokes that come out of it, and the fact that it needs large amounts of the river, either Reich or Talabek, or both, depending on what we're going through, to run through it. There's a few other things to note about the Gold College. Unlike the other colleges, it may look from the outside almost like a dirty foundry, but on the inside, there are significantly plush, lush areas. Now, it's worth noting that some descriptions of the college have this as an almost marble building from the outside. It looks incredible, but normally most of the modern versions don't go with that route, and instead they go for more like a gigantic set of foundry buildings. But when you move inside, many of the long corridors are carpeted. There's lovely golden gilded statues everywhere. And then you move into the main areas where they're doing all of the teaching and also the work. This is a working college, and the output from this college is sold not just in Altdorf, but across the Empire. The actual money that this college makes is significant, but getting into this college is freaking expensive, and you have to pass, not just know shit, you've got to be able to make shit. But what they don't have as part of their curriculum is hitting shit, which is actually what the colleges are set up to do, to create war wizards. So your average gold wizard is often a very capable artificer, can create stuff, and depending on their individual strengths, which could be making potions, it could be creating artifacts or armor, it could be using weaponry, it could be anything of a variety of different make your own version of a gold wizard up type. Regardless of their profession, most of them do not like war, and they prefer to avoid it. They would much rather work in somebody's court, creating something or advising one of the local elector counts, one of the local lords, duke, barons, whatever it might be, rather than going out to the front line. Meaning this college is pretty good in terms of teaching wizardry. It's pretty good at teaching how to do stuff, very bad at creating war wizards. Worth noting that this college, unlike some of the other colleges, has a clear curriculum. It's organized, it's logical. There are ways to pass, and it's not obscure and weird. You don't need to do whatever the master whims you have to do. There are clear set goals for graduating from the Gold College, and many fail because the difficulty level is actually pretty high. So this is a college where there's a lot of perpetual apprentices. These are apprentices that never really get past being apprentices. They effectively just work in the college almost their entire life for one of the local wizards or the magisters that happen to be there. So is this a big teaching college? Yes. Do most gold wizards come here? That's a bit iffy. There's a lot of other places around the Empire, various apothecaries or various alchemy shops and similar where gold wizards teach. So not all gold wizards pass through here. If you're looking at a percentage, you're probably talking about 60% of gold wizards pass through here, unlike, say, like 98% of brights, or maybe about 40%, maybe 30% of celestials. So it's a big teaching college. It's very practical, but it does forget one of the core components of being a wizard in the Empire.
Yeah, one of the things that's very interesting about them is they're very good at churning out professionals.
Oh yeah,
people that are good at doing like particular tasks. Whether, like Andy said, they are like professional alchemists, people that are starting a business, people that are supporting other groups. So like they might produce people that are very, very good at working with the engineering schools or with the black powder schools. Like they produce very, very accomplished individuals, but they're not really the best at putting out actual soldiers. People that are going out on the battlefields and unleashing devastating spells to defeat the enemies of the Empire and yada, yada, yada. They much prefer to influence matters from like a degree backwards. Like, oh, we're going to help create a better form of black powder, or we're going to make your war machines more reliable and stuff. But that's not what they're technically supposed to be doing.
Yeah, it's an interesting college. It's a big, gigantic, technical craftsman, artisan college. And there's smoke gouting into there. There's all sorts of horrible, let's just say, waste coming out of the college into the river. Downstream of the Gold College is bad.
Do not
really
fish
bad.
downstream from them.
Yeah, it's bad. It's also the college that creates the most artifacts out of all the colleges, so magical artifacts. So it does a lot of good. But it's also worth noting that if we're looking at it for what it's for, it completely fails because it doesn't create war wizards. What it creates is people who can go to war sometimes, but they're not prepared. Something that the Bright College, for example, absolutely does, but it fails in other aspects. So it's up to you exactly how important you feel that is.
Yeah, you might decide that, well, that's not as important to me as them creating like cool magical artifacts to support the people going to war or improving other various things. But with that, I think we could do SAPC for that.
It's obvious for that one, I think. SAPC makes most sense for the Gold College for me. That's the vote now up. Let's slam through some super chats so we don't fall too far behind.
Vote is up. Okay, let's see here. Boop. Did High Magic really exist as a distinct thing on tabletop with its own spells? Yes. Yep. Yes, High Elves used it, and High Elves had it for a really long time, and then it also got made available to the Slawn in 8th edition.
Yep.
Biofoot. Okay, Lorebeards, which college has secret fishermen?
Jade.
Or Olgu. Because they're secret. Because they're secret. Sure. Dr. Awesome. Chances of a chaos magic school in the waste. It technically exists. It's Egron von Horseman's cabal.
And there's more than that as well, because you've got what's going on with the Endless City and everything else. So there is more.
It's high, but it's not well explored.
It's not.
Alpha 135. How do celestial spells work? Are they actually summoning space rocks and lightning, or do they use prophecy or manipulate fate? Both. Avani DK. Also, what is the punishment for not showing up or deserting? Death.
Yeah, you are a weapon of the Empire. If you do not respond to the call of the Electra Count, that's treason, death. You are marked as a Black Magister, and the Magister Vigilance and the Templars of Sigmar are coming after you.
Yeah, there are notable tragic stories about people that are killed by witch hunters and Master Vigilance, that they're not corrupt. They're just either cowards or they're afraid, but they get hunted down and killed because they're too dangerous. Alexander, is Volkmar better than the Celestials to see the future, since Volkmar felt that Warhammer 3 reveal trailer was coming? Everyone gets lucky sometimes, right? Everyone gets lucky from time to time. Oh, goodness.
So just a quick comment about the vote. At the moment, S tier is winning quite clearly over in YouTube. If you disagree with that, please dive into YouTube now and vote. Only a fifth of you, just over a sixth of you voted. So if you're sitting there and you're just listening, pick up your phone, quickly tap, pop it back down again. It'd be really nice if we got a broad
burn some calories
of what you all think.
Burn some calories.
Yeah, indeed.
Firestag, which wind is the teleporting wind?
There's lots of different forms of teleportation in Warhammer, ranging from you get wings and move from A to B, to you create gates through the aether, and most of them have got some method of movement magic. The one that had the most, typically in the old battle game, was Grey.
Yeah, though, fun fact, high magic, very good at teleporting. Walk between worlds, baller spell.
Yeah, good spell.
Dino Man, to be honest, being highly accomplished but not doing what they're supposed to do for the Empire overall does fit Andy's opinion of the main gold wizard of the Empire. Out of curiosity, would you like Delt more if he was just the leader of this college as an epitome of their general attitude rather than the supreme patriarch?
That is a question we will answer when LAWhammer's YouTube channel hits 10K. So
which is coming up.
Get subscribing. We haven't already done so to the YouTube channel, because when we hit 10K, we will do a deep dive into Gelt and why he's such a dick.
All right, Twitch is finished, but I'll give YouTube like 3 more super chats, but I've got it. Cool. I've got it in my head. Ricky Chapman, the Gold Wizard of our group, believed that magic is great, but a gun is good backup. He also made thermite, which nearly destroyed the college. Yeah.
This is something that we did with one of our Gold Wizards as well in one of our previous games, where he purposely talked the magic game all the time. Whenever he went up against other wizards, he always used a gun. And the reason being is you can't dispel a fucking bullet. And every time when they saw the flash, they expected a spell and they're ready to dispel, and then the bullet hits them. So it was quite a fun way of undermining the standard expectations for wizards.
Yeah. It is very, very reasonable for there to be a wizard that goes, I cast gun. Because it will catch people off guard very much. And a metal wizard having a gun would not be weird. Like that would, they don't do it in tabletop because of the standardization processes of they want you to use one wizard profile.
In the same way you don't get armor for gold wizards, and you probably should.
Yeah, you should have armor for gold wizards. Yeah. And leather armor for amber wizards. But anyway, yes. Also, alchemical things that they've created almost destroying the college. Yes, that happens. That laboratory has gone kaboom a few times. Look at Balthazar Gelt. Literally what happened to him. Angel 2 Bride, do gold wizards use guns? They can.
Yes, they can. And magic is just a better outcome, faster, quicker, and as far as they're concerned, more reliable. So most don't. Most would never even consider it, but some do.
Yeah. And then Blitzkrieg, last one we'll do before we cut off the YouTube vote. How could the Empire defend its armies from magic before the colleges of magic? It seems like a massive weakness for most of their history. It was.
It was. And the old world game is pretty much covering up by just saying, oh, yeah, they just have wizards. Let's just do with that. Yeah, whoop. And they're kind of just leaving out that, where the background before the old world came out was that the cults filled that spot.
Yeah, the priests.
The various divine miracles from Sigmar, Ulrich, Myrmidia, or whomever else were what was the support backup for the various armies. But they are nothing in comparison to what was capable of being done by a well-trained wizard.
Yeah, and this would actually be why like the Vampire Wars was so devastating. Of like if they'd had the colleges of magic, it would have gone so much smoother for them. But they didn't have a way to deal with all these necromancers and vampires very reliably because priests can only do so much.
So YouTube, clear S tier.
Twitch, clear S tier.
Yep. I think that's not unfair. So if I'm looking at the colleges and what they offer, this is a college that has everything required to teach a wizard on hand. Everything is there in the college buildings. They've got proper laboratories. They've got proper teaching rooms. They've got proper technical and curriculum-based teaching that I think produces far more consistent wizards than almost any of the other colleges. It is, without doubt, one of the best teaching colleges that exists. For all it has its failings, of which there are several, and for all it's very dangerous because of the type of magic they're using, which is often very hot and very explosive, they nevertheless mitigate for that with very carefully built laboratories and rooms that are specifically designed to withhold any potential damage that occurs. It is, out of all the colleges we've had so far, I think correctly placed at S.
Yeah, I actually very much agree. While it doesn't produce the best soldiers, the amount of support that it brings militarily to the Empire cannot be understated.
Yeah, agreed.
Also, I will say to this Blitzkrieg, read the Black Plague trilogy if you want to see some cool explorations of how the Empire tries to deal with wizards before the colleges were established, because it follows like the Skaven Wars and also the rise of the Necromancer Van Hal without the colleges, and there's some fun examinations of it. Plus, it's just a good trilogy. All right, next up. Okay, I'm gonna knock out 2 super chats and then we'll do next up.
Okay, cool.
Amadeus, given how much Shaman is about change, one might say that they're the wizard most vulnerable to Tzeentchian corruption.
No, it's not about change, it's about transmutation. It's a very different thing.
So their anti-chaos and discipline drilling into their apprentices must actually be the best in the Empire, even better than lights.
Nope.
But
no.
I understand why you think that, but no.
Yeah, gold also comes with greed. The gold wind's very heavily laced with greed and obsession in a variety of ways that mean that gold wizards do not turn out very well. They are susceptible to these things, and you'd think that they should be drilled in stopping it, but they're not.
Yeah, that would actually probably be another one of their biggest failings, is they don't do as big into the spiritual protection aspect like the Death College or the Light College.
Yeah, 100%. The gold wizards are not properly trained to be what they are, sadly.
Sean Schultz, Gelt says vote gold. I have a suspicion a number of those S votes were people just with dollar signs because they're Gelt fans.
Yeah,
which, you know,
those guys.
We can't stop you from voting how you want to vote. Wow, these gold statues look so lifelike. It's amazing. Who's the sculptor of the wizard? Just chuckles and says, I don't remember anymore. That's ominous.
Nasty.
All right, next up is the Grey College.
Okay, the Grey College is really different in comparison to what we've had so far. Now, whether you want to locate it over in the east end of Altdorf, or whether you want to put it over in the northwest of Altdorf, over in the Hexer Berserk, it doesn't really matter. It is in a shady part of town. It is in a bad part of town, surrounded by some of the most disheveled buildings that there are, and the college fits in completely. It is a low, half-ruined, half-broken set of buildings that blend into everything else that's around it, surrounded by cutthroat gangs, terrible taverns, terrible whorehouses, et al. And it just blends in. Not a surprise, given it's for the Grey Wind. The Grey Wizards themselves that are in there are sparse because no Grey Wizard worth his salt ever wants to be found inside his college because he might get roped into teaching some of the poor bastards that have been left there to be taught. And that's not their thing. Grey Wizards roam around the Empire doing important work. They don't sit in the Grey College, meaning that the Grey College, in terms of its wizards, don't have a great deal there. Even the Patriarch himself is rarely inside his own college. There is not many Grey Wizards who are in and around the college. Often those who are pressurized into it, often those who are wounded and have no other choice, or those who just happen to be there. Most of the halls are old, crumbling, broken. It does have arguably one of the biggest libraries out of all of the colleges, but that's probably the only thing that stands out in its various labyrinthine corridors that often don't connect the way you expect, Hogwarts style with its stupid stairs. But in their case, just you go down one corridor and you find yourself coming out of a completely different place. It is a labyrinthine, broken college that is very difficult to get from A to B within if you don't happen to know the Grey Wind. Loosely speaking, there are not many Grey Wizards here, and there never are. And that's because Grey apprentices are taught by their masters universally. It's how the Grey Wind works. It's how they do it. They very carefully select their apprentices, and the younger the better, because they want to shape the mind into the necessary mental framework that is required to not just master the Grey Wind, but to be responsible for using the Grey Wind, because it's a wind that has enormous implications in terms of what it can do to the shape of the Empire, to the way that people think. Which means that the Grey Wizards have to be uniquely taught and carefully taught one-on-one. But Grey Wizards die, just like anyone else does. And sometimes that means apprentices are left abandoned, orphans. They go to the college. Grey Wizards sometimes have to go to war, and they don't want their apprentices with them because of the dangers involved, so they send them to the college. Most of the apprentices in the college are only there because they have to be, not because they want to be. Now, of course, there are individual wizards who teach in the Grey College. Their apprentices also are in the Grey College. Poor bastards never get to go out and wander like most of the other Grey apprentices. A core component of being a Grey Wizard is moving from A to B, is traveling around and seeing different people and how they work. The poor apprentices trapped in the college don't get this, so arguably their training is worse. There is one thing worth noting. Grey training always involves swordplay, and this is something that is often forgotten. The very symbol itself is the sword of judgment. They are taught to fight from day one, and not just with swords, but also with staffs. The staff, the defensive component of fighting, is a core component of Grey wizardry training. Having said this, that doesn't mean they have special, decent halls for it inside the Grey College. It's just rooms that are apportioned to it that week, because the Grey College is a big, crumbling mess. Nobody wants to be there. And nobody really wants to be the Patriarch. No one wants to be responsible.
No one wants to be Patriarch of Grey.
No one wants to be responsible for the politics and sticking in one place, because the Grey Wind makes you have itchy feet. You want to leave. You want to go somewhere else. You want to be on the forefront of politics. That doesn't mean sitting in some dusty old hall teaching apprentices, meaning that the number of Grey Wizards at any time inside the Grey College is few. The number of apprentices is often not more than a handful. It is the opposite of the Gold College, and it's full of hundreds, nay, thousands of apprentices and would-be apprentices and artisans and workers. Here, there's often just a handful at all, barely any inside the college. Other times, it might have as many as a few hundred, but very rarely is the Grey College populated with a large number of apprentices or wizards. It's basically one gigantic, half-crumbled down building filled with secret corridors, ancient hidden ways, old crumbling towers that raise up where an old Grey may have been there for the last 50 or 60 years and never left because his legs don't work properly anymore. It's a place of mystery, oddness, and a whole bunch of orphans who run around because their masters have been lost, so they're now taught by the Grey College. It's an interesting place.
Yeah, and granted, it's up to you how you want to personally interpret this, but there is a very big difference between the Grey Order and the Grey College, which is what we're talking about.
And we're talking about the college, not the order as a whole. The order as a whole is a completely different thing, but we're talking about the college buildings. We're talking about how the building is used to teach Grey Wizards.
Yeah, the Institute of Learning.
It's kind of not.
Yeah.
So, if you're a fan of Grey Wizardry, I can absolutely see why you might immediately go, but in truth, the Grey College, for as much as I love the Grey College, is really not all that.
Yeah, ultimately, it's a victim of the very nature. It's in many ways like the Amber College. It's very similar to the Amber College. They are not designed for this type of setup. They are not a stationary academic focused thing. It's much more about being out in the world and understanding the world, understanding people, wandering, following the wisps and the mists and the shadow, and also fighting some pretty appalling secret wars in the dark. They don't really have the time for this kind of shit. It's not the college.
That's not the college. Yeah, that's the order. The college, where you learn to do this stuff, is barely populated, is crumbling down, and none of the wizards want to be there. Meaning that the poor bastards who are left to learn there are often left fending for themselves with a bunch of wizards passing through going, I don't want to be here. I don't want to be doing this.
Yeah. So I think in that case, it is fair for us to wait and say that this is ABCD.
I agree. Yep, ABCD. Okay, so let's start that poll.
Is the Grey College even necessary then? Techless thought so.
Yes.
And yes, it is.
Yes, it is, because there needs to be a point of contact with the rest of the order. The Grey College holds all the records of all the Grey Wizards. It fulfills a purpose. It is the center of the Grey Order for all that one wants to actually be there. It is an administrative center in many respects. And it's also a point of contact between the elector counts and the college as a whole, which means it always has to be staffed and populated by some. And everyone's trying to make sure it's someone else that's doing it. So there's this push and shove because there's minimum requirements. It's kind of a game of hot potato. There's minimum requirements. You'll get a wizard going in, and the other wizard goes, "Oh, well, glad you got here," and runs out, leaving him behind with like 5 or 6 apprentices who have to be taught. And he's like, "What the fuck? I've got to go." And he's like, "You can't, because the college has minimums." So the college has a purpose, and it does do its job. It's just not the purpose that most people expect from a school of wizardry.
Yeah, it's, you know, like the equivalent to living in a house with a bunch of people that hate doing chores, and you all walk in and see that the dishes haven't been done. Somebody's got to do them. So yeah, Avani DK. Nice. If a count calls upon an Imperial Wizard for a battle against another count, what does the wizard do? Do they ignore the call?
That is a complicated question. Far too complicated for this, but I would suggest that if you want to see that play out, watch LAWhammer. There is a lot of hand-wringing and wizards getting very worried.
Yeah, because that puts them into a scenario they don't want to be in because it's complicated.
It's supposed to be impossible because Magnus the Pious set it up and recreated the Empire so that civil issues would no longer occur. He did everything that he could to ensure that would never happen. And the whole point of the Enemy Within campaign is everything that Magnus set up has crumbled apart. And what does that mean? And indeed, the Articles of Magic make it really difficult for the poor wizards who are caught up in the middle of it.
Yep. Plat Cat Quinn. Can a gold wizard use the Forge of Shaman to enchant a pistol with repeating qualities? Also, any plans for gold wizard career on LAWhammer Patreon? Signed, Wizard Lover.
Yes, I will have a gold wizard. I mean, I've already got one made. I just haven't done art for it, nor have I sorted out some of the talents, because I'm going to do some new talents for it. The next career that's going to be going up is going to be the Path of the Mariner career. It's already written. It's all done. I just need to finish off the art for it, and I can't decide what I'm going to do for the art.
Yeah. As far as could you enchant a pistol with the repeating quality, that one would be a little tricky. Like, because you have to think of you're working in terms of transmutation and transmutative effects for like what the gun is doing to a bullet. Which you could argue the idea of it like replicates or fires it, but the gun would probably need to be designed very bizarrely to make that work. But funny enough,
you could definitely make a spell for it.
Yeah, I think you could absolutely make a spell for it. And what I will say is that very fun random fact for you, GW was really, really bad about making enchanted guns. They were kind of non-existent for the longest time. The old world was really fun for me because it introduced the idea that dwarfs put runes on guns now, which is cool and should have always been the thing. And
yeah, they did before. It's been since 4th edition that you could do that. It's just so badly done.
Yeah, it was. They got some like nice updates to that and stuff. So, but yeah, you could do that. Yeah, it was just you just have to figure it out. Donovan, was the Pyramid of Light based on the Louvre Pyramid at all?
Nope.
Yeah, no, I think it's much more heavily inspired by Egyptian themes. Yep. Okay, last one, and then okay, I got the Twitch vote. I'm looking at it, memorizing it. I'm good. Ricky Chapman, our Grey Wizard, accidentally teleported us to Ulthuan. Turns out the Purple Hand did something to the ritual. You don't realize how horrific the High Elves are until they're hunting you down with the Sun Dragon. Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yep, I'll do it.
Yeah, actually, one of my favorite books.
Nice one, Ricky.
One of my favorite books for depicting of the High Elves as an outside force is the Wulfric novel. The Wulfric novel has him go to Ulthuan, and it shows how fucking terrifying the High Elves are. Wulfric and his guys, they get fucking rocked by a group of High Elves, and it's awesome. Donovan, if I'm being honest, from a Total War perspective, I really love the Lord of Shadows for cool, awesome big spells. Pit of Shades, my beloved. I also love the Grey Wind just from a mindset point of view and being mysterious, secretive, ephemeral, etc. However, all of the lores, the big flashy battle spells seem to mesh the least with the nature of the wind overall. Well, that's kind of battle magic for you. Battle magic is supposed to be explosive, devastating, army-wide spells, which is not what most wizards are doing most of the time. And then last one, we're actually caught up. How are the Knifemen created?
Okay, so for those of you who don't know, Knifemen is something we added into LAWhammer. It's been a part of the stuff. I'd actually written the Winds of Magic book. They would have been a part of that as well. So these are assassins, Grey Wizard assassins, and they are created by the college. And by that I mean individuals within the college are approached by the upper echelons of the order if they think that they are going to be a good potential candidate for that. And they have special spells that are taught down to the Knifemen. So that's loosely it. It's just a small faction within the Grey College that are designed to ultimately and originally take out opposing generals. That's what they're there for, to creep into the camps and kill their generals. They have learned the lessons of, say, for example, the Vampire Wars, and they need to ensure that the heads are cut off, particularly if you go facing off against, say, greenskins. But unfortunately, because of politics, they're not only used against the enemy.
Haha, assassins, hooray! All right, and that's time.
All right, a very clear C. The BA balance on top, though, is higher. So it's an easy C plus to maybe a B if Twitch is sitting at any
Twitch
higher.
was overwhelmingly C.
So C it is then. Do I think that the Grey College should be at C? Now, this is a lovely one where we're differentiating between order and college. And order, no. College, oh, hell yes. They do have the teaching institution there, so it is worth noting. And they are better than the Amber College.
Yes.
So you couldn't put them all the way down at D. But it's fair to say that there's not a great number of apprentices here in comparison to elsewhere. And those few unlucky bastards that are there are not treated as well as they could be. Because the college itself requires that master-apprentice relationship. It's how the Grey Wind is taught. So the very nature of the Grey Wind makes the college surplus to requirement when it comes to teaching. However, the college buildings themselves and what they do for the Grey Order as a whole are absolutely necessary, but it's not a good college. I think C is a good call.
Yep, I agree very much. They are not literally throwing their apprentices to the wolves. All right, next up is the Jade College.
Jade College is a fun one because we have different versions of the Jade College in different editions. They all loosely follow the same format. And that's that we have a great high wall on the outside and the circle of life then extends on the inside. Now, with some versions of the Jade College, there's almost a literal maze that leads you into the center. With other versions, it's just you come into this great verdant center that's behind the great high stone walls. In most versions of the Jade College, the Jade Wizards just aren't here most of the time. because the Jade College is absolutely surplus to requirement for being a Jade Wizard. Jade Wizards, much like Grey Wizards, very much rely upon their masters or their mistresses to teach them everything that it is to be a Jade Wizard. And a lot of their traditions are ancient, far more ancient than the colleges of magic, because they're drawing upon ancient druidic traditions that span all the way back to, go check our Albion stream. The Jade Order has got an interesting way of teaching that doesn't need a college at all, meaning that often the college is nigh on empty. But some versions of the Jade College say that during the great equinoxes, they have great teaching moments where many people gather in and sit underneath the great glades and the trees, where the great woodland spirits that can also be found there can be seen, manifested, and understood. They can see these great entities and teach them to their apprentices, and apprentices come from across the empire to gather in the college. This is not part of the modern college, really. The details that this offers often came from like first edition Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay and then melded through a little bit to later ones. But at equinoxes, if you wish, we could gather some formation of something that looks like a college. Problem is, at the great equinoxes, the druids are also gathering for other reasons, great moots where they have great parties. So it kind of has contradictory lore here. The college itself doesn't have a great number of apprentices in comparison to other colleges, because the apprentices go where their masters and mistresses are, and most of them are moving from one important site, Great Stone Circle or Menhurs, away in often Talabicland, where an awful lot of the Jade Wizards are, to the next, and they are touring around the Empire because that's what's needed to learn the core components of how the Jade Wind flows from one place to the next. Now, the Jade College, yes, it may be on the central point of a nexus of the various lines of Jade magic that crisscross the Empire, but it rarely has many wizards here at all, other than what's required to answer the call of the Electrocounts, should they make offer. And from there, they then go down into the roots of the world, which they can do, and then pass round into one of the other connected sites of ancient holy importance to the Druids. Most of the teaching of the Jade College doesn't happen here. Most of the artifacts of the Jade College cannot be found here. What can be found, though, is something that's really beautiful to see. It's a great living font of wonder with a great pool in the center of it, full of life. What else could you ask for? And in almost every version, some form of a spiral maze that leads towards the center and the great roots of the world. Anything else you think should be added to that?
What I would say is the Jade College, very interesting enough, is almost it's almost treated by the Jade Wizards as more of like an embassy artisanal piece, where like you go and there's gardens, they have exotic plants from different parts of the world. A lot of the stories are like you'll find fen beasts roaming around that are tending to various matters. So there's like low level ritual magic being performed, but it's very much treated as it's almost more for people that are visiting the college who are not Jade Wizards than it is for the Jade Wizards themselves.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, the college itself, as I say, the big high wall that goes round in a big circle, it's a little bit like the TARDIS from Doctor Who, in that once you get in, you find it's a lot bigger on the inside than it appears to be on the outside. And we're not going light college crazy here, which we're going to be discussing in a moment. But we are talking about a lot more space on the inside. And depending on which book you read, often it can take over an hour to reach the center of the Jade College. And you're passing all sorts of greenery and shrubbery. And as suggested there by Sotek, impressive edifices of what it is to understand the lore of life, what it is to use jade magic, but it has very little to do with teaching.
Yeah, it's really not an educational area. It's much more, funny enough, it's probably the most reliable college. If you're like a mundane person, you're like, I have to get a message to a wizard, it's probably one of the best, most likely places that you'll be able to drop that message off. And that's kind of the best thing it has going for it.
In more recent versions, it's where the Amber College cites its effective message post, effectively. If you want to contact the Amber College, pop into the Jade College and they'll pass the message on. And that's That's fine. But if we're talking about an impressive building, it is. It absolutely is. This is an impressive example of, a
Yeah,
Jade
it
College
functionally
city
is like a beautiful park of Altdorf.
Yeah, 100%. Big, huge silvery pool and trees and spirits and all sorts of cool stuff here. But is it a teaching institution? No.
Not really.
Is it teaching you how to wage war on behalf of the Empire?
No.
Is it taking in apprentices? Yes. So if, for example, you're a bright wizard who's got himself as an apprentice who's not really doing stuff, and then he wakes up one day surrounded by plants and you're like, crap. You should be with the Jade College.
Yeah.
Okay, you take them over to the Jade College, you pass them in, and the resident wizards there will take that apprentice in, but they're not going to be taught there. They're going to be sent somewhere else to another master or mistress, probably on the other side of the Empire, because such is the way of the Jade. It's not a teaching institution.
Yep. So with that in mind, I think it's fair that this is another one of the ABCD votes.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it would be a stretch.
Because I mean, the Jade Order is very good at teaching, but this isn't the Jade Order. This is the Jade College.
Yeah, and the Jade Order has a very interesting approach to, say, for example, consent. But it's definitely an interesting building. It's a beautiful place, but is this a good school of wizardry? Well, that's for you to decide. ABCD, are you cool with that?
Yep.
Let's go.
All right, that's fired off. Let's see. And then here, Urzen. A bit random, but in my game, after I foiled Archaon invasion, I did a thing. And now each college is in a different province after Altdorf got hit hard. Yeah, that makes sense.
In many respects, I kind of wish this had happened. But the justification for why it didn't make sense, which is Magnus the Pious at the time was in control, and Teclis said, where we're going to cite the colleges, I could probably wangle it so we have it in null. And Magnus went, fuck that. A bunch of wizards in my city. No.
Yeah.
Teclis come up with another idea, and Teclis went, well, as it turns out, Altdorf is on a confluence of several magical lines. We could rechannel those lines, reshape it, and put the colleges there. In fact, it's probably a better one. He's like, yeah, I hate Altdorf. Send them up there. It's also where the Cult of Sigmar is cited, so they can provide, as in the center of the Cult of Sigmar,
oversight.
They can provide proper oversight.
Yeah.
Magnus, being a very strong Sigmarite, went, yeah, you know what? This is a combination of both. The Sigmarites were up in arms. Get these witches out of our city. But he was the emperor, so what he said goes. Into Altdorf it goes. But I think if we were rebuilding it and doing our world building all again today, we would try and add extra color and flavor and spread them out a little bit more, because it might make it a little bit more interesting. But the opposite has occurred, and instead of even spreading them across Altdorf, they've pulled them all together into one tiny little section of Altdorf, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, in my very much opinion, those should be treated more as like ambassadorial suites to contact into the colleges, and then the true strength of the colleges should be spread across the Empire, because they should. Because like, it would make more sense for the Jade College to actually be designed around a philosophy that works for the Jades, and the Grey College, the same thing. The idea that like your colleges were built in such a antithetical way
should not be in the middle of a city. The Bright College should be out.
Bad idea.
Should be out somewhere where it can't burn everything by mistake. It's clearly a mental choice, but I quite like the story they've got behind it, so I don't complain about it.
I think their initial establishment there makes complete sense, but I also feel like things should have happened over the last 200 years where people go, maybe this wasn't such a great idea.
Yeah, totally.
Speed Froggy, very happy that Lorebeards is back. We're happy to be back. Wolfram 40 question. Jade healing seems very, very potent. Regenerate can heal 1d10 wounds over willpower bonus rounds. A Jade Wizard can just negate any wounds lost in the fight. The party can go on. Do you have any thoughts?
Yep, great. Wounds are not the be-all and end-all in Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay. Indeed, wounds are significantly less important than many people realize, because critical hits are where it really matters.
Crits you gotta watch out for.
Crits is what you got to watch out for, which are not really going to be impacted at all by healing a few wounds back. So I am totally fine with that. And Speed Froggy, I think it works quite neatly for ensuring that your games go along at a nice clip. And there is generally only ever going to be one Jade Wizard, and if someone's bothered by that, just shoot him in the eye.
Yeah, just kill them. I mean,
yeah, human.
If you're antagonists are reasonably smart and see the guy healing people, they'll be like, focus that guy. Also, but I will say, if you ever have a wizard that's abusing magic, you can always turn back to what it suggests in the Tome of Sorcery, which is that if wizards are abusing magic, they will attract entities. There will be things that are drawn to them, and you can make life hard for them. Very, very hard.
I really wish I'd got to write that bloody book. Damn it. Never mind. Let's move on the bus.
Okay, Twitch chat is done. Interesting. Okay. Twitch chat was interesting. All right.
It's really close on YouTube between B and C, with C having 33, B having 32/33, A having 19, D having a nice 6. I mean, it's pretty much split. The BC split is shifting all the time, so it's between C and B over on YouTube.
I'll give y'all 2 more votes. Donovan. Okay, hear me out.
I ended the vote.
Well, never mind then. We'll do it right now.
I did it. So it's between C and B. What's over on Twitch?
Twitch was
as I say that, everyone started voting B.
Twitch was slight. If my brain just short circuited, but I think it was just slightly favoring C over B.
And where it's slightly B over C over on YouTube. So
how about we put them in B because there's no one else there. And it sounds like there's C plus B minus is what I'm hearing.
And that sounds good. Go for it.
All right.
So that's it. Some clean. I mean, it's a pretty college. I mean, it's really pretty.
Compared to what's below them, and considering that they're still more than halfway down compared to the other 4 that are above them, I'd say this is reasonable. It's a low B. It's a low B.
It is. And I think I would generally agree on the CB split.
Yeah.
It's not a good teaching college, but by the gods, it's pretty. And it's a nice place to visit. You'd want to be there on a summer's day. It'd be lovely. Or a good autumnal. It'd be gorgeous. But yes, sadly, not the best teaching college.
Yeah,
I think it's well placed.
It's not a derelict, oh my God, I don't want to be here like Shadow and Amber are. But it's also not a functioning educational institution like everybody above them is.
Totally. Yeah. I think this is fine. It's good.
Okay, we're doing great on Super Chat, so I'm fine going on to the next one, then we'll get caught up in a second.
All right, it's the big one.
The last of the regular 8 colleges, and then we're on to a couple of bonus groups. We have the Light College.
All right, so I'm going to be pretty blunt here. The Light College is the only college that does everything it's supposed to. That's it. It's that simple. And there's a reason for this. The Light College was set up by Volans. Volans was the very first Supreme Patriarch of the 8 colleges of magic. And his job was to create all of the colleges of magic in the form that they were supposed to be later, which was a form that created the best possible war wizards for the Empire that weren't going to turn bad. But light magic in particular requires certain things to be in place. And the biggest one of them all is enlightenment. Makes sense. You need to learn. So the Great Pyramid of that college, which, depending upon the version that you go with, will take this loose form. A great pyramidal building with 0 windows, which is always lit and there's 0 shadows inside. And it goes deep underground. It is the center of several other buildings. In its original description, it was 2 circles of outside buildings. In other descriptions, it's an entire walled area. In other descriptions, it's in its own pocket universe.
Which is the best one and the one it should be.
Down in the south side of Altdorf in its own pocket universe where you can only access it by turning 90 degrees from every other possible angle. It requires a wizard to get into the place. But once you get in, you access a true wizarding school. This is one that has quite literally everything from different houses, as you'd expect, Harry Potter style, to wizards teaching apprentices, not by the dozen, not by the 100, but by the 1,000. All orphans from across the city are brought into the Light College in the hope that they've got the spark of magic, and they are taught. This place is not just a wizarding school, it is a universal school for all Altdorf. in a way that most people don't realize. Now, they've got a job, and that's to find every single last potential channeler that can channel Heish, because it's such a difficult wind. And anyone with even the faintest glimmerings is brought into the city and taught. They're taught to read, they're taught to write, they're taught to fight, they're taught philosophy, they're taught education, their numbers, everything else as well.
Taught music as well.
Music is a core component of their education, meaning that every single last one of them, with a complete proper timetable, set curriculum, and even off time, because they are enlightened. They understand education and they understand what is needed. They have fixed periods of a number of schools. They've got magisters, hierophants who sit over them, important schools within the college. Each one of these hierophants runs the music part, the language part, whatever else it might be. And they are teaching the apprentices as groups. It's considered a great honor in the Light College to be a teacher in the college. Unlike, say, the Greys, where they're all trying to get out, the Lights are trying to get in, because those who teach the next generation are considered to be of extraordinary worth to the college and to the empire. They view that what they're doing is a privilege, not a right, and that the master-apprentice relationship is a core component of a bigger thing. All of the students inside the Light College have a master, every single last one of them. They consider them a little bit like a director of studies, the person you go to when you've got a problem, the person you communicate with when there's issues within the Light College, and also the one that you go to when you go out of the college. So, for example, if your master was traveling over to, say, I don't know, Middenheim, he might take his apprentices with him, and often multiple apprentices, on a teaching trip up to Middenheim to do some stuff and then come back again. This is a proper wizarding school. And whether you believe it is in a pocket dimension, whether you believe it is in a big, huge section in the north of the city, all designed around the ideas of almost ancient Egyptian, Nehekharen-style buildings, whether you go for the version that's concerned with the tree of life and the various religious iconographies that go with being in the Light College, it doesn't really matter. What does matter is that you've got a college that is looking for one thing: every channeler they can find. And they are constantly out in amongst the slums of Altdorf looking for people who might be able to challenge. They take them back and they educate them and they put them into the choir. And in the choir, everyone sings perfect, pure notes. This choir that is constantly going in the center of the college buildings to attract Heish, the white wind of purity, the wind of almost religious, beatific wonder. That wind is exceedingly powerful, but exceedingly diffuse and very difficult to control. So they're singing all the time with hundreds of people constantly in the middle singing and the rest of the college teaching. So powerful is this wind that the magisters that are created by the Light College are pretty much hunted for, because not only do they make great war wizards, they also make great advisors, because they're every last one of them, classically, completely educated in a way that the other colleges simply rarely do. An individual in the Celestial College might match them and be better than them, but the ground level base pass value for the Light College is higher than all of the other colleges, in some cases combined. There is way up there. So loosely, an enormous encampment with the pyramid in the center, where they do all of their centralized teaching with the buildings for various offices and whatever else on the outside. Different versions give you different versions of how they're used. There's all manner of grounds there which are used for both teaching warplay and spells. They fight, they run, they play games. It's a school. It's a university. It's a proper, full-sized, functioning university with set curriculums, and they do it, here's the big one, if you don't pass, for free. All the other colleges you go through, you will build up a debt. The Light College, if you can't pass, they just kick you back out into the city fully educated. And it's one of those things that everyone who writes Altdorf forgets, that it has an enormous population of educated peasants. It is quite unlike any other city in the old world.
Yeah, and this all leans into what light magic not only requires, but is good at. light magic, one thing you'll notice, like in the tabletop game and stuff, is often when you're dealing with light wizards, they have various spells and effects, or their models are designed to show that they have apprentices with them, that they bring cantors and other folks that do harmonic things to build harmonies to draw light magic to them, because it's a really fucking hard wind to work with. It is so hard, and you have to throw everything you can at it to try and bring it to you to be able to control it. But it's also horrifically devastating. If it can be wielded.
It's also worth noting, it's also one of the most guarded places in all Altdorf. At the very center, at the bottom of the pyramids, in the vaults, the Chamber Unbreachable is where all the things that they can't get rid of, the magical artifacts that are too dangerous to go anywhere else, are stored. This is why Egram Van Orsman, the patriarch of the college, could gain access to Bodros and jump out there in a Chaos Dragon, because those things are kept down there, because there is nowhere else to put them. They're too dangerous to be left elsewhere. The Cult of Sigmar can't contain them, but the light magic can, at the very center at the bottom of the pyramid. It has failed once, and that was poor old Egram.
Yeah, and you can
they would
see
say
with
it
all
succeeded once.
yeah, which you can see with all the buildup we've had up to it, how devastating Egram's betrayal was.
Yep,
it was
bad.
Really, really, really bad. Because he also, he not only escaped with Baldros, the immortal Chaos Dragon, which is a problem, but he also took the Skull of Catan with him, which is a problem. Like, it was ugly. Especially because the Light College and Egram himself worked very, very, very closely with the Sigmarites, which made them look really bad and embarrassed them horribly. The whole thing with Egram was awful, awful, awful for the colleges of magic as a whole.
Yeah. So let's just quickly sum. We have ourselves a fully functioning university with a fixed curriculum that is designed around and based upon enlightenment, both enlightenment in terms of the educational side and the physical side, because it does teach war wizards, but also enlightenment from the religious side. Spirituality is a core component of being in the Light College. Religion is a core component of being in the Light College also. Singing is at the heart of all of their magics, so they have constant choirs, and many of the core positions are choir masters and similar. It is the most populated of all the colleges by a significant number. You could probably add up like 6 of the other colleges and they still wouldn't equal the number of people that are working in and around the Light College. There's only one other college that comes close to its numbers, and that's Gold. And that's a little bit like saying, I don't know, the UK is close to the US in terms of population numbers. Two very different things. It is bluntly a college of magic.
Yep, with all of the good and the bad that comes with that. They've even got all those.
It doesn't mean it turns out perfect all the time, does it? I mean,
yeah. All right, votes up.
Let me just quickly pop the vote up because I was too busy chatting away. I presume we're going to SABC.
Yes, I would concur with that.
I find it hard to believe that one's a D. Here comes the poll.
Donovan, hear me out. Jade might be an extremely underrated college for the Empire overall. Specifically, it can be used to help manage the Empire's great forests and improving the quality of the Empire's farmland. I say might, however, because I'm not 100% Jade Wizards do those jobs. They do, but not in the college.
Yeah, Dinoman, if you haven't already checked out the Jade Wizard career that I popped up on LAWhammer, go take a check at it. They've got a small section there for careers that are specifically out there for people who are tending farmlands and making sure that they are staying not just fertile but not corrupted.
Yeah, but they very rarely come back to the college. They have routes that they walk.
The college itself, the college buildings are not important for that.
Yeah, speed for how involved is the Jade College in supporting large cities such as Altdorf with food and rituals to support and secure good harvests? Do rituals for bountiful harvests have an economical impact?
Yes. It's this is something that should have been very clearly written. It's hinted here or there, but it needs to be written because one of the great components of the Empire, the Warhammer version of how cities work, is that they are islands of civilization in great seas of chaos. These cities rise up and are entirely self-sufficient in ways that we don't expect. And much of that involves magic and also divine influence. The city of Altdorf's huge, truly massive city, and it doesn't have the enormous amount of support from the surrounding land that real world cities had, because it's fucking dangerous out there. But there are other ways that they do have access to providing sustenance and food. But it's a delicate, dangerous, and uncertain network, because Warhammer is always teetering on the edge of complete collapse. So, yeah, it's a component of it, and it almost certainly isn't used as well as it should be. And sometimes it also is tainted and goes wrong, because magic is at heart chaos. But it is a component of it, yes.
Demi, I think you said before parts of the Empire where Sigmarism is less popular also tended to have their own version of the colleges, some equivalent, Midheim, Talabheim, etc. When Magnus created the colleges, were these other schools forced to get in line with the orders for each lore centered on Altdorf, or did they remain independent and act sort of rivals to the Altdorf colleges?
Yes, is the answer. They were ordered to get in line or disband, one or the other. And they got in line or they disbanded.
Yeah, and we will be talking about one or two of them here in a little bit.
Indeed.
Watchdog 3079. Which wizards do you think are more terrifying than people in universe realize?
I mean, as much as this is going to sound like the obvious answer, because the most obvious one is the Amber Wizards, because they're fucking terrifying, particularly because a lot of their magic works off fear and terror anyway. Core.
Well, so they say emotion. More than people realize.
Exactly. That's the obvious one. But the one is the Bright Order. And everyone thinks they're terrifying, but they don't really realize how terrifying they are. And if I'm going to call out the one that everyone forgets, it's Light Order. They are.
I was going to say, I would say Light Wizards are probably the most underestimated.
Yes, absolutely.
Ricky Chapman, we don't talk about our Jade Wizard psychopath, but the Light Wizard was a badass, held off a great unclean one who was escaping until the Patriarch got there. Ooh, spooky. Good job. Good job, him.
Nice. Rockin'.
Donoman, when with you saying that some people disagree about the wheel placement, personally I think an argument could be made about that light beasts are actually opposite. Light is focused around precision and light and education, etc. Beast focuses on being more animalistic and shamanic. Yep, I would agree with that.
Yeah, there's lots of arguments can be made.
Kurachima, why is it the colleges of magic and not the universities of magic?
Because that's the word they chose. It's as simple as that. They chose colleges of magic, and that's what it sat on. And for a wee while, it was just one building, and it was separate colleges within one core university. But then it became something completely different over time.
Kopesh 88, is demonology the dark twin of light magic? Yes, hell yeah, absolutely. It is.
Yeah, light magic is akin to demonology in the same way that necromancy is akin to Shyish.
Yeah, that's a very good way to put it.
They're doing very similar things. You could use light magic and nothing but light magic to do demonology in the same way that you can use Shyish to do necromancy. You just shouldn't.
This one just made me laugh. Are there any strong hedge wizards that are all just rubbing olive oil on open wounds?
Yeah,
they are. Yeah, hedge wizards are very peculiar. There's not really powerful hedge wizards like unleashing horrifying battle magic spells. But there are hedge wizards that can be exceptionally dangerous to you. And a lot of what hedge magic revolves around is stealth in many ways, which is what makes them so dangerous, is that you don't realize they're there. And they can fuck with you in some really weird ways, like curses and stuff.
Just as a small aside, if you're interested in hedge wizardry, I have been writing a piece about Bretonnian hedge wizards with someone over in LAWhammer, Saurus. So that will probably be popping up in the next month or so. So that'd be a nice little thing for you to all read if you wish to do so.
That is time.
So easily 88% on S. We've never had a vote so cleanly.
Twitch was 100% on S.
Really? 100? Yeah. Wow. I mean, you're right, but wow. Right, so this isn't even arguable.
No, yeah, it's very straightforward.
The Light College is the only proper college of magic, and it has the legacy for it, and they've maintained it and bettered it. They've constantly looked at what Volan set up and gone, what can we do better. They are constantly seeking enlightenment to arguably their own detriment, because it allowed someone to outthink the Light College with Egram, who went, well, you know, what we've learned so far is not enough. There should be more. I need more than one wind. There is no logical reason not to have it. They're down on
the
the
best
logic.
college that also produced the most powerful chaos sorcerer in the world.
And in some respects, you understand why. It's because it's the best college. You're right. You called it. In some respects, the failures and the shittiness of the other colleges ensures that they'll never get a figure like Egram, someone who is both exceedingly well-educated, charismatic, capable, and terrifyingly competent.
Yep. And I ignored your vote, Hawk. Because you don't count. From there, we now move into a little stranger places. We're going to be working our way across the world to some places that are significantly less explored. But there is enough information that we are able to genuinely have a bit of a discussion about them. So first up, we have a location that me and Andy actually got to have a very lovely chat about back during some of the Cathay streams, and have actually gotten more information on now that the Cathay Arcane Journal is out, which is Cathay's Temple of the Eclipse. So for those that don't know, the Temple of the Eclipse is basically that when a Shuken reaches a certain level of magical proficiency, and they have learned the 8 winds of magic, they are brought into the Temple of the Eclipse, which reveals which is in the City of the Moon, and it reveals a secret, deep, profound secret to the Cathayan wizards about the nature of yin and yang. And what's interesting is that this temple relies on not the eclipse of the moon and the sun, but the eclipse of Morslib and Manslib. Which means that it required chaos in order to exist. Which actually is very interesting, because as we note in the Arcane Journal, Shen Yang does not invent yin and yang magic until after the Cataclysm. Which means that chaos is in some way a fundamental concept of it. And there is some deep, profound mystery at the heart of this that is revealed to the Shukengans that prove themselves worthy enough that they are then taught how to wield the lores of yin and yang. And this is, obviously, we do not know much about the Temple of the Eclipse. We have not yet gotten a roleplay supplement that will presumably dive in very hardcore to exploring what the hell it is, and what are the secrets being taught there. Instead, we can only work off little tiny tidbits. Temple of the Eclipse. No. That's it's the temple. That's not right. No. It's the dang it. That's the wrong name. It's the, oh my gosh, hold on. It just occurred to me. It's like, no. That is actually a Lizardman thing. Silly. It's the, where is it? I have it. My brain. Oh God. I can't believe I didn't notice that. Temple of the Two Moons. There we go.
2 moons.
Yeah. So only the dragon-blooded may enter the inner chamber, for there are secrets beyond, legends of the true origin of yin and yang. And this is located within Weijin itself. So the celestial city. There we go. So the Temple of the Two Moons. Because I was sitting there, I was like, no, there's supposed to be like the two moon thing there. Okay, there we go. Now it all makes sense. So it is an institute of learning. Obviously, it's not a traditional school, but it is a place where the dragon-blooded, so only direct descendants of the dragons themselves, come to learn the highest unique form of magic. Because yin and yang is similar to high magic in that it is according to what lore we have, they actually have to learn high magic before they're capable of learning yin and yang, because it is a precise balance of a set of the winds. Yang being fire, heavens, life, and fire, heavens, light, and life. And then yin is shadow, death, metal, and beasts. And there is a very, very interesting, but ultimately unexplored story there. But it is a place that you have to go to learn this ultimate highest tier form of magic. Which is why it's on this list, because it's a fun thing to sort of talk and speculate about a little bit. But it is not a traditional school of learning. Yeah, Hawk, sorry, I gave you the wrong temple of astrological phenomena. But hey, I realized it.
Yeah, there's not a great deal that we can add about what the workings of the school are like, or how it is functioning as a actual school. This could be a horror show of a place where they are very strictly led down a particular path and given no other alternative. They might not even be any freedom as to whether they can go or ever leave. We don't know. This could be a nice place that's filled with very careful, honorable teaching. We don't know. What you can say for certain is that this is where everyone goes to learn yin and yang. Yay! And that it is deeply restrictive and bluntly, it's elitist because it's only for the dragon-blooded. It's for nobody else at all, meaning that if you don't have that particular lineage, you're never getting to do it. Now, you might go, well, they're the only ones who could do it, as we've discussed in multiple various streams. Magic is an uncertain thing. Every time you say something can't happen, there's someone that can. Our Mulan character, for example, who can do all the things the dragon-blooded can't, as we discussed in another stream, yet somehow isn't dragon-blooded. And the elitism almost certainly excludes people. You could say the same is the case in the Empire, where the colleges of magic are elitist in that only those that can do magic are allowed to enter. But that's kind of the frickin' point of the actual schools. So I don't think that necessarily applies the same. But we definitely have a school here. It's up to you what you think of it.
Yeah, and what I would say is, to me, this is the final bit of shaping the Shukengun to make sure they're properly harmonic. Something that regular humans are not trusted to go through. That we know Xin Yang wants humans to learn Heaven's magic, Azir, the Court of the Astromancers, which we thought about putting the Court of the Astromancers on here, but we thought it'd be more fun to have like different lores of magic instead of just repeating lores of magic. Because the Court of the Astromancers is a reasonably good institution of learning, but they're very, very similar to the College of Azir. Except for they have a big dragon daddy also overseeing them. But here, this is very much a making sure that all of the nails properly fit into the holes that have been provided to them kind of place.
Yeah, this is also the sort of place that you can imagine if you fail, you're dead.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Yeah, this doesn't sound like it's a friendly place in comparison to if you fail the colleges of magic, you are not dead. You are either ejected, you're considered to be safe and you can go out, or you are, in some colleges, kept as a perpetual apprentice. Bright College in particular does this, where it just says, yeah, you're never passing, you can't control the wind well enough, but equally, we can't let you out because you can burn things with your touch, so you're just going to stay here as a perpetual apprentice and get a job working in the Bright College. But this feels like the sort of place where you're just going to be killed. Yeah, and if you think that deserves a high rank, then pop it up. If you don't, keep it down.
Yeah, because I would say the big giveaway is that it is a forbidden sanctum that contains such a deep, terrible secret that only the most trusted are allowed in. And then
the most trusted ever get out.
yeah. And then whether or not you come out depends on how you react to this terrible secret. Because it's almost surely a terrible secret.
Because Warhammer.
Yeah, go check out me and Andy's earlier streams on Cathay, where we do a lot of hypothesizing, and a good number of our hypotheses have actually turned out to be true as we've gotten further expansion on Cathay, which is a good sign. So go check those out, because we actually did have a nice chin wag about the Temple of the Two Moons.
We did. It was good fun. All right, we good. Let's start a poll on SABC for this one.
Sure, that's fine.
You know, it doesn't seem right to call it a D because we don't know enough about it. I mean, equally, you could say the same as about an S, but it's always nice to give you options.
Sure.
So
Is the Temple of the Two Moons.
I have popped up that poll over on YouTube. So do your best bet to dive in that one.
Yeah, maybe you're just a hardcore Cathay fanboy, or you love, or girl, or you love the Shukengun, or you love the Lords of Yin Yang. Yeah.
Dragon-blooded Shugengun.
All right, get caught up on Super Chats real quick while that's going. Donoman, if Necromancy is the Dark Twin of Death and Demonology of Light, what are the Dark Twins of the other 6 lores, if they have them?
That's something to be, broadly speaking, investigated, because some of them are pretty damn obvious, others just simply aren't. The core of illusionism and, well, the core of many of the mind-altering horrors that could come from Grey would definitely be in there somewhere. But it's originally I was going to do one school of magic for each one of the winds of magic that were the dark reflection. That was actually part of the original design goal for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 4th edition, and Demonology, Necromancy were the first 2 that were dropped into the core book, and they were going to be the reflection for Shyish, obviously, and Heish. And the others were going to get expanded when we did the Realms of Sorcery book, but when I left, that clearly didn't happen. So as it stands, make your own.
Unfortunately, it's you have to fill in the blanks yourself on that one.
Yeah, it was going to be a dark magic, 8 sets of dark magic, effectively, in the Empire.
That guy, thoughts on Patriarch Hannibal Traven banning necromancy? It was never well accepted in the provinces. The ban is a whole other step. Oh, this is from... oh, gosh, this is a reference to something, and I can't remember what it is. Throw down. You'll have to remind me that guy, because that rings some kind of bell, and I can't put my finger on it. General Caster, are you going to talk about the Marienburg School? We will in a little bit. We're not there yet.
Yeah, it's not on our list. Heimdrich's school of basically sea magic is something that came from the Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1 book, and most certainly is not on our list. So I'm quite happy with it not being there. It would have made a fun addition, because it's a clear school that clearly should be updated, because we're dealing with a group that's outside of the Colleges of Magic setup, and they're going to be doing their own thing. Look at
that! Marienburg suddenly on the list!
So that being the case, we'll talk about that soon.
Yeah, we'll talk about it in a little bit. Donoman, it's interesting that it's named for the 2 moons, implying both the regular and chaos moons are involved. Correct. Yeah, it's based on some relationship between Morslib and Manslib. Which is fascinating, because with almost all other order cultures, so like your elves or lizardmen, etc., when they deal with moon stuff, they only refer to Manslib as like the true moon, and then the other, the chaos moon is always seen as like an aberration. But Cathay seems to have a different relationship with it, which is very interesting. Firestake, I swear if it's another Skaven scenario and they have a greater demon in there. I swear to God, if it's another greater demon in there. Frankie, how did the Azrai train their spellweavers? It's similar to the druidicism we talked about earlier, but it's also a lot of communing with forest spirits. It's not like an academic situation.
It's not a school. Yeah.
It's not a school. It's a personal journey of meeting spirits, the Zotes, other spell weavers and singers, and interacting with Athel Loren and its spiritual nature. But we'll talk about elves in a little bit. All right, I think that's enough time for that particular vote.
All right, we have got a very clear, very balanced B.
That is exactly what I got. It is as if everyone is working in harmony.
Oh, that's beautiful. Well done, everyone. You kick ass.
It seems to be a place where people actually do learn to wield a new form of magic. So I guess I would put it above the Jade College.
I would also.
Yeah, I would say that is a solid fat B.
Yep, me too.
All right. With that, let's keep moving. Here we go. The City of Grond and Marathi's Coven of Sorceresses.
Yeah. Do you want to go in this one? Because
yeah, so
I did all the first ones. I'll come in afterwards.
A lot of people don't know the Dark Elves actually have a fairly strong institution of magic, which is the Coven of Sorceresses. It is the 6th Coven of Sorceresses, as they obviously nod and bow to Hecate, the goddess of dark magic, who is also associated with the number 6 because she has her 6 arms and her 6 artifacts of legend. And Marathi established this, well, she likely established a concept of it a really long time ago. It actually is probably something that ties back to the original elves.
5,000 years ago.
Yeah.
It's 5,000.
But as the Civil War broke out and the High Elves broke away from being true elves and started to focus almost exclusively on the Karai, with much less focus on the Kitharai because of the way they viewed they should be in balance, the Dark Elves did the opposite, where they leaned much more heavily into the Kitharai and less into the Karai. And one of these is that Marathi, once Nagaroth was kind of founded and they set it up, she went north to a very nasty, powerful junction point where the lines of magic meet, and she built her own city, which is the city of Grond. And here she established the 6 covens. And it is a magical school that teaches not just dark magic, because dark magic is about understanding more than just dark magic. They teach all the winds, but dark magic is the true foundational point, because dark magic is fucking powerful. It's dangerous. Yes. And it is a form of, it is often referred to as blood magic, because it often is, you can often protect yourself by spilling the blood of sacrificial victims to basically shield yourself from the nastier side effects of it. And you'll also note that, because Dark Elves, they use a lot of blood and things, and that's not just because it's for aesthetics. It's because blood is a very, very, very important magical, what's the word I'm looking for? It is a core component of powerful magical systems. Blood is very intrinsically wrapped up into magic. And the Coven of Sorceresses, you have the 6 covens, each of which has their own essentially High Mistress or Supreme Sorceress, who are all under Marathi herself. And Marathi teaches them the secrets of dark magic, the secrets of magic in general. And to be frank, outside of like the Slann and maybe the likes of like Shin Yang and such, Marathi is the most knowledgeable wizard in the Warhammer Fantasy setting, period.
Yeah, pretty much. Okay, she is she's pretty much the avatar of Hecate. I mean, she's the avatar of the god of magic, who looked at magic as it was spiraling out in the Cataclysm and went, yeah, we're going to use all that shit that's come in, and we're going to use it against our enemies that are chaos. And where's Grond set up? Right up by the gate so they can study it. They are there studying the gate and all magic that comes from it, and learning and using it. Remember, Dark Elves are extremely arrogant, confident, and certain that they are better than chaos. They view chaos as a pet and a plaything, a dangerous one that they have to watch, of course, but it's not something that they fear in the same way that all the other species of the old world do. Demonology to them is nothing more than magic. All of the dark magics are this school's pets, and they view magic as their tool to control everything. And they have been doing this in Grond for 5,000 years. And some of the oldest amongst them are as old as Grond. And they know everything that has been learned in that 5,000 years. It's not like the colleges of magic, which are working upon ex-elf stuff that have been handed down to them from Teclis, and then 200 years of human ingenuity added on top, which sounds like a lot of time until you say 5,000 years worth of tutelage.
This is the oldest magical institution in the world. The only thing that may be older, if we got into like nitty gritty details, would be Shin Yang's Temple of the Two Moons. But and
we
that's
don't know. Yeah. Particularly given them, his empire was a constantly developing thing, where this is just Marathi right at the beginning went, this is what we need, this is what we're doing, and went and did the Hecate thing, said everything that is chaos, I will use against it, and I will learn from it. The exact opposite of what the High Elves think is the right thing to do. So, bluntly speaking, we have got ourselves a witch school, because it's all sorceresses. Keep the boys out, because Malika's pretty scared about it.
Good old prophecy stuff.
Yeah, which we definitely
Always
used it. 100% used that in the end times. And that'll being the case, we have ourselves a bloody, it almost certainly is bloody,
it's a horrifying
magic,
place.
a horrifying place, but it is horrifying by Dark Elf standards. It's not horrifying at all. Let's do it by their own standards. This is the place you go to learn magic. The only place you go to learn magic. You are delighted to get in here. You are delighted to learn at the feet of the sorceresses who discovered magic in the first place, who discovered dark magic and made dark magic. Every type of dark magic that you find in the world started here. All of them. Handed down. And you might go, wait, Nagash! No, Nagash learned from 3 sorceresses from the, sorcerers and sorceresses, depending on the version of the lore you go with, that came from here. He learned at the feet of these sorcerers and sorceresses. They are the font of dark magic in the world. The chaos magic that comes from the north is, as we know, almost useless against them. How many times have the towers fallen in the north?
Yeah,
they haven't.
Yeah, as a whole, never. Individual ones, they've had some bad days. But as a whole, never.
This is an interesting location. Now, some of you will automatically dial it down because the Dark Elves, they're mean, they're nasty, and that's fair. It's your choice. Some of you will automatically go, well, that clearly is S. That's also fair. It's entirely up to yourself where you think they should go. It is, however, if you just want it as simple as it can be, the oldest magical school that we're aware of, the most consistent one, and the original teachers right from the beginning are still there, handing over their secrets to the next generation. And all of the sorceresses that you know or have ever popped up from Dark Elf lore come from here.
Yeah, probably the biggest criticism that could be leveled at it is probably similar to like Amber College in that people die. It is a place where if you fuck up,
we are in a very dark place here.
Yeah, and the Dark Elves have a very lax relationship with safety standards. So, with that, I think it's voting time.
Okay, it's clearly not a D, because that would be ridiculous. But I mean, for a meme vote, we could definitely do the D in. But I did the A, B, C, and S. Let's see where that one lands.
All right. And also, fun fact, because elves are just different than humans, this is also the religious center for Hakardi's cult.
It is.
Which is fun, because the elves don't have the elves have a very different relationship between gods and magic than humans do.
Yep, 100%.
All right, so get your votes in, and while we're doing that, I can get caught up on the super chat stuff. Let's see, we left off in
some of the comments there.
Go Trek and Felix novel tier list. That could be a fun one someday.
A novel idea, and I quite like it.
Oh my god, I don't want to do it anymore. Angel 2 Bride, would I rank the Silver Pinnacle in this list? No, God, no.
No, the Silver Pinnacle is not a magical school. It is much bigger and much worse.
Yeah, and also like Lamians are not the biggest into like hardcore sorcery. And when they do teach, it's much more like mistress and apprentice out in the world. You don't go to see Neferata to learn. That is not what you go there for. You go there to be tested. More accurately. Donovan, tinfoil theory is 100% confirmed that the Moon Empress is from Manslip. Yes, it is.
Yes.
Are we sure that prior to chaos there was another hidden moon that was heavily mutated? No. No. Sadly, no.
No. Originally, there was only one moon, which was Manslib, and she lived up there. And then the Cataclysm came, and the Chaos Moon resulted from the Northern Chaos Gate, and that is as categorical as we can get.
Yeah, that is very explicit. No fuzziness about it.
Yeah.
Jonathan Scott, if you had to write the script for the show, The 8 High Schools of Magic, which high school drama stereotype would each type of wizard be? Ah, my God, I would.
Jonathan Scott. That's a
What?
toughie.
That's hard because I
mean,
just don't.
who's
I
the
don't have
jock?
like. Yeah.
I can't even think of 8 clean stereotypes.
I know that's my problem is that I don't have 8 stereotypes to work with. I don't know.
Give us the stereotypes and
Yeah,
then we'll do it. So,
Yeah.
Jonathan, if you're still in the chat, go figure out your 8 stereotypes, drop it in, and we spot them. We'll then associate them.
Scathe, Dark Elf Watchtowers win Total War Warhammer 3. Do tell me about it. I've been bitching at them about that for ages.
Yeah, quite.
Hopefully, when we get a Dark Elf DLC, they'll finally add them in. Downman95, with the Temple of Hash account for this list, there's too little known about it. I thought about putting it in because you're not wrong. But
it doesn't feel like it's a school, though, does it? It's a temple of worship, and I'm not entirely convinced school is the best way of viewing what they're doing.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
I agree.
Yeah,
it's not wrong. But
I ended up not putting it on the list because I didn't feel that it matched because of the nature of the Chaos Wars have with magic is just very unique. Even compared to like the mortuary cults, who we will talk about in a little bit.
Amber there.
Jock. I don't know if I'd say Amber's Jock. I almost would say that. I feel like Akshi would be Jock in my opinion. Or Fire. Jade Stoner. Fair. Wait. Okay. Hold on. Why do you have Jade and Life? I can't work with this.
Death is Jock. Wait a minute. What's going on here?
Yeah.
Surely Death is the I don't know, the rocker boy in the corner who's all goth. Yeah, totally. The goth one in the corner with the long hair and the starry eyes.
Celestial being the nerd. I agree with that. Yeah. Light is the music kid or the theater or the music the choir kid.
Your glee kid.
Olgu would be your theater kid. Olgu's your theater kid and prankster. Because theater kids are weird, man. No offense to anyone out there. I know the vast majority of content creators are theater kids. Watchdog. What if episode? What if Marathi had built the colleges of magic instead of Teclis?
Wow, that'd be a thing.
That's actually a really fun one.
Even figuring out how to do that'd be cool. Yeah, that's pretty damn cool.
I'll put that on the list. That's a fun one.
Yeah, that's a fun one.
If Marathi instead of Teclis.
You know, what if Peter Laszlo, when he went over to Ulthuan, got turned down, so he went somewhere else? Or when the storms, because he was blown massively off course. So this is the Empire ambassador that went over to Ulthuan and got Teclis's help. What if he was blown off course and went to the Dark Elves, and the Dark Elves, realizing the
useful pawns.
Chaos. Yeah, there could be something in that. Yeah, there could be.
Ooh, that's a fun what if. Darius Rose.
Spicy one.
So it's the Warhammer Catholic. They are not Catholic schoolgirls. No,
they are not.
No, there is stuff going on there that is no.
They really are not.
No. Hannibal, Marathi has some amazing feet. I mean, feats.
Holy shit, Hannibal.
That's hilarious. That's good. Time. I got distracted.
Time. It's a pretty obvious and big S over on YouTube.
Yeah, I believe Twitch was the same.
Interesting. Okay, so the question is, do they sit before, behind, or after what we have already? So what do we have? We've got Light College, and we've got the Gold College up top.
I definitely think they're ahead of Gold. Light's
Me too.
Tricky.
Yeah.
I think Light.
I think you're right.
I think Light might be a better institution of learning and magic than Grand
Absolutely.
is.
I agree. I mean, Grand is horrible, but for Dark Elves, Grand is great. Okay, so if we're trying to imagine it from the Dark Elf perspective, it's great, but it's also a deeply political elven institution where coming from the right bloodline, knowing the right people, sucking up to Marathi in all the right ways, it's a horrible place. And the Light College, even by the Empire standards, is a great place. In comparison to other institutions. So I would say the Light College is probably ahead.
All right. And that takes us to a very interesting entry as we go back to humanity.
The Ice Court,
which is a very unique institution.
Yeah, particularly because it's recently changed as well when we take everything that's been added with Total War and then what will be added when the Ice Court is expanded outwards into the old world. Loosely speaking, the way it was that the Ice Court is an ancient institution that was directly tied to Mother Kislev. And using the magics, the icy flows that pass through Kislev. And the court sends out their witches every single year to test every single kid they can get their hands on to see if they've got the spark of magic within them. And if they do, they take them away and they teach them how to be an ice witch. Now,
unless you're a boy, in which case you have a bad time.
Unless you're a boy.
Yeah.
It's not going to turn out well if you're a boy. And the Ice Court is known for its tight institutions of teaching and for having, much like the Jade College or much like the Celestial College, strong networks of mistress down to apprentice, of mistress down to apprentice, all of whom teach different types of ice magic. And when you're in Kislev, it doesn't really matter what sort of magic you may or may not be capable of doing. When in Kislev, you do ice. So could you escape Kislev and go to, say, the Bright College or the Light College? The answer is yes. And indeed, many male witches in Kislev have done this. It's a core component of some of the adventure hooks. But the Sisterhood, they have no time for this at all. They are pulling them all in. Every single last one of them should be with them. And they have proper institutions where they teach. And they teach courtly manner. And they ultimately teach how to manipulate Kislev. That's what it's all at heart of. Think of if you want a fictional comparison, think of the various Ajas over in Wheel of Time. The Wheel of Time and the Aes Sedai in there are very similar to how many would see the Sisterhood and how they attempt to manipulate and control Kislev, because they believe that they have an almost divine right to do so by their own individual roots. The very first Khan Queens, after all, were ice witches, and the Khan Queens that we have today, or at least when we have one today, should also, as far as they're concerned, be an ice witch. But there's always a push and tug between the nobles and the ice witches. But there is no formal college per se, but there is a bunch of buildings that are used by the ice witches to teach, but most of them are taught by individual mistresses. There's some over in Erengrad, there's one over in Prague, there's a few over in Kislev, and they basically teach ice witchery to the other ice witches to be the apprentices. But most of the true teaching takes place out in the open oblast. So this is not where we have clear college buildings, where Grond, the whole city, is basically one giant school that is there for the witches. The ice witches don't have that clear clarity of place, although you might find that when we get ourselves a new army list, they might decide to centralize everything in one place, because that's often what's done when you look to effectively personify or anthropomorphize an individual group. You just choose something that explains it all and put them all there. So we might have that, but as it currently stands, we don't have that. So there's not proper college buildings.
Yeah, what I'll say is, so the closest thing that we have is that we have the what's known as the ice witch. So in Total War, they expanded a lot of different ideas. And the biggest thing that we got was that there are notable centers of control for the ice witches, where you have like the Frostholm, also known as the Spire of Ice over in Erengrad. But then you have they have of course a very significant setup over in Kislev City. There probably should be something in Prague, but we don't have any specific details about it from Total War.
We added Frostholm in Realm of the Ice Queen. And that's the first place where it was given, and they've not really added anything since then. Yeah, so it's still largely the same sort of setup, but like Andy said, different underpinning.
Yeah, so they are very, very similar in some ways to that. They teach a very well-rounded system of that you are expected to know. Like, it's not just like, oh, you have to be good at surviving out in the wilds and casting magic. No, you have to be very good at politics. You have to be very good at fighting. You have to be very good at dancing. You have to understand how to assassinate people. Yeah. You have to understand like very complex, very deep topics that do require very strict learning. But Andy is also right that Total War has also leaned very heavily into the idea that it is a mistress to apprentice system, where you even get special events. Like there's a special event you can get in Kislev called Babushka, where like a very ornery old ice witch comes back to visit where some of the younger girls are being taught some of the basics, and she oversees the training and makes it far more efficient because she's so strict and spooky. But that's only the earliest parts of their teachings before they start going out into the world.
It's interesting hearing that because I didn't know that one, but that was also one of the small adventure hooks from Realm of the Ice Queen, where effectively
they're just straight referencing that. Then,
an ancient ice witch comes back after the Storm of Chaos and basically completely rewrites everything that they're doing and stands as a political rival to the Ice Queen. Because she's older and has a greater depth of understanding over ice magic, which does not go down well at all in the court of Kislev, where all the gathered ice witches are moving around going, she has returned, we do not like this. So yeah, they're a deeply political group, which should be known because they're taught to be political. They are, as somebody has popped out here, I think a good one there.
The Warhammer very similar.
Yes, they are. They absolutely are. They're a sisterhood that are very much about manipulation, control, and keeping Kislev pure.
Yeah. Now, the big disadvantage for this particular discussion, the way we've been angling it, is we don't know what exactly goes down in like Frostholm versus Kislev City. Like, we don't know if like maybe they're kept there for a little while and taught some like basic fundamentals of like politicking and all those things, which would be better suited to a classroom type scenario, and then to learn the actual magic stuff, they more go out into Kislev itself, which would also be better.
I can tell you how it was originally pitched. Frostholm originally wasn't a teaching center. What it was where the ice witches gathered. And that sometimes meant they had their apprentices in tow, but it wasn't a teaching center. It was a place for ice witches, much like almost like a salon or a club. But far more political and far more knives of ice behind their back. A very political location, but it wasn't a school. But that didn't mean that no teaching took place there, because obviously it would, because apprentices would be passing through that building. But what it becomes later is almost certainly to be something a bit different. But loosely speaking, we have a giant sisterhood, but we're not rating orders. We're rating our buildings. So what we should be looking at here is, do we have an ice school? And the answer is we don't.
Not really.
Not really. There's no true ice school. What there is lots of ice witches who are taught to be Bene Gesserit scum. If you wish to put it that way, or Bene Gesserit awesome, if you wish to put it that way. They are a manipulative, powerful group, much like the Aes Sedai over in the Wheel of Time. So we don't have a proper school, but I think it's very likely that Frostholm in its new version will be upgraded to be more of a learning institution. So I take that into account when you're rating.
Yeah. That being said, because they don't have a standard institution building that we know of, I think it's fair to put them in the ABCD ranking rather than the S ranking.
I think so.
All right. So we'll work with that.
Yep. For you know,
and if you feel that we're overly harsh, you can vote A.
I don't think that's harsh at all, because there is no central school that we're aware of, and we have to basically make one up to make it work.
Yeah.
So I'll pop that in there. Nice switches.
All right, gonna get caught up on super chat stuff. Oh, okay. So Jonathan Scott came in here. Queen Bees, Jocks, Geek / Nerd, Cheerleader, Rebel, Class Clown, Misfits.
Many. That's not 8.
Yeah, you're supposed to just give us 8. So, all right, I'm just gonna bullshit my way through this really fast. So okay, I don't see the Goth, but I'm just gonna throw in the Goth Death Magic, which might very well also be your Outcast. I wouldn't say Misfit, but Outcast. Class Clown / Misfit.
Your emo one, yeah.
Yeah, Class Clown / Misfit would probably be Olgu. Because it's high school, they haven't learned well enough yet, probably. Yep. But they probably have very strong moral code, even though they're a little shit. The Jock, actually, very much Jock, actually, in my opinion. Your Shop kid that's always doing shop stuff, tinkering with things, messing around with things. Shaman.
Shamona.
Yeah, the band geek / anything music related / kid that aces everything and studies too much and probably needs a better social life. Hish. Life would very much be probably your more
Stoner.
your stoner floozy. Yes. Someone that's very touchy-feely and is very casual about sleeping around. Who do I still got? Heavens, nerd, super nerd, geek, nerd. Just annoying person. And then who's last? Beast. Beast would be your has too much energy, doesn't
Rebel.
like being rebel. Doesn't
Rebel.
They balk against the institution.
Yep, totally. That's your outside rebel. There we go. Just bring up this small comment. Aes Sedai do indeed have a school. I was meaning in tone they're like Aes Sedai, if not necessarily a direct copy paste.
Yep. Okay. Do we know how Chaos War Sorcerer Prophets train and learn their craft? Is it talent, a pure gift from Hash? We don't.
Which is why we couldn't really include it as a school, because we don't have a clear understanding of what they do.
Yeah, it's implied to be more of a blessing by Hashit as opposed to something that you are that you develop super. It's weird. The truth is it's
particularly
weird,
given just how awful the Chaos Dwarves are and the unlikely chance of them ever passing anything on if they could.
Yeah, and it's patriarchal, which suggests there's something going on there, like deliberate choice, which makes it hard.
It does. It's a weird setup that we don't really understand, so we can't really go into depth with it.
Yeah, because unfortunately, all of the understanding we have about it is when they already demonstrate like magic, and then it's just treated as like you're a smith, basically. So not terribly dissimilar from the College of Metal, but with way more deadliness and awful.
So we don't have a great deal of votes in yet on this one. So if you haven't voted yet over on YouTube, please do so, because we're vacillating between A and B at the moment over there. And if you don't think that's right, now's the time to go and dive in.
Yeah, go vote so we can finish and go home. Ricky Chapman. Beware of Marathi. Instead of Morthy. In our Chaos Wolfrup campaign, we attacked her home. She let us get far enough to see what we were trying to steal from her, and then she had half of us around her fingers as soon as she turned up. Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
Yeah.
Marathi's been in a significant number of my previous campaigns, and she is frankly terrifying. I love her.
She's a mover and a shaker, man.
Yep, love her to death. She's a great character. Okay, I'm going to end the poll over right about now. So we have a clear win for B at 39%, followed by A 34, quite close. So if it's A over on Twitch,
B, hard B, very hard B.
Hard B, then it's a B. B for
I
switches.
think they should go right there.
That's over Jade. Yes, agreed. And I do think Cathay probably is better organized. Although the Ice Switch is, I might put it above Cathay because Cathay is so exclusive.
Yeah, to be fair, we could give Cathay like the Court of the Astromancer's little boost. But we did also say they're very solid B.
I think it was veering on A for the Ice Court in the vote. So I'm quite happy with it being the on the.
I think we can do it like that.
Yeah,
that's fine.
It seems fair.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Midnheim's Guild of Wizards.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Midnheim's
super easy.
Very easy.
Super easy. I'm going to keep it very simple. We have ourselves an ancient school of wizardry from Middenheim. Predates the Colleges of Magic by quite some degree. And it deals with the lore of heavens and the lore of metal. Alchemists and fortune tellers, to cut it down to its simplest amount. But it also has a bunch of wizards that can fly through the sky for the important Blackpool illuminations during their great carnival, where they are casting spells up in the heavens and doing the equivalent of fireworks because they're wizards. It's a proper wizard school, and they are focused on just two of the colleges of magic and were reformed during the formation of the colleges of magic to conform to what the colleges taught. So the old school of wizardry up in Middenheim became the new guild, well, the old guild of Majory became the new guild of wizards. It just dealt with 2 of the colleges. And it's a proper school. It teaches you how to do magic. It is a little bit like a mini light college in that it has a proper curriculum. There's ways of passing. It's got all the benefits of the gold college in there as well, with a whole bunch of alchemy at the side, a whole bunch of potions going on. It's all in all a pretty good school. It's up in the northeast of the city. It's right beside the Collegium Theologica, the main university of the city, and they have strong relations with them. They actually do lectures across into the university, and the university also do lectures over into the guild. It is, broadly speaking, a pretty fine school, and it's also it's the oldest school of wizardry in the Empire. It isn't, however, strictly speaking, outside the colleges of magic. So you might go, well, this is just the Gold College and the Celestial College somewhere else. And the answer is yes, it is. And that's fine. But it also has its own unique grounding within the city of Middenheim. Middenheim, which unlike Altdorf and the rest of the Empire and its deep Sigmarism, up there was Alchinism. They had no problems with wizards. So whilst the rest of the Empire is saying, wizards, fuck you, Middenheim, back in the past, had wizards on the battlefield trained in their guild. The buildings themselves are much like a university. That's the simplest and quickest way to define it. Much like a classical medieval university. And that's about it, really. Nice and easy one.
Yeah, pretty straightforward. They have some like kind of fun, unique expressions of magic. So if you were to meet like a metal or a heavens wizard from there, they'll be different than you would probably expect. And like we'll focus, like I think their heavens wizards are usually said to be more focused on like the elemental aspects of heaven's magic as opposed to the portents and future seeing that you tend to see more down in Altdorf. Yeah,
I mean, it's just a pretty solid school. I think that's probably an SEBC rather than an ABCD. It doesn't feel like a D by any stretch of the imagination.
I agree.
It's the oldest wizard school in the Empire, so that's worth taking into account. And unlike many of the other wizardry schools in the Empire that were old, when the colleges of magic came down, it didn't shut. Instead, it took its alchemists and it took its elementalists and it went, yeah, these are just blue guys and gold guys. We're fine. We can just carry on. They got themselves a complete remit to continue on as they were from the colleges of magic and then basically just continued as they were before, but now teaching the full curriculum of the colleges of magic instead, having worked hand in hand with Volans to set that into place. It is worth noting that they are probably better at doing blue magic than the Gold College, pardon me, the Celestial College.
Oh, well, I would hope they're better than the Gold College.
Which is genuinely quite funny.
Yeah. Hannibal, are there any specific psionic or psychic wizards?
No.
Funny enough, from like the institutions we're examining, no. Slán, though, are very heavily in that category.
They are, but they're still using standard magic types. They're still casting spells. They're still doing stuff. You could argue that, but it's typically used in other games. No, not really. The psychic aspect of it is not really a Warhammer-y thing.
Yeah, it would be expressed in a different way. Like you could get the same result, but the utilization of it is going to appear different than what you're probably thinking.
I mean, there's lots of spells that, for example, just simply affect the mind. That's grey magic. But if we're looking at psionics as a whole, not quite the same thing.
Yeah. I was here. Dr. Awesome, how many grudges would I get for asking about Dawi Rune Skull? None. I actually thought about putting them on here. But ultimately decided against it because we're talking about wizards and they're not wizards.
They're not wizards, and this is also a Master Apprentice guild that doesn't have any single sighting place. It's just a big guild, basically.
Yeah.
It's throughout the Carachancore. And the answer is it's not either a magic school or, really strictly speaking, a school. It's just it's just a crafting thing.
Will we one day maybe do a tier list system of the dwarf guilds? That could be a fun one. Maybe one day.
Yeah, defo.
Necromancer Kobold, I wonder how many ice sculptures are around the ice court of pervs trying to ogle the witches. Rather morbid thought, but certainly not impossible.
The ice court and its appearance is something that actually changed significantly between the version that was presented inside the second edition of Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay and then in Total War. Because in the second edition of Fantasy Roleplay, we very clearly said they don't feel the cold and they dress appropriately to basically show off. It's a part of their control, showing that they are better than those around them. So they're often wearing much less than everybody else. Everyone else is wearing big, heavy clothing, some giant hats. And then in comes the Ice Witch wearing a flowing dress, which is obviously far too little to wear in the freezing weather. And they just float in. And that changed significantly when you take a look at the stylings for the Ice Witches that we have now, which are basically the same as all the rest of the Kislevites. And they don't have that same power play going on. So that has changed. But can they turn people to ice? Yes, they can.
Now their design is much more ostentatious, with the jewelry and very, very fine, fancy clothing and
doing that instead. Yeah, quite.
Yeah. Weird. Arch just did a reaction to I say this with all due respect. Emperor of Mankind.
Okay.
I say this with all due respect. I don't care. Those individuals are people that I'm not fond of them, and I'm not shy about that. They're not good people. So I could not give less shits what they're up to.
That seems fair to me. I have no idea who they are, other than I do recall, I think one of them did a review on one of my books, and it was so damning that I felt proud.
Yeah, you would not like them. I'll just leave it at that.
There you go. That sounds good to me.
Donovan, to be honest, I feel there should be more emphasis on the three-way political struggle between the Ice Witches, Orthodoxy, and Hags. We were told vaguely they'll hate each other, but the struggle seemed to be pitched. Okay, yeah, so it's worth keeping in mind this is a very new concept. With like how extreme it is. Like there were elements of it that existed in Realm of the Ice Queen, but they were far more in the background.
There was no orthodoxy in Realm of the Ice Queen.
Yeah, well, at least like the cults, wanted more control. It's a relatively new thing that still needs to be fleshed out.
Yeah, the Ice Witches and the Hags have got quite a bit of background there, but the Ice Witches were also in constant, I wouldn't want to call it warfare, but let's say constant power struggles with the nobility. The nobility that they themselves controlled a significant amount of, because almost every noble worth their salt was married to an Ice Queen, and it was, in terms of the nobility there, most of the time inherited down the male lines, depending upon where you were. So there was this constant power struggle with the Ice Witches and the nobility too, that I feel that we wouldn't like to lose, because it very much gives them character.
Yep, and I think with that, we can call the poll.
A. So very clearly A.
Really?
A. Yeah.
Twitch was very high S.
Interesting. 47% on A on this side.
We had like a good 45%. So maybe high A?
High A sounds good.
Yeah, if they're going up against these other goofballs at A, they are like right at the top.
Yeah, they're right at the top. So my vote was 87A, 30S. What's yours? Do you have the split?
It was
here we go.
I want to say it was like
right in here.
Do they?
I don't have it. Damn it.
No. It was like, I think it was like 45S, 30 something A or something like that.
37. Yeah, 30, that's close, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's really close. I mean, that could be an A plus or an S minus, couldn't it? In either case.
So we could put them right at the top of A.
Right, top of A sounds good to me. Yeah,
because they definitely bust the balls of those other three.
They do absolutely. But I mean, when we compare what's above, what we got gold, I'd say it's better than gold though, because it does everything the gold does, and it does blue.
True.
But that's me personally. Your vote, I think, is clearly A plus. Me personally, I think I put an S and an even S, but it's not quite as good at gold as gold, and it's not. But it does do elementalism far better than the blues.
It's tricky.
Yeah, I might be. I might place it above the Gold College, which is slightly surprising to me, given how much I was dissing the Middenheim choice when we were discussing what we're going to do with this stream before.
and he was like, "You should take it off." I'm
Those
like, "No, I'm
guys,
not taking it
we
off."
don't need those guys. But now that we're actually in it, I'm like, you know what? Yeah, I think I might have. This is, I think, possibly the first time where I actually disagree. Although you were really close on, I think I might have tipped to S in the end, and even S above gold. But that's personally where I think I'm still.
All right, so now we're gonna get a little weird with it.
I'm setting this one out because I would be happy if this wasn't even in the list.
Yeah. So we have the mortuary cult of Nehekara. So the mortuary cult are a bit of a funny pick on here, but I wanted to have them on because I thought it was fun, and also lets us talk about another lore of magic, being the lore of Nehekara. But they are a very unique group because they are, in the old world at least, they are the first human institution of learning magic, and it is an institution that does teach magic. But they're very unique because it's
buildings. Colleges.
Yeah, but so the mortuary cult does, we don't have a lot of great details, but they did receive ridiculous amounts of money to have their own temples, to have the places where they hang out. And in the mortuary cult, a lot of people don't necessarily realize the mortuary cult isn't just like Usirian. They're more complex than that. They have a relationship with all the gods, not just the god of the underworld. And if we look at as much as I hate the books, I will use them as an example in this case for lack of more books being available.
I can't believe you're going there.
The Nagash trilogy, we do have that the mortuary cults are centered in their respective high temples. So for instance, the Temple of Usirian is and Pthra are very heavily centralized in Kimri. Whereas, like, I want to say Joff is down in, I can't remember the name of it, the southern city. And you have a whole bunch of them over in, if you were going to point to one city as probably being their core, it would be, who's just on the eastern side of the pass?
I always forget the names of the Nehekaran cities, so don't ask.
Map of...
No, I want to go check it up.
Nehekara.
I've done some maps of Nehekara. You think I'd...
Marak. Marak.
Of course.
Yeah, so Marak is often cited as like the city that's the most god obsessed. That they've, and that to which the Nagash trilogy wrote a very stupid thing that I don't like about that being where like they met the gods and there's like a literal physical thing there about the pact, which is dumb. But anyway, the mortuary cult is both a religious institution because it's who teaches the priests. But the priests in Nehekara are also wizards. They're almost more like the elves than they are much of humanity that we come to see later. Though, funny enough, the Empire is the only notable group that uses that form of magic. Though the Tomb Kings used to. If you go back to the original design for the Tomb Kings, their 6th edition army book, the Tomb Kings actually used prayers like the Empire does. So they had like, their priests were more like the warrior priests that we know later. But 8th edition did a huge retcon and came in and said, no, they use the winds of magic. They came to understand the gods and the nature of magic, which they have a unique relationship with by speaking with entities, etheric entities. So speaking with what they understood as Jinn and such, but were like elementals of the various winds, speaking with demons. And they ended up, thanks to Cetra's involvement, building up an incredible core of power and became one of the strongest institutions in all Nehekara, which caused a bit of a light college scenario where they were so powerful, wielded so much influence, that they accidentally created one of the worst evils the world had ever seen in the form of Nagash. But
so, all of that's the case, but I'm going to pitch in with a quick couple of points. Number one, it's all in the past, man. The Nehekaran mortuary cults and everything that they were in the past, man.
True,
and
there are no more new Lich Priests.
It's the cult. It's a cult. It's a cult. It's not it's like trying to gauge the order rather than the Institute of Learning. The Institute of Learning that is the mortuary cults is not really a thing. It's just a cult, lots of temples all over the place, and priests learning priestly stuff in a standard priestly fashion. But it's not an institution where everyone gathers in an individual place, a building that we can rate. But I do think it makes for a super interesting chat just about stuff. But it is no more a magical institution than any temple is almost. I mean, the Temple of Hashut. The very reason Hashut was sort of excluded is because we don't strictly know how it works on the inside, and we don't have an individual place to necessarily locate it on. So I am of the meh.
To be fair to the mortuary cult, we do know a lot more about them than we do the priests of Hashut and like how their institutions work. But no, Andy is 100% right. Of like their physical locations are all in ruins now. There are still mortuary priests that are there, but they are performing. They're more performing like custodial things, like making sure constructs are working properly, using their magic to put people back together, performing rites to the gods who are in most cases kind of dead, or very, very weak compared to what they once were. And they did, of course, develop a form of magic, which is the lore of Nehekara, but no one is actively being taught that anymore.
Yeah,
there are no new students of Nehekara.
Things go back again and again.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're going to put this up as a vote? Do we go completely crazy and go say S-A?
No, God, no, it's ABCD.
S-A-C-D?
It's ABCD. S-A-C-D.
Yeah, miss out the B. You can't have a B. It's going to go right in the middle.
All right, sure.
Because, hey, if you want to put it right at the top, you can. I don't think it should be put at the top at all. But if that's what you want to do, go wild. I know where I think it should go, but we can discuss that after the poll. Starting poll, SACD. Let's go with a vote.
Hannibal, that's a very generous interpretation of why they're not around anymore, is that they perfected their practice. They beat death. I mean, you're not entirely wrong, but that's a very generous interpretation of what happened. Because let's keep in mind, their technical mission statement is to create perfect immortal god bodies for the deceased Tomb Kings and Tomb Queens, which they have not quite pulled off yet.
Fail. I love it.
Though it could be very argued that they very much deliberately sabotaged that mission statement once they realized they could wield eternal influence by not fulfilling it.
100%. All right, any little super chats before we finish this call?
Yes, there are. We have...
Where are we last?
Here. Oh, no. Here. Super Olak, the birds have answered. Andy, have you considered that the Amber College is full of tasty seeds and insects?
Where?
Like,
is that the whole Amber Hills? And you're right, the whole Amber Hills is.
Yeah, I suppose the outside is full of things that are outside. You're not wrong on that.
For the outside.
Yeah. Kurashima, do the Slawn need to learn such improved magic? No, they are fucking masters. They were built to know that shit.
Yeah, and they're not going to school. Indeed, there hasn't been any new ones for like ever.
Yeah, the key thing you have to remember about the lizardmen is that many of the lizardmen emerge from spawning pools knowing everything they need to know.
Yep.
Obviously, Skinks, Saurus develop more knowledge where they like kind of perfect it, and the Slawn do experience things that they then have to deal with. But they were designed to be the ultimate wielders of magic, and that's just what they are.
Yep.
Dr. Awesome, sounds like we need a cult tier list one day, and it would also probably
someone too.
Yeah, that one would be. I don't know how we would even do it. We'd have to. That would be a little tricky.
We'd have to be not ourselves and be fast in describing.
Yeah, because the list would be huge.
We'd be the fucking worst at that.
Yeah, we'd have to either be at like the cults of the Empire, the cults of Ulthuan to make it a reasonable list.
Bloody hell.
No other college made a student into a god. Easy S. I mean, If that's how you're measuring such things, I suppose.
If you're measuring such things as that, Gron's Coven of Sorceresses did just as well.
Yep. Contep the Ancient. Oh no, Contep's here. How would you go about making a Lich Priest player character in Wolfrip? They've always been my favorite. Okay, so to give you a genuine answer, normally I would just say that's really fucking hard. I wouldn't advise it. But if you're hell bent on it, also Twitch, I've got our answers. Cool, thank you. What I would say is that you would need to functionally kind of do what Andy did with Lindsay's character in LAWhammer, where you have a character who is exponentially more ancient and likely more powerful than they initially appear to be, but is for whatever reason hiding what they really are. And there need to be very severe threats about why they don't reveal what they are. Because Lich Priests do
need to be a reveal. It can be just as simple as they are weakened and are regaining.
That's fair. There are ways they can hide what they are just by like wearing lots of heavy clothing and stuff. We see in the old world, they show off a Lich Priest character who literally uses an artifact to make him appear like a normal person. Which granted, the way he has to do it is he has to basically like perform mummification on the person he's impersonating, because he like rips out all their organs and then basically like uses it in a ritual to make him into them. So if your goal is to hide yourself, there are myriads of ways you could do that.
I'm just looking at the split over on YouTube. It's mental. Currently, 30% S, 30% D.
Are you fucking serious?
I'm not. I 100% am. Okay, so only a sixth of you have currently voted. Please come in and tip that vote one way or the other.
Yeah, go vote on YouTube, guys. I'll tell you, if y'all don't swing the vote one particular way, Twitch went mostly D and C. Twitch voted very reasonably. So if you're like, no, fuck this vote, I'm gonna mess things up, you better get in there, coach. Man, it's not a cult. It's an organization that promotes magic and found the cult. Brian, they produced the Gash. Absolute success. I don't think that was their intent, but plus the Gash has his own school on this list. Man, what would happen if a Lich Priest tried to teach the Lord Nehekara to a living person? It could be done. It would be.
I'm not convinced it would work in the way that you'd expect.
Yeah, because you have to remember that it depends significantly on a relationship to the Nehekaran gods.
Yeah. So you would need somebody who was willing to go in for all of that, which would take a unique circumstance.
Yeah. Now, this is a story that could be explored with one of the Tomb King cities where Old World has actually brought this back. It exists in the Old Lore and then it kind of vanished for a while, but now it's back in the Old World, where in the city of which one is it? Numas. And the city of Numas, the Scarab City, there is a living human population where this ethnic group, these people that were kind of like a wandering nomadic people, ended up kind of just taking up some residence in Numas because they were fleeing from a threat, and they worship the Tomb King there, Tutankhamun, as a god. And he's like, oh, well, sure, don't mind if I do, and allows them to live there, and he protects them. So the idea that there might be people there that he orders maybe the Lich Priest to be like, induct them into the mortuary cult, teach them of our gods, that is a possible storyline. But it would be a very rare circumstance in an unusual location. All right.
Just time's up. Poll. D is a very clear winner in 33, then S at 28, then C at 24. So given that, it's a pretty clear D.
All right, so we will.
I'm putting them ahead of freaking Amber College.
Still above the Amber College. The Amber College definitely sucks.
I mean, the Mortuary Cult doesn't even exist anymore, and it's still ahead of the Amber College.
It's still, you can at least like go to a temple and find written scrolls or something.
This next one is going to be a tough justification from Sotek.
All right,
so
okay, hear me out. Hear me out.
Justify this one, Sotek.
Hear me out. Nagashazar, not traditionally thought of in any way, shape, or form as an institute of learning. However, only one of the most terrifying fortresses on the face of the earth. However, hear me out. Here's the thing, right? We have multiple canonical characters who have
Can you give me more than two?
Yes, only
Okay.
just. Only just. Barely. We have characters that have made the journey to Nagashazar in order to learn secrets of necromancy from the very, very weird people that live there. Because a lot of people don't know that Nagashazar is not empty. It is actually a very bustling fortress with not only the dead, but the pseudo-living and the undead. Because there are I forget what they're called. They're the something lords of Nagash. But there are these weirdos that live there who basically tend to Nagash's body, which me and Andy have talked about, and the end times to forget.
Baby.
Nagash is there. He's in Nagashazar, sitting on his throne, not moving, but he's there. And there are attendants that tend to him and deal with people that come there. And people do come there to try and bargain for power and to learn. And some are successful, such as Dieter Hauschnitt.
Dieter Hauschnitt. There's one.
Yeah, who went there, learned a lot, and was never the same. Poor Doomlord. The second one, according to the much expanded 8th edition storyline, Manfred von Karstein goes to Nagashazar and learns there. And then
assuming he doesn't just raid the place, we don't necessarily know that he communicated.
No, it said he spoke with them and traded secrets. And then we get so I'm kind of cheating, but he did learn there for a while. We get Wazoran/Melchior.
Holy crap.
You said that it may be 2.5, but it's still more than 2.
So does that sound like, all of you budding and definite Nagash fans, a school?
But this is the only guys we know about. There are other people presumably that have gone there.
I love this one. So let's try and be balanced here. What we have is Nagashazar. The entire city, much like we claim Altdorf is the school for magic in the Empire, you could say. And we only have a single teacher, if assuming that you'll take it as such, and that's Nagash himself. And the occasional individual who makes it all the way to the dread Lord of Death and may learn something at his feet. This is such a stretch that it feels like Mr. Fantastic. It barely accounts to be this.
The guy, it is a Hail Mary. I was trying to get to a reasonable number of entries, okay? In my defense.
This is definitely a choice. But if we're trying to rate it using the standardized, let's say, rating system we had before, what we have is a school that has no significant curriculum that we're aware of, that has no methods of making you either a war wizard or otherwise. It has indeed nothing more than 9 mysterious books of Nagash that may or may not be found by you or maybe by someone else, and you may never even reach the great teacher who sits upon his giant throne, for you may be eaten by the many ghouls that are inside Nagashazar on your way there.
They have a very impressive graduate roster, all right? It's small, but impressive.
Oh, fucking hell. I love this. Nagashazar. So what we're going to make this one an SACD for anyone who wants to
sure.
Fuck it. He deserves.
It's just as stupid as the mortuary cult, so that's fine.
I would argue stupider, but that makes me laugh. I mean, at least the mortuary cult had a big, massive teaching, passing on of the information and study component to it. I mean, the mortuary cult went all the way over to Cathay to learn from them. It went other places. Nagashazar, it's just Nagash sitting on his own, occasionally knowledge, doing shit. I love this. So starting the poll. Here we go. Vote wherever you will. I know exactly what I would vote this one.
Listen. If Garon gets points for learning from the originator of dark magic, I think Nagash should get points. Nagash is hard for being the originator of his magic.
Love it.
All right. Getting caught up on super chat stuff. Let's see. It was.
What a surprise!
Here, content the ancient
split.
Also, you'll get your gold body as soon as you just keep giving us your firstborn children.
Yeah, firstborn over to the mortuary cult.
Yeah, they were very good political little bastards. The mortuary cult was very good at what they did. General Caster, S tier, such is his power. He just cheats the system. Man, a place of learning that is only for the extremely powerful and dangerous people, sucking the life out of the world to maintain their power, filled with strange and dangerous rituals. No, that's a realistic place of learning. It's just Eton.
Eton. Yeah, Eton. And yeah, it's fair, Dino Man.
Ian O'Brien says, I think Nagash actually might be one of the greatest teachers in Warhammer. Necromancy's biggest strength is his accessibility, even for low potential. Yes. Okay, hold on. We're talking about Nagash as an institution, not necromancy as the
That's
most
fair.
the most
Nagash
welcoming
is
school
the
of
great
magic.
school of learning that is that city of death.
Czar 94 sounds like a private school for top scoring pupils to me.
So let's not leave this one going for too long. You've got yourself about another minute to get the vote in. We've currently got about a good 6 of you voted. And at the moment, it's looking like a clear S. If you don't think it should be an S, now is your time to influence this vote. It's fair to say that D over on YouTube has also got a pretty high vote at currently 34%. Yeah. So if you think it should be either of those, go give a vote now.
Please vote if you would be so kind. Okay, I have seen a lot of people asking about like the Necrarch Brotherhood throughout the stream. To be clear, they do not have an institution. They have a very strict apprentice master system,
and it's like sire and child system as well. And you get taught by he who created or she who created you. So yeah, it's not really a school.
The Necrarchs don't send you anywhere. Like the closest thing would be Nagash's are, debatably, but they don't. There's not a place you're sent to, which is what this stream is mostly about. Totally. All right, almost time. Whoop. Sorry. Final flash flood. Who better to learn the secrets of Necrons from than the big man himself? You just have to sign a waiver before attending. You have to survive.
Hand over your soul at the same time.
There's just some guy outside being like, you might be eaten by ghouls.
Okay, I'm going to be closing the poll on YouTube in about 10 seconds. You got 10 seconds to go touch that screen. Make your vote. 4, 3, 2, 1, and easy S over on YouTube. How is that on Twitch?
It was very close. It was almost 50-50 DS. It's 57% D, 43% S. Nothing else.
So let's add them to let's have a quick look here. So 36 plus your D of so that's 77. So have I done the wrong one? Yes, I have. Sorry. So that'd be 80. 93 versus if you add them together, it makes it a D.
I will note that is a difference of 1 vote. One guy.
That's a D. It's a D because you didn't all vote. We take both YouTube and Twitch together. We got a D.
There we
go.
Unless somebody drops like a red super chat.
Oh, seriously?
In which case, I will take the scale.
Don't you dare
overrule. If someone is willing to bribe Nagash to S tier, I will allow it. Just say. You don't have to. It's totally optional. You don't have to do it. But otherwise, it's going in D.
Well, pop it in D for the moment, unless someone's mad. Okay, so where did it go in D? I mean, it's obviously last. That's what you get.
And the school at least as people produce.
Oh shit! Somebody's just cheered 1,000. What does that mean?
That a $10 for
that's an anti-bribe.
Anti-bribe. Thanks for the blue. The one pound. Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Superb.
I
love doing these.
Yeah,
okay, well, we jump into
how much is that? Oh, it's like $100, I think. just keep typing, and the colors will change. So it starts off as blue. Red's the highest. So just keep going until it turns red. Sorry, 94. Thank you. All right,
freeze. A White Tower of Hoeth. This is a good one.
Okay, so this is a genuine. So we're circling back around from the joke ones to an actual one. So yeah, the White Tower of Hoeth. Hoeth, the god of learning, the god of wisdom. And you all should know it, but the White Tower of Hoeth is the great physics-defying tower that stretches insanely high up into the sky like a needlepoint, made of beautiful white marble, centered in Safari, the most magically resonant kingdom within Ulthuan. And it is a place, it is one of the greatest institutions of learning, history, education, magic, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, to those who can make it there. Like many of the colleges we spoke about earlier, it has a very clever defense system of that. It is very heavily protected by illusion magic, where you could see it, but you think you're walking towards it, and yet you never get any closer. Only those who the tower acknowledges should be allowed to make it, or very, very powerful sorcerers that are able to force their way through it can arrive at the base of the White Tower. And it is big. This place is fucking huge. But it is where most of the, what we would refer to as battle mages, but like a mages that get more sophisticated education, end up going to learn about the deepest mysteries of magic and to expand their teachings. But it's not just for magic. It's also where the sword masters of Hoeth go to train, where people that are elves that basically decide to embrace the path of Hoeth. So focusing on delving into the deepest educations on a particular topic, not just swordplay, not just magic, but other forms of education as well. It is the highest institution of learning that is very broad. Like when you're dealing with like subject matter and somewhere that is a genuine like college or university, the White Tower of Hoeth blows everyone else out of the fucking water, because it's not just like Grond where you're learning about dark magic and the secrets of sorcery and such, but it's where you learn about pretty much anything and everything. Swordplay, agriculture, philosophy, politics, history. If you want to learn about it, there is somewhere within the White Tower that it can be found. Though it is a bit spooky because you can get lost in it, because it's literally that fucking big.
Yeah, the White Tower of Hoeth in Safri. It is the center of everything that, in many respects, Safri represents, the great mage princes of the High Elves. And it is a center of all lore for not just the High Elves, as far as the High Elves are concerned, but for all elves. Bullshit, in truth, because it is very much the High Elf appreciation of what being an elf is. And this is an enormous edifice towards knowledge and education. It is not, however, as we would view human schools. This is not one which has a lovely little curriculum. This is not one where you do High Elf Magery 101 or History 102 or any equivalent. Instead, it is just this great edifice of learning where any elf can go and study and better themselves in more ways than just simply knowing stuff in terms of just mental, but also bettering oneself physically and bettering oneself spiritually. The whole concept of the Tower of Hoeth is to represent Hoeth and show everything that is that god of wisdom, and you attempting to achieve what would be the ultimate form of wisdom, becoming a lore master yourself. Whether you want to do it physically down the sword master routes, or whether you want to do it with magery, or whether you want to do it with just simple knowledge, all tastes are catered for. And it is an extraordinary place. Now, to give a little bit of context, it's far younger than, say, for example, Grond. It's half the age. In fact, less than half the age of Grond. It is a far newer institution and has had far fewer people in control of it, but it is worth far more, people in control of it, because unlike, say, the Dark Elves that still have their original sorceresses,
I'll be dying.
The High Elves die again and again and again, and the lore masters of the entire pillar that is this institution, the White Tower, have been replaced several times. Indeed, the current one, Teclis, as we know, is basically a kid. He's only a couple of hundred years, about 300-400 years, however old he is.
One thing
He's basically a child in comparison to what we have on the other side.
Yeah, because I want to say the oldest wizard in Ulthuan is actually quite old. He's like not that much younger than Marathia. Belinar the Wise, I think.
Belinar, yes, he's not that old. He's only like 2,600 or something like that. Belinar, I can't remember. Or is he older? Is he 4,000? Can't remember. He's in comparison to
he's
Dark Elves,
not
so
as
still a
old as
baby.
Morathi, but I know he's pretty old.
Yeah,
he's like
but
one
in comparison to
generation.
Dark Elves, he's a baby.
Yeah, but he doesn't teach there. He actually just flies around on a castle around Ulthuan and minds his own business.
As you do.
You don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, totally. Belinar's a cool character. I had him back in my old Isle army. So
how good is its library? Probably the best in the world, but that's not what we're here for today.
Yeah, and I would argue that it's probably not the best in the world. I would say it's one of the best in the world. I would assume that any of the great civilizations, and by that I don't include places like the Empire. I'm talking, as much as this may sound a contradiction in terms, Nagaroth. I'm talking Cathay. You know, the great big civilizations that have spanned since the beginning of time, effectively from the Cataclysm. The High Elf version of this is much newer, and they have been reclaiming information rather than having it from the beginning. So the White Tower is a newer version of this. I would argue lesser than Grand and lesser than what Grand Cathay almost certainly has at its center, because they still have their original people. They're originators of the history, and they can correct it to what it should be, or correct it to what they want it to be, depending upon how you want to look at that. But they can definitely say what occurred during the Cataclysm, because they were there. Morathi was there. Compare that to these high elf mages and sages who are looking back, and all of their people who were there are either dead or trapped in time, keeping the great vortex alive, but quite separate to them. So for them, it's almost myth. The High Elves are a far younger species than many people realize. For all they have this much vaunted claim of being the elder, better species than anybody else, the Dark Elves, in truth, hold that title with much more claim than they do. But nevertheless, it is still, in terms of a center of knowledge, an extraordinary center. It blows the Light College away in a way that makes the Light College look like a puny, tiny institution by comparison. However, if we're just looking at just what it offers as an institution, as an education, it's a far looser affair. It's not tight. This is what you need to do at a particular time to get a particular outcome. It's a far more elven way of teaching.
Yeah, it is where we do get our tabletop battle wizards of the mages, the archmages, and the Loremasters of Hoeth as well. So it is people learning magic, but Andy's right that it's not as structured.
And it's not just about magic.
Yeah.
Magic is just one part of the far greater whole. It is an institute of learning.
Actually, Rexy, that's a very fair point. The Library of Cosmic Comics is probably fucking gigantic.
It is pretty enormous, but I would argue the Library of the White Tower massively bigger. And that might sound awful to the dwarf fans out there because they just think of the enormous banks of tomes they've got down there. But still, the High Elf White Tower is proper ridiculous.
Yep. All right.
I
think we can go into roll. No, poll. There we go. I'm not rolling dice here.
Oh, that didn't work. Let's try that again. Yeah, that worked. Okay, so S A B C, I think.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely not a D. I mean, as much as it'd be hilarious.
It's an actual institution of magical learning. It cannot be D.
It really is. It can't be D. And it's an extraordinary one at that.
Yeah.
Where it rates, that's going to be for you to decide. Where you feel it should probably sit, whether you think that it is as good as the Light College, which is a far clearer definition of education, or whether you think it isn't. That's entirely up to yourself. But it is worth noting that pretty much every single elven sage that there is has been through its halls.
Do the Skaven have a college? No. The Institute of Learning would not go well in Skavendom. They rely more on a master apprentice system, very similar to what we spoke about with like the Necrarch vampires.
Yeah.
It's much more about your clan, because remember, Clan Scryer is not just a clan; it has a bunch of subsidiary clans. So it's a system of apprentices tied to a specific master in your clan, and then you like work your way around as you are trying to constantly assassinate your master, and they're trying to make sure that you're useful to them, but you're not too useful, because then they might have to kill you if you're too useful. And it's a whole convoluted mess. Journal Caster, Alcatazar was that one man. Even here, he best the gash.
He just tried to take the teacher out.
Yeah, really.
That's
Sean
what he was
DeWolf,
doing.
where in Britain is the White Tower of Hoeth equivalent? Which lighthouse did someone from Nottingham visit as a kid and write into the lore?
It's really funny to look at how the White Tower has changed. If you take a look at the 4th edition army list for the High Elves, and take a look at the Swordmaster of Hoeth art that was drawn by Mark Gibbons, take a look at that White Tower. It's this pillar with a flat top with these elven buildings at the top. It's quite remarkable in terms of how it looks. And then compare that with, say, the Warhammer... I'm going to say Total War 2nd, I think, was where the White Tower was done. And it's more of a spiraling tower and actually quite tiny. I remember looking at it the first time playing the game going, what the fuck is tiny? That's not the White Tower. Get out of here. But then Total War's never been that good at representing cities anyway, so...
Yeah, that's not a strong suit.
It's not a strong suit, so I should no way pull it apart for that. But it doesn't really have a proper equivalent.
Yeah, I always fell in love with the Warhammer Online Age of Reckoning depiction, because it's so
I can't remember
big.
That one. I can't actually remember. I'm gonna have to go look it up.
Yeah, because you can visit it and you just like look up and it just goes on for fucking ever, and it's so cool. There's like a bunch of really fun public quests and stuff you can do there.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go see if I can go look that up. No, I'm not seeing a picture immediately. Boo.
I mean, I'll get a screenshot for you later.
Cool. That'd be great.
Donna Man, how did Teclis become the Grand Lore Master? I assume many of the older mages may not have been happy about it. It's kind of like someone becoming a chancellor of university 1 year after getting his PhD. So
100%.
Yeah, there was a lot of political push behind it. Of that, Teclis basically gets awarded with being the like High Lore Master after he leaves, goes, saves the Empire, comes back, and before he even left, he had helped deal with a lot of the shenanigans, the civil war that was going on, and he, through pretty extraordinary means, defeats Malekith in a magical duel. And that kind of is enough of a feat that it's difficult for anyone to argue against it, especially when he just accomplished a lot of really crazy things in a very short amount of time.
Okay, the real answer is because it was written like that in 4th edition High Elf Army list, and then later on they added a great deal more lore about what all those things are, and they were left going, well, this doesn't make sense, and attempting to justify it.
Yeah, I would say it's a political
you're right.
Move.
It doesn't make sense. But then when you look at the High Elves as a whole, take a look at, for example, 6th, 7th, can never remember which was. I think it was 6th edition, where often your army was led by
the intrigue at court rule.
The intrigue at court rule. And intrigue at court absolutely makes sense for how Teclis, who is of the royal line of Anarion, would be selected over others or would be appointed. And I really quite like that. I think it makes sense. And the way that the elves were respun to be much more political reinforces that it makes sense. But you're spot on to say, is he the most powerful wizard? He probably wasn't, but by the end he is. Certainly because he has all of the resources of the White Tower at his disposal.
Yeah, the tabletop game will very emphatically say, no, he is. Now, to be fair, his magical items, especially if you go back to like 7th edition stuff, his magic items are fucking busted. Yeah. I mean, like, holy fuck.
4th edition, it was his magic items that made him a better wizard. It wasn't the nature of him that made him a better. He was just a 4th level wizard that had an artifact that took him to 5th. So that was pretty astonishing. And indeed, you could give him another one to take him to 6th, which is impossible by the rules, and that was super fun.
Yep. All right, time. The White Tower.
It's such an obvious it's barely even worth mentioning.
Yeah. Now, based on the discussion we had, I feel very much that as an institute of magical instruction, I feel like Safari goes right here.
I agree completely. In fact, I don't just agree completely. It's exactly where I put it. It clearly doesn't have all of the resources that Gron does, and it's playing catch up. It just is. Yeah. It's also not as focused.
Yeah, it's not the
Gron
school
is all about sorceresses. Yeah. Where the White Tower of Safri is all about learning, and it has a far broader remit, but that means it's less tight in terms of being the best institute for magic.
Yeah. All right,
Yeah,
and
I
that
think
takes
that's
us to
fair.
our last kind of fun bonus entry. Marienburg.
Yeah. Baron Heinrich's College of Navigation and Sea Magics. Now, you might never have heard of this, and that wouldn't be a surprise.
Probably haven't, yeah.
It was inside the Marienburg book for Warhammer Fantasy Roleplay 1st edition. And it is a unique and interesting location, which, to quickly sum up, would be if we were going to update it to the current version of Warhammer. Because obviously this is written for 1st edition Warhammer, and Warhammer has changed a lot since then. But this location has not been updated, and it likely will be in the upcoming Marienburg book from Cubicle 7.
I bet it'll be in it. For sure.
Okay, and it does leave you going, so what were they going to turn it into? And it's quite obvious that Marienburg is in a position where it wouldn't just have its own school of wizards, it would have its own school of wizards. 100 years ago, it separated from the Empire, and it turned its back on the Empire and used High Elf mages to support this. High Elf mages took to the field, and the colleges of magic at this point had been disbanded because they were seen to be, cut a long story short, very dangerous. The Cult of Sigmar shut them down, and a big battle happened called the Battle of Grutcher Marsh. And a few High Elf mages were enough to see off pretty much the entire Empire army by themselves, along with obviously the large Wastelander mercenary army that came out to defeat them. The Empire lost massively to what is a very small province, very small province, Westerland, which had obviously become the Wasteland. And their school of magic that they'd had, you could either say has long been in existence, got adapted when the colleges of magic were created and became something new, or they develop it from this point into their own unique school. But this unique school is centered around magic to use for navigation and at sea. And originally, it taught the old magics that we know from the old world, things like elementalism, illusions. They were all taught. And importantly, it also taught the full panoply of skills to be a battle wizard, to actually be the College of Magic style of wizard. Now, down in Marienburg, it seems very likely they took all 8 colleges and instituted it into their own university. So what do we have down here in this institution? We have got a college that teaches all 8 winds, teaches you how to do navigation at school, probably at sea, and teaches you how to do a whole host of smaller types of magics as well. And it is institutionalized as a university. It's just a university. It's not something special. It doesn't have hoary old traditions. It doesn't have master-student apprenticeship relationships.
They're hilariously practical and also pay to get in here.
But it does have one giant flaw. And that giant flaw is that everything relies upon money.
Yep.
This is almost this is your capitalist nightmare of what school could become. You got to pay to get in, and you often have to pay to pass. And that is a problem for a variety of reasons, especially when you're dealing with people who've got magical talent that, if it's not correctly channeled, will almost certainly cause problems later if it's not being honed in the correct fashion. We do have ourselves a strong curriculum. There are things you have to do to pass, but it's a little bit like Scientology. Every step costs you a little bit extra. Every step you got to pay.
That is such a good comparison. That is such a good comparison.
Every step is another, until eventually you're entirely indebted to the university and the school that you've passed through. And by the time you get out the other end, probably fleeced without a single penny left to your name, you then have to try and pay it back by getting jobs. It is an expensive school, but it absolutely is a school. And it's one that likely teaches all 8 winds of magic and more on top of this with older versions of magic. So
yeah, so like actual college.
Yeah, it's very much like that. Yes. It is like a modern university or a modern college, and it costs an arm, a leg, and probably your testicles should you be male. It costs altogether too much, but it is a proper school with proper teachers, with proper institutions, with even everything around the idea of societies and everything else you'd expect from a university. It is all there. I'm super looking forward to it being updated for the Cubicle 7 version, because it is something that is ripe for a really fun write-up to show how the old magics developed with the colleges of magics coming in and reforming the school and then when they separated, making their own thing. And that, I think, could be super fun.
Yeah. Also, because if we ever get Man of War back, which God willing would be so fun, they should definitely be the school that heavily supports it the most in really fun ways.
Yeah.
Do they offer student loans? Oh, I'm sure they're happy to loan you money.
Oh yeah, you're going to be getting all manner of loans from the various directorate families to pay for everything, and you'll be indebted to them and working for them with your magic for a long time.
Yeah, they own you.
Totally. 100%.
Ricky Chapman, our players want us to tell you why our Jade Wizard was a psychopath. She did things that made a clan builder Skaven shiver, the horrors that a Brayher endured. She made a Jabberslide scream. To be fair, Jade magic can be super fucked up.
You made a Jabberslide scream?
I'm not sure what you did to the Jabberslide. Like, it sounds like your wizard needs to be put on a list of some kind. But yeah, Jade magic does, like, I mean, think about it. Life Unbound
is up on YouTube.
Yeah, look at Nurgle. Life Unbound is fucking nasty. It's gross and it sucks.
To just ping up on this one, please, Man of War Dreadfleet reboot. Man of War, please, in terms of
definitely Man of War. Dreadfleet would be a fun expansion.
Dreadfleet's a great game, but holy crap, the rules were not that great. I loved it.
Terrible.
I painted the ships, and I absolutely adored it.
Yeah,
but Man of War was a genuinely great game.
Yeah,
that could
give us Man of War,
update.
but just add in the Dreadfleet ships and characters as like a bonus, like an expansion. That's fine. That'll do it.
Yeah.
Ian O'Brien, my Wolfram character learned Eltherin at Hoeth. Easy S. I mean, that would be a logical place to learn it.
Sure.
I don't know how you got there, but yeah, nice.
And maybe he was an elf.
I somehow doubt it. Sarmelian Bloodweaver. Why is there no Slon teaching humans and other magic users or not to, like,
because they got their own shit to deal with.
So, okay, I'll put this very simple. You know how, like, ants, when they work together, can make, like, a somewhat complex structure? All right, cool. You're an engineering professor at a prestigious engineering university that's trying to figure out how to deal with climate change and how to deal with all of the fundamental problems of humanity. And some person walks in and goes, why aren't you teaching those ants outside how to build? Yeah. What?
and that's pretty much exactly it. Why aren't you dealing with these infinitesimally small creatures? Because that is what humanity is like to the Slan. And very recently, they just found out this: the ants are self-aware in that if you get a dot of paint and pop it on an ant's head and put it in front of a mirror, it will start rubbing at its head because it recognizes it's got something on it. It's with a brain the size of a grain of sand. An ant is self-aware, and that is mental, proper mental. But we're not trying to teach them how to do calculus.
Yeah. Yep. That's what it is. Yeah. The Slun, like, A, they got better things to do. B, Gracier Thanquil's trilogy, the second book, which is called Temple of the Serpent, very fun book. It has an interaction between a Slon and a human, and it does a brilliant job of showing how fucking impossible it is for a human to understand a Slon. Like, the Slon's attempting to communicate with him, and it's just making his brain practically explode.
Just want to note that not a lot of you voted for this one, but it's currently neck and neck between B and C over in YouTube. So if you could all just
please vote. It's the last vote. It's the last
brief
one.
Moment to do the last vote. It'd be really nice because it's our last vote of the night.
Yeah, so please, if you could be so kind, we'd really appreciate it. Downman, to be honest, I feel there could be a good argument against Teclis. Even though he's the most powerful wizard, why does he make him a better leader? Because elves don't care about who a good leader is. They care. There's a political dynamic to how the High Elves do things, which is a huge weakness of theirs, but it's a really fun weakness of theirs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is.
Hannibal, you know who wouldn't charge for tutelage? Nagash. Bullshit. He just charges your immortal soul.
Just because it's not money doesn't mean there isn't a cost.
Yeah, really. God, at least you own, like, at least you'll die eventually with the Marienburg school.
Yeah.
All right, and that's time.
Okay, time. I'll pop over here as well. It's B over on YouTube with 38%, C on 29, A on 23. So it's a clear B, very clear B.
Twitch went slightly C.
Slightly C. Then I would probably drop B since we've got a lot of A as well. over on the YouTube. I'll probably stick on the B there if it's only
Okay,
slightly
yeah, I think
C.
B is is perfectly fine.
So
Where do they go?
Okay, so it's a proper institution with a proper curriculum. That should be said, and anyone can enter. It's an open curriculum. It costs a fucking shed load, and it does teach more than, say, for example. I mean, it's.
I'd probably put it at the top of B.
You know, as much as yes, so would I. I'm just looking at it, going,
like
yeah,
it has its problems, but the problems don't really reflect. And on
it's
this particular weight,
it's a problem of capitalism rather than a problem of the actual state of the School of Magic. So yeah, I'd probably do that. So what do we have then as our final list? We've got right at the very top the Light College. After that, we've got the two Elven Centers of Magic. That's Grond and then Safri. After that, we have the Gold College, and then we hit A tier where we start with Middenheim's Guild of Wizards, which would really piss off some of the other colleges. Then the Bright College, which is equally amusing. Then Amethyst. After Amethyst, we head into Celestial, and then our B tiers, where it's Henrik's School of Magic in Marienburg, the Kislevi Ice Court, Cathay's Temple of the Two Moons, not the Eclipse, just to make sure we're clear.
Yeah.
The Jade College, and their complete lack of wizards on tap for doing actual lessons in their college. Then we hit C tier, right down as we move into the Grey College, which is bluntly a pretty shit college to have to learn anything. And then finally down in D, where we have the mortuary cults that kind of aren't around anymore. We've got ourselves the Amber College, poor bastards. Getting in the Amber College is not a good outcome for anyone. And finally, Nagash, because let's be honest, he's just one dude.
So a couple quick ones.
Nagash.
No Bretonian College? No. Bretonian, the damsels learn in the realm of the Fae. Totally not Athel Loren.
And it probably isn't Athel Loren, given where the lore went nowadays. It's
that's
probably,
actually very true.
But they're probably not Athel Loren at all. It's probably a pocket realm where they are taught, but it's not taught in an institution that we understand.
Yeah, most often they're taught by the Fae Enchantress or some other entity that is very mysterious, but it's also very mysterious.
Yeah, the whole thing is just wrapped up in we haven't actually written this piece of lore in a way that can answer questions.
No, we didn't hit all of like the minor institutions within Grand Cathay. More A, kind of due to time, and B, because they're kind of repeats of the colleges. I would say like if there's an equivalent
like alchemists
school,
or whatever.
Yeah, so like your alchemist and Sheng Yang, you could probably make them roughly equivalent to the Gold College on this list. The Astromancer Court of Xingpo, very similar to the College of Celestial Magic. I'd say they're roughly equivalent.
Yeah, if we'd had more information, more than a paragraph, and
then they would have been their own separate entry.
Then we'd have done our own thing because we could have then explained the differences between one of them and the other. But all we can really say is, yup, they exist, they're doing this, they're over there, but we don't really know the process of how they do everything.
Yep. Nope, we talked about it. They have more of a... Actually, they don't even really have like a master apprentice system. It's more complex than that. But they basically speak with the spirits of the forest. And it's a whole thing. And then Henry, we already talked about this earlier, but no, Silver Pinnacle is not where you go to learn magic. It is where you go to meet Big Mommy after you have been properly trained, and she judges whether or not you're worthy of keeping alive.
It's more of a sisterhood center rather than a magical center.
Yeah. And that brings us to the end.
Wow. Okay, so come the end, I'd like to say thanks very much. This is probably the first list that we've ever done where at the end of it, I go, yep, that's good. There's not a thing that I'd really heavily change there. So I'd like to say both thanks to all of you for being such great listeners and putting up with us warbling on about the various magical systems and schools that you will find across not just the old world, but the Warhammer world as a whole. I've really enjoyed this one. It's been pretty damn cool. So thanks, everyone.
Yeah, this was super fun. We got to chat and talk about like just a lot of fun little side goofy things. This is like we haven't gotten to do a tier list in quite some time, so this was refreshing.
It was super fun. As always with our tier list, we might have overrun.
Yeah, well, yeah. But thank you all very much for joining us. I'm really, really pleased to see how many people we had, like well over 600 people for a good amount of the stream. Really, really appreciate y'all all come to hang out.
Thanks, all.
And that's us. We will be back this Sunday with Araby, which I actually need to sit down and do some research about to refresh a bunch of things. And then next Wednesday, we are probably going to be doing a what if episode.
What if?
We've narrowed it down to 2. We just have to figure out which one we want to do.
We'll be sharing that soon.
Yeah, so stay tuned. But yeah, so what ifs will be returning next week, and we'll go from there.
Sounds great. So other than that, we will see you all next time. Bye-bye.
Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.